This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shot clock running down. Comes down to perhaps this. Off the heel. Rebound. Wemby.
He said go. No timeout, brothers.
Shai Pete. Step back for three. The side of the rim. Cannot get it to go. And Minnesota comes in on the road and steals game one.
And that is the way we start off the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ. Choppy and Pepe still out on vacation. You got myself and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt along with Jacob Ray. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, as the NBA playoffs deliver again, at least with one game, and we have a brand new boss to lead the Dallas Mavericks. Good morning, Metroplex. San Antonio Spurs with a game-winning attempt from the three-point line. Comes up short. Anthony Edwards is the hero, gutting it out after everyone thought he would definitely be missing the start of this series, and the Wolves steal game one in San Antonio.
It's super impressive so far from Minnesota, what they've been able to do. Just the fact that they've been able to finish off Denver after the Anthony Edwards injury and now be able to win this game against San Antonio to start the series. They are, out of all the unlikely teams that are still left, like that we don't think are going to win the title, like the Sixers and teams like that, they are the number one team by far in terms of just the longest shot in Vegas to win it all, Minnesota. They were plus 10,000 yesterday.
Worse than the Raptors?
Plus 10,000. No, because they were plus 10,000 yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah. And so it's out of the teams.
I guess that's like getting through the West, but still, I'd give Toronto the least shot.
Well, Toronto's out because Cleveland beat them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's of the teams that are left, not of the teams that entered the postseason. It's just the teams that are left, and so they've got. Yeah, it's because the two biggest favorites are the Thunder and the Spurs. But
would you have Cleveland behind?
Yes, I would. But the fact that it's because when
going
things
through
were
the West.
Yeah, it's going through the West. It's Anthony Edwards being banged up, but they gutted it out. It was impressive, and like I said, the fact that they were able to finish off the Nuggets without him and get that first game with Ant kind of gutting it out, it's an impressive thing.
9 days removed from the left knee injury. The team expected him to return mid-series. He got the medical clearance. He was on a minutes restriction, and they overcome 12 blocks from Wemby. 12. He did not light it up on the scoreboard. He missed every single three-point attempt. So a fun start in the West. It was not a fun start in the East unless you are who's dating the Jenner girl? Chalamet?
Oh, Timothy Chalamet.
And is that his real name?
I think it is, actually.
Okay.
But yeah, because everybody was giving him props yesterday of, look, he skipped the Met Gala because he wanted to be at the next playoff game, one of us.
He missed Katy Perry setting herself on fire. The Knicks were up 23 at half. Brunson had 27. They absolutely destroy Filthy.
Which, that's what the Knicks have been doing the last few games. They're starting to absolutely beat up on people. That's why, you were talking about it yesterday. They're kind of considered the top dog coming out of the East right now. But to your point, Timothy Chalamet, that is his name. His middle name, though, is Hal. Timothy Hal Chalamet. That doesn't seem like it fits.
And what's that ethnicity, Chalamet?
French.
Oh, He does look French in the
Chalamet.
face. Yes, Chalamet. We'll go inside the Star at 6:20. The Dallas Cowboys defense is now what? We will hear from Christian Parker and Brian Schottenheimer on that after the initial rookie installs. But the big news of the day, the guy that I wanted, the most realistic guy that I wanted to take over the Dallas Mavericks is Masai Ujiri. The news hits yesterday. It breaks on the KNC Masterpiece, and I think it's an absolute home run. I think you should be totally thrilled as a Mavericks fan. He's got the experience and the resume that Patrick Dumont was looking for. History as an exec. Nuggets GM from 2010 to 2013, he won Executive of the Year. Raptors GM, of course, and president, and I guess he's like assistant. What do they call the owner now? Assistant
governor or like partial. Yeah, they gave him some title that basically sounds like he got like a small cut of the team.
Won the huge championship in Toronto. Some of those moves. Traded DeMar DeRozan for Kawhi, Danny Green. Traded Valanciunas for Marcus Gasol to help build the Raptors 2019 team. Drafted Siakam, Anunoby, Barnes, signed Van Vliet as an undrafted free agent. You have someone with credibility, with skins on the wall, with pedigree, with all that experience and a championship ring. I am really surprised and I'm really excited. You were not going to get Sam Presti. I know they were talking about Tim Connolly there in Minnesota, and I know they were talking about Mr. Hollywood, Bob Myers, who was connected with Golden State. I think I would have even preferred Masai Ujiri over Bob Myers and definitely over Tim Connolly. You weren't getting Presti. I love it.
It's a positive. It's somebody with a track record of being able to find role players under rocks, and somebody who
got a scouting background,
built a champion, has won an Executive of the Year award before. It's not. That's the only thing, is that it isn't Presti, or it isn't,
Well, we're talking about
I know.
Maybe all-time great.
Who? Oh, with Presti? Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about, I wouldn't say Ujiri was, but no. That's the, he's good. And it, there was a lot of fallout yesterday. There's a lot of unhappy Raptors fans, or actually like happy Raptors fans that were mad at the Rodgers for firing him initially, and upset that he was pushed out when he was. They said I was reading a lot of Raptor fallout of like why he got driven out, and it was a whole lot related to new owner didn't like strong personality, basically is what it came down to. But there's still a lot of people yesterday who were in Toronto and just like so happy. It's so great to see him, just the nice Canadian thing, just so great to see him out there getting another shot. He's been out of the NBA now for a little bit because it's been, a year and a half, 2 years almost. But no, it's stability. It's ABN, anybody but Nico.
Credibility as well. Now, he does have a big personality. You remember the incident with the Golden State Warriors security guard, in which it looked like the security guard was acting out of pocket and putting his hands on Ujiri, and you had like body cam footage and all that stuff. Strong personality, no doubt about that. And Tim McMahon on the Brian Windhorst podcast gave his thoughts as he broke this story with Shams.
At this point, Patrick Dumont had to go with a proven track record with this hire. You couldn't go out on a limb with this. Now, if it doesn't work, he can at least look himself in the mirror and said, I went about the process the right way to find somebody who had proven that he could do this. Now, why is this a premium job? There are a few reasons. You've hit on two of them. Cooper Flagg is on the roster and is going into the second year of his rookie contract. The owners have extremely deep pockets and are willing to spend. And they've proven, I don't know what their contract terms are with Masai, but he didn't come cheap. Rick Welts did not come cheap to come out of retirement. They dipped under the luxury tax this year, but that's because they were going to win 20-something games. If they're a contender, they'll pay. But the third reason that this was a very attractive job is, in a bizarre way, kind of the same reason that Luka Doncic isn't on the roster anymore. And that's because Patrick Dumont is not going to be a meddling owner. He's going to trust his basketball people to make basketball decisions. Now, he learned the hard way. If you take that approach, you better have good basketball people, and people needs to be plural. There needs to be communication within the organization. There needs to be collaboration within the organization. These are things that they really valued and believed that Masai Ujiri can bring in. They believe he's a proven culture builder as well as a roster builder. But this isn't going to be a case where, you have a guy like, an owner like, just trying to think of an example, like a Mark Cuban who, might just overrule you and call an owner and make a trade that you didn't want to make. Like, you are going to have the opportunity to do your job with great resources and a guy to build around.
I could listen to McMahon kick Cuban in the nuts for 3 straight hours, and he had a couple of other shots in that interview, which we're not going to play. But that is Tim McMahon explaining, and Windhorst agreed, why this was such an attractive job despite all the upheaval and the chaos. Since you know what.
Yeah, the thing that stands out most to me there, and it was such a quick throwaway comment, what the hell exactly are they paying a lot of money to Rick Welts to do, was what I want to know. I want to know why. Boy, he is, I view Welts so far as a big bag of nothing, other than being PR problems for them. But, yeah, I mean, there's going to be an attractiveness here, even with some of the restrictions that they have on what they've got with their capital moving into the future and everything like that, because you have Cooper Flagg, you have whoever's coming in here is going to get a lot of autonomy to just kind of do things the way that they want. It's sort of a blank canvas, and there's attractiveness that would be attractive. That it's just you're going to have to be precise. You're going to have to navigate a lot of issues with cap and not having a lot of resources, and look to create miracles in terms of creating draft capital.
Well, Bobby, I'd like to thank you. Because you let me have my first 10 minutes of celebration here, and now you can get to. I just didn't want to. I didn't want to go left in the first 3 minutes of the show. Now you can give your real, true, honest thoughts on why you're not as blown away by this as everybody else, as you stated last night.
It's fine.
How could it be just fine?
Because if you look at everything he did post-title, his moves sucked. Everything post-title was bad. He's got this weird obsession with Jakob Poeltl, where he's traded for him multiple times. He gave him $20 million a year and then threw another $25 million extension on him before he walked out the door. That was really bad. He did not get enough for OG Anunoby. That wasn't enough in that trade. Like, he got ripped for getting such little in return for Pascal Siakam. Like, a lot of his moves became problematic at the end. Now, he was pushed out for another reason, and Raptors fans didn't want him to go. But yeah, lightning in a bottle, made a lot of really good moves to get them that title in 2019. That was 7 years ago. Yeah. And then since then, he had not really performed.
And I wonder if the Kawhi move that he gets so much credit for is kind of like the Kyrie move here.
Exactly what I was thinking of. Which you've said before, like, what were you going to do? You had to go get somebody.
Yeah.
So did you get a lot of credit for just saying, well, I got to go get him? And everybody knows Kawhi was good. He didn't get him the following offseason. And shouldn't have, like, bowed and kowtowed to everything that he wanted.
Like, you're Toronto, you roll the dice. The whole Kawhi mystery with the medical stuff that started in San Antonio, with the way he was being managed and he was being a diva or dramatic there. If you're the Toronto Raptors and you have Drake and nothing else, you're like, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. And it worked out.
I did want to look and see past all the Toronto niceties. I was looking on Raptors Reddit yesterday, and I was trying to see who are the negative people. I'm curious what they're saying about it. Why would, because everybody else is saying all these positive things. What are they saying? And some of the comments you saw in there, oh my God, Masai's going to surround Coop with no shooters. Somebody said, Coop and a legion of 6'9" wingers, here we come. Somebody else says, good hire, but Jakob Poeltl traded to the Mavericks tomorrow. Somebody said, get ready to learn no more spacing, Cooper Flagg.
Oh!
And those are the biggest criticisms you see, is that his biggest downfall post-Kawhi was he thought, the most consistent criticism I saw from people was he thought you could develop shooting. Like, if you're a bad shooter, we can create it in you.
Yeah.
And that became a big problem for them, where eventually he had to start saying, no, we got to acquire shooters.
All right. Good to get the bad with the good. Chris Mannix, NBA Insider, will join us at 8 o'clock. Are you over the moon like me? Or are you asking, why has he been out of the league and why did it end in Toronto like Bobby? That is why the Franklin LaFranco fan text exists at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Masai Ujiri is your new boss in charge of basketball operations for the Dallas Mavericks, with the draft just days away. How fixed is your Dallas Cowboys defense? Brian Schottenheimer, Christian Parker, and you answer it next on Sean and Bobby 105.3 The Fan. But there is no better
the old way. Record, replay, regret. DFW Security has the new way with remote video monitoring powered by Alarm.com. Detect, deter, and defend. Stop crime before it starts with DFWSecurity.com.
DFWSecurity.com.
A new player decision maker on the Mavs.
The Dallas Mavericks are hiring Masai Ujiri as the team's new president and alternate governor, according to Shams Charania and Tim McMahon of ESPN.
And we react.
I think this is a positive hire for the Mavericks for sure.
You'll never have to wait around for breaking sports news here. Turn it on and leave it on 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, to go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the star on 105.3 The Fan.
Fill in the blank, ladies and gentlemen, please, on the Frankel and Frankel fan text, the fan cam, Twitch, YouTube, however you see fit here on Sean and Bobby. Pepe back tomorrow, Choppy out this week on vacay. We got Jacob Ray in Peyton's spot. This is Inside the Star and your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys defense is now what? 877-881-1053. Brian Schottenheimer over the weekend at rookie minicamp assessing the defense post-draft.
I heard Christian comments, and it's funny. I mean, he's learned so much from Vic, but he's going to put his stamp on this based off of what fits our personnel, and whether that's playing nickel 51, whether it's playing nickel 4-2, how much base we play, all of that. But he and I have had these conversations from the minute he got hired that, we wouldn't be able to finalize the foundation of what we're going to be built on until after the draft. Not that the talent acquisition piece ever stops. It doesn't stop. But now we know the for the most part what our roster is going to look like. Now is when those big decisions are made, and just being around him these last couple of days since the draft, it's very clear we've got a starting point in a direction of what it's going to look like, and it's no different than what he sat up here and said with his introductory press conference. We're going to be multiple, but in terms of the starting point, is it potentially nickel? Yeah, I mean, there's a really good chance that that's what it is, and we'll see how much these guys handle.
Yeah, the amount that they're going to be in any sort of just one look, I think, is not going to be often. Sorry, I thought I had to sneeze there. The amount that they'll be in any one look is not going to be very free. Jeez. Boy, it was hanging right there. They're going to be in these different...
I needed a Zyrtec this morning. I was like, all right, are they still downstairs? Because I forgot to grab one driving into work.
That's just the worst spot to be in, though, is that little, half spot between where it's is it going to come out or not? But no, they're going to have a ton of different 5-down looks. They're going to be in base. They're going to be in just general 4-2-5 nickel looks. They're going to change it up. That's why they needed as much flexibility as they did. They need guys who can do a lot of different things so that they can morph their personnel moment to moment.
I'm a sucker for when a lot of changes are made and someone tweets out your new lineup. Like when baseball moves are made, I love just looking at it. It's why, in Madden, I loved Dan Snyder early on because I was just putting Bruce Smith and Jeff George and Deion Sanders. I was moving and shaking. I was and I'm just dreaming of the possibilities. And I got one sent to me from Atolo with pictures and the Cowboys' names and everything. Give me their starting lineup and I know you're saying they're going to shift and they're going to move and they're going to be multiple and all that, but just give me the one that we'll probably see out there the most, with new names included, of course.
Week 1, probably, they'll be in nickel most frequently. They'll be in 4-2-5. So that would probably be Rashawn Gary, and assuming health for everybody, Rashawn Gary, Donovan Ezeraku, Kenny Clark, and Quinnen Williams on the interior.
Now, right there, that sounds exciting, with Ezeraku being, to me, the biggest question mark. Now, Kenny Clark is going to be a question mark for me as well, because I was hoping for a little bit more from Kenny last year. But when you say Gary, new. Quinnen, he's getting forgotten in this whole thing with what an absolute freaking monster and beast the entire league knows that he is. Kenny Clark, Christian Parker, what he said about him from the Green Bay days, and then Ezeraku. 3 of that 4 to me is really exciting.
Yeah, you're getting somebody who knows how to optimize Kenny Clark and use him to the best of his abilities and has a really clear idea of how he wants to use him. So that front right there, your linebackers, again, if healthy, it's Overshown and D. Winters probably is what it looks like right now, which as long as Overshown bounces back, D. Winters is a good NFL starting linebacker. Like he is a capable linebacker. That works for you if that's what it is. And then your safeties are Malik Hooker and Jalen Thompson. Your outside corners are probably Bland and Revel. And then your nickel is Downs is probably what it looks like, with obviously some rotation in there for Kobe Durant, PJ Locke, guys like that, but that's the primary look on the field.
And that's going to be Overshown and Revel. Like, the number one thing I want to hear about them this offseason is not picking up the defense and not being one with Christian Parker. I need to hear that they are good to go health-wise when we are in California.
From a combined health and ability standpoint, where do you rank your confidence in Bland, Revel, and Overshown?
Bland's 1 in terms of the most confidence.
Okay.
And then I was probably just going to go in that order with Revel, then Overshown. That's my order.
Ooh,
Bland,
so Overshown's last just because of all the injury concerns? I think I'd still have Revel last.
Are you asking how they're going to end up or how they're going to be?
Just your confidence
when the season starts.
Yeah, your confidence in being able to count on them. Like, I know they're going to be healthy and I know they're going to give me good football. Like, because none of those 3 you can be totally confident in that equation.
Like, I believe in the Overshown ability more than Revel, but
yeah, because Overshown's got to show me he can be healthy and he can be good, because he hasn't shown me either yet.
Well, Overshown showed more, in my opinion. That rookie year was
Did I just say Overshown?
I thought so.
Oh, my bad. I meant Revel. Revel's got to show me he can be good and healthy.
Totally
Revel,
agree.
I've not seen him do either yet.
Totally agree. Brian Schottenheimer, first impressions of hearing the new defensive coaches teach.
It was great. It was great for me just to hear the type of teachers they are with the guys, the way they preach fundamentals and teach fundamentals. And the cool thing with the small numbers like we have right now, Todd, is you're able to kind of, you teach the drills in the classroom, then we'll go into walkthrough, and we'll do the walkthrough. We'll kind of teach them half speed. Then you go out there. I do have to remind a few of those guys, the coaches, that these guys haven't been doing much. I use a guy like Malachi Lawrence, who had 16 or 17 top 30 visits. We got to be smart with these guys with what we do. And as coaches, we're just so excited to have them in the building. But I think the defensive staff as a whole, tremendous teachers, tremendous motivators. But what excites me the most is their ability to teach the fundamentals on the grass.
Yeah, Shotty elaborated even more over the weekend, saying none of these guys are in great shape right now. You might have seen a few getting sick yesterday, a little bit of vomiting going on.
Just a little. Little bit of correction there, too, for that young coaching staff on the defensive side. Very subtle, but he is talking about, like, I have to kind of gently remind them, like, guys, remember how much they've actually been doing field work here. This is first day back. Like, let's not get over jacked up to like, oh, let's really come out here and make our mark. Those are the sort of little things that a new coaching staff is going to struggle with. Like, it's such a young coaching staff that doesn't have a lot of experience in the areas that they're being asked to do. I mean, you look at their linebackers coach is new to the NFL. Their secondary coach has never managed an entire secondary before. Their defensive coordinator is a first-time play caller. Like, there are a lot of new things about their defensive coaching staff.
How comfortable does Christian Parker look in his first time as DC?
What helps him, Nick, is the conviction. He knows what he wants. He does a great job getting his staff together and painting that picture. But I will say, like, he's very, very comfortable walking around and observing his staff. When I became a coordinator at 32, I was probably a little bit more of a micromanager. It's not a good thing, but like I was coaching the quarterback still and all that stuff. But I think, again, it shows some of his maturity that, hey, I've trained these coaches on what I want, what I expect, and I'm going to go make sure they're giving me what I've requested. But at the same time, it was really cool to see him grab Caleb after Caleb did some of the safety training with Smitty, Ryan Smith, and Rob Muschamp and Derek Ansley, to see those guys kind of watch CP take Caleb into the nickel stuff and some of the pattern match stuff and footwork stuff. And the guy's an elite coach. And I told him last night, I said, hey, you can't do enough of that, because, again, he is an expert, and the guys he's trained, speaks for itself.
The quote that got me over the weekend, Shotty saying, I can't get Christian Parker to leave the building. I kind of see myself as a grinder, and I'm always out there before he is. I'm always out of there. He just loves it. So cannot get CP out of the building.
Man, he is that little note he had there, too, about the way that he lets his staff work, which that sounds like a small thing, but like where Shotty's saying, like, I micromanaged too much early in my career, and CP's not doing that. When you talk to people over there, that is one of the more consistent feedback items you've heard so far about Christian Parker, is that he had a clear vision of what kind of assistants he wanted to hire under him, and he has let them all do their jobs. And not just let them do their jobs, but done it in an empowering, like, you take responsibility sort of way of, like, I'm not holding your hand. I got a lot to do around here. You were hired to do this. And so not like he's needed to do a lot, but just very communicative to guys of like, hey, I'm going to trust you. Let's make sure we're all unified in the vision, and then I can just trust you to implement that because I know what kind of a coach you are. And he's gotten a lot of high marks for that so far with people over there.
Here's Christian Parker on how the rebuilding process of the defense has gone so far.
I think we've done a good job. I think, the Joneses and Will and their staff over there, they've done a good job just assessing and evaluating talent, bringing players to us. We're having great dialogue on what the schematic fits are, what we're looking for, what we expect those guys to do in different situations. If we have this, then maybe we don't have that, and kind of how to piece it all together, because the defense is going to get formed about the personnel that we have. But their process has been very thorough in terms of just accumulating the talent. I feel like it was a very collaborative approach, from Will to the Joneses to Klein Kubiak to Shai to the position coaches. I mean, there's a whole lot of dialogue. You're getting different perspectives. People are responsible for looking at certain things and gathering certain information. So I think as we...
The number one word that has defined Christian Parker as a Cowboy defensive coordinator, to me, is versatility or versatile. All these different draft picks, when they flash the profile on NFL Network or ESPN, I'm usually seeing the V word. Why so much emphasis on that, CP?
Yeah, I think naturally, like, really good football players that are smart and play the right way and play with intensity, like, those are naturally going to be versatile players. Now, you don't need everybody to play versatile. Like, everybody doesn't have to play in multiple spots. You want guys to get good at one spot. If they can do multiple jobs and wear multiple hats, that is what it is. But I wouldn't say we were seeking to find as many players that could play, It's not like, other sports where you got to play both. You know what I'm saying? If we can have a guy just play safety and we have the best nickel, we're going to do that. If it's a guy that we want to play in one position in base, one position in nickel, we're going to do that too. So I think we just wanted as many good players as we could find.
That's interesting, too, to think about, just that he's saying that we all look at it as though they're targeting this sort of multiple versatile player, which I think in a lot of ways they are. But he's, again, saying he's just like, no, it's generally, if you're going to talk about, you have to have somebody smart and you have to have somebody with this kind of ability, well, then naturally they're going to be able to do both. It's more like it's just, well, if I'm describing this, naturally it's also going to be this, because if you're smart, you generally can do other things. If you're athletic, you can do other things. As long as you can couple those things together, we can get you to do both.
You can't just, your build can stop you from doing certain... Like, I feel bad for Jadeveon, man. I feel bad for Clowney. It's amazing after having someone here for 1 year, because I always looked at him as this soulless mercenary going around the league, kind of an underachiever overall from the freak college highlights, and he came here, he balled out. He
in it for a buck. I'll go get the quarterback for you for a year, give me my check, and I'm out of here.
Yeah, and then they're like, you can't do everything we want. Get up out of here. Poor Jadeveon on the street.
And you can't do everything. Yeah, you're right. You can't do everything if you have those things. But I think what he's saying there is just naturally, like, you generally, if you're smart and athletic, you can do more than one thing at least, and we can get you to do some other things.
The most uncomfortable press conference of the sports year so far. Is this the new bad boy in sports? You got to hear this. It's cringy. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up with trade.
making The Fan DFW's #1 rated sports station so far in 2026. To those of you that TOLO, which means turn it on and leave it on The Fan, you're appreciated.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Walker scoops it up, speeding through center. Walker in over the line, got it for Hall. Hall, strong move coming in toward the net. They score! Taylor Hall wins it in Game 2.
That's the call last night in the NHL playoffs. Carolina beats Filthy in overtime. They lead the Flyers 2-0 after the 3-2 win, and Vegas takes the lead over the Ducks with a 3-1 victory. They lead that series 1-0. This is Sean and RJ, Choppy and Pepe out on vacation. We got Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt and Jacob Ray running the Odyssey app. Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So the boss yesterday sent over this audio that made Bobby Belt. It takes a lot to make Bobby uncomfortable. His role in life is to make other people uncomfortable, particularly K and C in the first 10 minutes of their opening segment when he sits in sometimes.
Or Gavin Dawson, who apparently was very upset at me the other day.
For?
Broadus left these 1999 Oreos in here thinking I would just eat them.
That's an awesome box.
And he didn't realize that, he thought I would just go Oreos and, eat them, not realizing they were 26 years old. So after they told me that's why Broadus left them in here.
26 years old?
I don't know.
They're 26 years old. Yeah, they're from...
I ate one of them the other day.
That was stupid. Yeah, they're old, dude.
Oh, no.
Yeah, how would you tell? It's an awesome...
No, I could tell.
Box.
I could tell. They tasted different.
No. You wouldn't be able to tell before eating it.
I couldn't.
One, it says 1999 on the case.
Okay.
And then when you look at them, it's clearly old packaging and they don't look right.
Okay.
So explains a lot.
But, you can smell them opening it. So... I had just crumbled up some of the cookies and I left them on Brian's seat, or on his table. And KNC said Dawson walked in here the other day with childish and then cleaned it up.
Oh.
So he didn't like that.
It wasn't even on his side.
I know, but he still thought it was childish.
Okay.
Which it was, but so was trying to leave me 27-year-old cookies to eat, Brian.
So Gavin Spittle sends over this Toronto Maple Leafs press conference where I guess they're hiring. I love when people say, explain this in football terms, and everything was a Dallas Cowboy analogy in this. But the Toronto Maple Leafs, I guess, hired this bad boy as their next general manager, some young whiz kid who has been run out of other organizations for cheating allegations, backstabbing, disrespecting legends, all of it.
Oh, then we have the exact football comparison, don't we? That's Trent Baalke. That's when Jacksonville was getting crushed for, why do you have this guy? Literally nobody will come work with you. Anyway, that sounds like Trent Baalke to me. So,
the name of this guy who I'm going to follow now is John Chayka. John Chayka. And is he sitting up here? He's sitting up here at this press conference? Isn't that what Gavin said?
Yep.
He's here sitting on the stage next to the Toronto front office, and this reporter goes in.
Steve Simmons, Toronto Sun, for Keith. You talk about the due diligence that you did on John prior to hiring him and now hiring him. In the past, say, 3 to 4 days, I have been in contact with about 20 people who work in the National Hockey League, many of whom are prominent names that we would all know. And of the 20 people I spoke to, one was supportive of John's hiring, and the other 19 thought it was a sham, to be perfectly honest. Words were used like con artist, liar, salesman. How did you come to a different conclusion that I was able to come to in a very short time?
I must have talked to different people.
That's it? Because I'm telling you, the hockey world today is astounded by this announcement.
Okay.
And your response to that?
Is we've conducted due diligence, and it was deep due diligence. It was a thorough process, and I'm quite happy with where we've landed.
Bad answer. That's uncomfortable.
I'm blaming the reporter. I thought it was a good answer.
No, because I think it's just generalized. Okay. We talked to different people. I think a good answer is you don't have to name who they are, but you can say, I talked to one person that he worked with here. They said that he had high character. He did this. It does sound like they probably didn't interview enough people if they couldn't come up with examples of why they felt the way they did.
The reason I say it's a good answer, don't give this. And this reporter, I think everything that he's kind of summarizing is correct based upon this guy's history, who was hired as a 26-year-old GM with the Coyotes. 10 years ago, he was hired. But this guy's also self-important, making it about himself, being really dramatic. He sounds like he's about to cry over the hire because he's so emotional.
Or maybe he was just nervous to say something so uncomfortable to somebody.
This is like John Lynch being asked, who's that whore? That
Grant Cohn?
Yeah. You knew exactly who I was talking about.
That little whore. Grant Cohn. Yeah, that whore.
Yeah, that whore. He's sitting there in the Niners press conference, and every year you reach, and John Lynch, don't give it any air. Don't breathe any life into it. John Lynch is like, well, we had different evaluations from the people that you're reading online. All your little internet mock experts, we had a different viewpoint. And don't sit there and make him as famous as he wants to be.
But if you were to reverse that, wouldn't we be equally as fed up with, if Dumont got pressed on some of the Nico stuff? It was like, hey, people are saying this about Nico and people are saying that about Nico. And then he was like, well, we talked to different people and so be it.
Yeah.
Then we would all have been like, you're trying to silence dissent again. Or if the Cowboys went out and hired, I'm trying to think, Urban Meyer. Let's say the Cowboys would have hired Urban Meyer instead of Brian Schottenheimer the last time. If everybody would have said, hey, what was up with this, and then the Jones were like, we talked to different people, we would all be like, that's not a good enough answer.
And I would expect and hope that the Cowboys would answer those questions if they were asked in the way that you just posed them. But when it is...
Yeah, it was an aggressive line of questioning.
A very aggressive line. Let's hear it again to make you uncomfortable.
Steve Simmons, Toronto Sun, for Keith. You talk about the due diligence that you did on John prior to hiring him and now hiring him. In the past, say, 3 to 4 days, I have been in contact with about 20 people who work in the National Hockey League, many of whom are prominent names that we would all know. And of the 20 people I spoke to, one was supportive of John's hiring, and the other 19 thought it was a sham, to be perfectly honest. Words were used like con artist, liar, salesman. How did you come to a different conclusion that I was able to come to in a very short time?
I must have talked to different people.
That's it? Because I'm telling you, the hockey world today is astounded by this announcement.
Okay.
And your response to that?
Is we've conducted due diligence, and it was deep due diligence. It was a thorough process, and I'm quite happy with where we've landed.
PFT from Barstool said, can you explain this to me in NFL terms? And the first 3 answers are related, of course, to America's team. It'd be like the Cowboys hiring Jim Tomsula. I think this might be worse. The Cowboys saying they did all their due diligence to hire the right candidate. Then the reporter said 20 league sources said this was a laughable hire. And the guy that did the due diligence said the people he talked to liked the hire. Cowboys hiring a young Bill O'Brien, who had previously been suspended by the league. No, I think this is actually worse. Diana Rossini asking Petrino why he wasn't faithful to the Falcons. The Cowboys hiring Urban Meyer. So there you go, Bob. That was one of your examples. And I asked Reitman in the hallway, is this reporter known to be, is he a whore too? Is he also a whore? And he's like, he doesn't have the best reputation. Don't get me wrong. It looks like an absolutely terrible hire. This guy sounds like and reads like an absolute weasel. I'm not defending the organization in hiring him. I just like the way that the Maple Leafs ownership handled the response to that.
Which the Maple Leafs fandom was replying. So I guess he does have a reputation because they went, the replies were like, holy cow, Simmons still has his fastball. Good to see. Oh, Simmons is still with us. This is nice. And so
he quit one day before his team's postseason run. He's like, I just couldn't get along with ownership. He got suspended by Gary Bettman because of conduct detrimental. I guess he was organizing his own workouts. He was breaking the CBA rules and laws over that. Illegal pre-draft testing of prospects out of the combine. Arizona had to forfeit a second-round pick, and he has not had a front office position since his suspension. Wow.
And
so this is controversial.
And Steve Simmons apparently decided to start unloading some of what he was hearing about this guy in an article yesterday. And one of the things he talked about was that while this guy was with the Arizona Coyotes, his office had 6 computer terminals set up like a Wall Street trading desk with data visible on the screens to impress visitors. Like, oh, look, he's looking at all these different analytics and things like that. They eventually in Arizona realized that the setup was completely fake. They said 5 of the 6 terminals didn't even work, and the data on the screens was basically fake information that he would put up there. This dude sounds like a total con artist. This really does sound like somebody who, like, what's the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio and Tom Hanks?
Catch Me If You Can.
Yeah, Catch Me If You Can. Like he sounds like Leonardo DiCaprio, just kind of like faking his way from job to job, and everybody keeps hiring him. So.
I'm interested in Toronto now. I'm interested in the Maple Leafs. So that is the press conference that went down yesterday. The Mavericks are going to have a press conference today to talk about the Messiah.
Got you down.
Brian Windhorst on why this was such an attractive job for Masai Ujiri, who's coming to take over for Nico. We'll talk about it and celebrate it after this. And this is DFW Security, and it is powered by Alarm.com. Security systems, cameras, access control, and more. 30-plus years protecting the Metroplex. They're local. They're committed to bringing value and peace of mind to you. They live and work here just like you, experienced. All technicians are licensed, experienced, background check, drug-tested employees, no subcontractors. And, of course, they are innovative. That is where the Alarm.com part comes in. As they continue to go new school with their technology, they're dedicated to making leading-edge protection and smart technology affordable for you. Residential, small business, commercial, it does not matter. They got the home security systems, the home security cameras, the small business solutions, smart home alarm monitoring, commercial security, and more. Stop on by, tell them Sean for the Fans sent you. They'll know exactly what you're talking about when you tell them you're a Tolo at dfwsecurity.com. At least have the conversation if you're serious about protecting your home and business with dfwsecurity.com.
dfwsecurity.com. When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say,
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Tolo, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
With 3 fouls. Double from Bridges. And again, right into the hands of Brunson. And Anobi. The shot, and slam.
That's the call last night of the New York Knicks' destruction of the 76ers Game 1 at MSG. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean Shreve, Bobby Bell with you here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We have a Dallas Cowboy game created by Roberto for you to participate in. 7:20 commercial free in the expressway, and then 2 special guests for Ask Reddit at 7:40. The story last night is Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves stealing Game 1 in San Antonio. Spurs with a chance to win it from 3 comes up short, but Anthony Edwards surprising the entire league by showing up for Game 1 Wolves lead.
Yeah, and this is continues a string of just beatdowns for the Knicks. It's the 3rd straight game that they've won by at least 29. And I saw the note while we were up here during a break in the Knicks game that the Sixers are the first team in playoff history to lose multiple Game 1s by 25 or more. Because normally if you're getting beat down by 25 or more in Game 1...
That's one of the biggest things I've had to change about my NBA playoff watching. When I see someone lose by 30 and I'm like, series over, their soul is taken.
Yeah.
This is finished. No, not in today's NBA.
No, because,
it happened twice to them in the Boston series.
The Pistons were down 24 and won a game. We read an article.
And I'm not even talking about coming back for the game. I'm talking about when they suffer that loss.
Yeah, even getting beat down like that. You don't feel like they're just some lost cause.
Going back to that Bulls-Utah game, when you watch it in The Last Dance, and it's like, all right, this is over and done. I think Utah, I think, still took it to 6 or came back and won.
Yeah, where they scored like 54 points or whatever the hell it was, which is just gross. But no, this has been
Orlando would have dreamed of that.
This has been a good playoff run for the NBA to this point. Getting that Timberwolves series is huge. Getting Ant Edwards back in time for Game 1, because that was just looking like, all right, this is going to be San Antonio able to just kind of knife through them. They were like double-digit favorites heading into that game. And then for Minnesota to be able to pull that one out on the road and Ant Edwards to show up and just kind of Willis Reed the thing of just, here I am, I'm making my presence felt. I think that was huge for the NBA.
But the big story here is the Dallas Mavericks hiring former Toronto Raptors executive Masai Ujiri to be their team president and alternate governor. Now, Mark Stein is also adding that Masai is expected to name a general manager to work alongside him. So he's going to be meeting with Michael Finley and Matt Riccardi in the coming days. On the Hoop Collective podcast, Tim McMahon, Mavs insider, Brian Windhorst, ESPN national NBA analysts were discussing whether Ujiri was actually Maverick option number 1. Here's Tim.
If they believed Tim Connolly would have been granted permission to have discussions with him, I don't know if they wait or not. I can't sit there and tell you that for sure. If Bob Myers would have taken this job and relocated to L.A., then I think it might be Bob Myers. But this wasn't like a late pivot necessarily to Masai. It was a very quiet, months-long conversations with him. Like he first met with Patrick Dumont. I was told it was a 4-hour lunch in Las Vegas in December. And so that's when the process started with him. And, everything was handled as quietly as they possibly could.
Patrick Dumont, have not said this very often. Well done, sir. Well done. This is the number 1 realistic name that I at least wanted. I had said this a couple of months ago. Did not know that it was this possible, but Patrick Dumont was working on it behind the scenes, and Brian Windhorst says this is a job that is considered very, very attractive.
This was a pretty highly desired job in the league, and their standard was very high as well.
Yeah.
And frankly, getting the opportunity to build around Cooper Flagg is a massive responsibility.
And opportunity.
So, yeah, absolutely. And so This is a premium job. By the way, just in case it's forgotten, I doubt it would be, but the Adelson family is the second richest owners in the NBA after Steve Ballmer. So you're talking about immense resources here, and so it was really what they were looking for. And it's not to say that they couldn't find somebody without experience who wouldn't be great at it. They were looking for a premium hire.
Correct.
Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't.
And everyone on that podcast said there was just no way that Dumont could or was going to go with someone inexperienced because he couldn't risk another Nico disaster.
No, that was the biggest thing, is that you couldn't have the same sort of approach of just, I'm going to find one lieutenant and just put my blind faith in him without the track record. Now, I am going to give the tiniest bit of covering fire to Patrick Dumont, just the very slightest, which is it would potentially, when you walk in there and you don't know a whole lot and you've kind of taken over, it would stand to reason probably that you'd look at it and go like, oh, he knows what he's doing. Like they've been to the finals, and so like. I don't think it's absurd for him to have looked at it and gone like, oh, Nico knows what he's doing. Well, the problem was that he narrowed the focus so much to just this guy and no one else without like actually outsourcing and going through an interview process. He just trusted what he saw were results, not understanding why those results were what they were.
And maybe listen to just one voice, too much. Mm-hmm. But it's like I said when the Luka thing went down, Cowboy fans would kill to get Patrick Dumont's ownership style in Frisco, in place of Jerry. Like, hands off, go in the other room, give the tours.
Trust the people to do their jobs.
To do their jobs. And obviously it backfired. Now we have Tim McMahon on the actual Maverick Challenge ahead.
Look, Masai's background, he came up as a scout, and that's going to be critical because they're going to have to nail some draft picks, and they're going to have to nail some late draft picks. They do have a lottery pick this year. And as we've mentioned many times, that's the last pick of their own they control until 2031. And so to build around Cooper Flagg, they're going to they got the Thunder's pick this year at number 30. They've got to swap with the Thunder next year. I'm going to guess it's going to be 29 or 30. They've got to swap with the Spurs in 2030. I'm going to guess that's going to be a pretty late pick. They need Masai Ujiri to find a Pascal Siakam or two. Which obviously he was able to do.
The amount of pressure on this pick right now at 8 as it stands is so immense because of what Tim just laid out there. And again, you didn't end up at 6 like I was thinking they'd be resigned to during the course of the regular season. You ended up at 8, outside, in many people's mocks, outside of Acuff, of Keaton, of Flemings, of Boozer, and obviously of AJ, and then you throw in Darren Peterson. Outside of all of it.
Yeah, they've got to. This has been so critical because of the position that they've found themselves in. And, God, you could really stand to get a lucky bounce of some ping pong balls as well and just put yourself in a better position to get a real top-tier player. But, I mean, that's the thing is that we were talking about it in the first segment. His track record is one of somebody who is able to find strong role players and maximize the value. Some of the stuff at the end of his tenure wasn't great in terms of the contracts he gave out and some of the trades that he made, but consistently throughout his time there, he found role players who maximize their abilities. And if Cooper Flagg is your guy, you just need to surround him with guys that can complement his game and create a fully orbed unit.
Some of the downside, because again, I am FAF. And Bobby planted that seed in my mind. I just went for an internet summary of Ujiri in Toronto. Here are the bullet points. Poor asset management. A major point of contention has been Ujiri's tendency to lose key players for nothing in free agency. Since 2019, players like Marc Gasol, Serge Ibaka, Van Vliet left the team as free agents without the Raptors receiving any trade assets in return. The treadmill of mediocrity, something I always think of with Mark Cuban, making that, saying famous. Mm-hmm. The Raptors became rudderless under his leadership after 2020, often accused of overvaluing his own players and would not commit to a full rebuild or a major win-now mode. They were stuck in competitive limbo, many people would say. Salary cap constraints. They committed significant money to players like Scotty Barnes, Emmanuel Quickley, and Kelly Olynyk, leading to a salary cap crunch. And critics felt you limited your roster with upside, and then cold-blooded decisions like the DeMar. Do you remember DeMar DeRozan leaving there?
I remember him getting traded. I don't remember it being particularly cold-blooded.
Oh, because DeMar DeRozan wanted to bleed purple for the rest of his life.
Yeah,
and he was best friends there, right? He had best friend relationships, and they're like, no, get up out of here. Does not matter. So some people think he has a my way or the highway approach. Well, Patrick Dumont is bring it all here. We'll take whatever bad there is with all this good and the championship ring and two-time executive year that you have on your resume. And Chris Mannix will join us, NBA Insider at 8. He tweeted, Dumont loves the cachet that Ujiri brings, former exec of the year, giving him an edge over Dennis Lindsey, the other finalist. So Dennis Lindsey is someone that has been mentioned around here for a while. Now a Detroit Pistons executive. Did not happen, obviously.
Ujiri, his final round there in Toronto, somebody I'd seen this recap of it from about a year ago. They said that he left the roster with Ingram making $38 million, Scotty Barnes making $38.5, RJ Barrett making $28, Emmanuel Quickley making $32.5, and Pirtle making $19.5. And they said, WTF even is that? $157 million for those 5 next year is insane.
The only thing I can really think of, and we'll ask Mannix, he'll have the answers. He's been covering the league forever. The only thing I can think of is when the Blue Jays would spend on someone, everyone would say they have to overspend. You have to overspend to get someone there in Toronto. So I'm hoping it wasn't a total over-evaluation of your own players. It's okay, are we really going to get a ton of free agents? We have to pay these guys more? I do not know. That's the excuse I'm trying to create in my mind.
Well, you know what was being chattered about among Raptors fans yesterday after all this? I went, Giannis to the Mavs. Because Ujiri's relationship with Giannis is apparently super tight and somebody that he's been going after for years with the Raptors. And so if he's finally available and he's back in the fold, maybe he's able to work something out and flip it over there.
Would you mess around with pick 6?
Yeah. I would for Giannis. Yeah, throw Giannis and Flag out there, then yeah, you can throw whoever you want out there around him.
McMahon reports that Mark Cuban was not consulted over this hire. Cuban sat down with Front Office Sports and was asked, did he already want to buy the Mavericks back?
You don't miss it? You don't want to buy it back?
If there was any chance of being able to do that anymore, I would, but that's just not the game anymore.
Okay. There were reports that you want to buy back the team.
No, what happened was a bunch of people had contacted me. They weren't happy with the way things were. And I was like, look, if you can get them to sell, I'll be more than happy to contribute my equity, et cetera, and help. But, I didn't expect them to materialize. I told them I didn't think it would happen, that I didn't think that the Adelsons had any interest in selling, and they don't.
I can't wrap my brain around this, because I can't remember someone selling something so large and so quickly making the U-turn to say, I want it back. It's like selling your house and then 2 months later saying, no, let's go ahead and reverse the transaction. Is he talking about just to be part of a... I'm going to answer my own question here, because Cuban's ego is so large and he thinks he's so brilliant with basketball. I was trying to give him the out and thinking he just wants to be part of an ownership group to take it away from the Adelsons' hands, and he's just part of something. But Mark would want to be in control. Mark would want to have major basketball say.
No, Jerry has consistently said, I bought a profession. I bought a career is what I did when I bought the Dallas Cowboys. Mark bought a profession and thought he had done enough to, when he sold it, be thought of as basketball guy that could retain that job. And they were like, no. And then he got pushed out from it, and he realized pretty quickly, oh, no, the only way I have this job in basketball is if I purchase it. And I think that's where he's feeling the regret now, is because he lost the job title he purchased.
Someone is saying, Chris Mannix at 8 o'clock, let us know your Mavericks excitement with the press conference today at 2 o'clock for Masai Ujiri. We will be all in the full recap tomorrow here on Sean and RJ. Someone is saying the Cowboys may have the Rookie of the Year, and it's not Caleb Downs. We go commercial free in the expressway, and a new little Cowboy game that Bobby Belt has cooked up along with Ask Reddit next on The Fan. But they are chosen by the people and feared by
He wants people to see how fun he's like how much fun he's having. He's the classic like, if I didn't post it, nobody will know I had fun guy.
That horse ride he took was like, there's no way in hell I would have ever done that, because like 2 feet to the left is the drop off of a mountain.
Have you ever seen those videos of people like driving up Pikes Peak and stuff? That's what it was reminding me of watching him. Like, I was like, you could just.
No one's died with a horse freaking out. No, not one person has been tossed off a cliff.
Well, I mean, that's the good thing about Choppy being as heavy as he is right now. They couldn't toss him off.
All right, so yeah, the double patty pastrami burger not stopping the horse ride for RJ Choppy. RJ Choppy. We'll ask Reddit
pew, pew, pew.
At 7:40 this morning. NBA insider Chris Mannix on the Mavs, new hire. Let's talk about another Rookie of the Year.
Let's do it. We're going to focus on defensive Rookie of the Year here, but I've got a problem. I'm going to list real quick the offensive Rookie of the Year options. Ben Solak had written an article over at ESPN, and I think Ben's a really good writer. I've been aware of Ben for a long time, 10 years plus, like before he was over at ESPN. And he's always been a really sharp guy and somebody who I like the way he looks at things, kind of blending analytic thinking, X's and O's, and just like common sense. Ben was missing on this one, I think, just a little bit. But real quick, before we get to his defensive Rookie of the Year candidates, he lists top 15 potential names for each side of the ball. And on the offensive side, he said Fernando Mendoza was number 1. I don't know that he is. I don't think he's going to play that much.
No.
Jeremiah Love was 2. Then you got Carnell Tate. The concerning thing is some of the stuff you see here, like Makai Lemon being one of the 15 on here, or even somebody like third-round pick Antonio Williams for Washington being on this list as somebody that you could see being Rookie of the Year. But then he got to Defensive Rookie of the Year, and I did not like the way that he broke this down. He said Defensive Rookie of the Year is conveniently organized for prognosticators. Since 2000, 22 of the 26 winners have been first-round picks. The 4 players who didn't go in the first round were linebackers taken before 40. That's such an oddly specific, like, if you weren't a first-round pick, the other 4 winners are all linebackers taken between 33 and 40. So you're a top 40 pick if you've won Rookie of the Year in recent years, including last year's winner, Carson Schlesinger. Schlesinger was pick 33, first one on day 2. He said, sadly, there were no linebackers taken in the second round before number 40 this year. We can stretch our constraints slightly to fit 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 linebackers on day 2, and we will when we get down to the long shots. Otherwise, we're constrained to the first round. He talks about Arvell Reese and all these different players that are there. He says, for as special as Caleb Downs is, a safety has not won Defensive Rookie of the Year this century. They simply aren't around the ball enough. Downs is a candidate to spend more time in the slot given the needs of Dallas's defense. I am so tempted to keep him alive on the list in that I believe he's a spectacular player, but by the harsh reality of history, he must be cut. So he cut Caleb Downs from his top 15. I have a hard time seeing how, I understand if they haven't won before, safeties are being used a little differently now. And outside of the safeties being used differently, you've also got the fact that last year, the guy who finished second in Rookie of the Year was a safety. It was Nicky Manwari. And there was another safety there that was in the top 5 who got a first place vote, Xavier Watts. And so they've been guys who definitely would be in the top 15. And you would think Caleb Downs is likely, to me, to be the guy who is getting the most reps the most consistently out of all these players that were picked. And he's going to be out there all the time. So I don't think that exactly passes the smell test. But this was his list, and I'm going to read basically the guys who are in the NFC East mainly out of the 15, and then we'll go down to the larger list.
Let's hang on one sec, because Jake Ray, and I was very impressed that he knew this NFL player, given how young he is, going back in the day. But Jake found a Caleb Downs soundbite that's making some rounds.
Yeah, so I was doom scrolling one night and I came across this Chris
What
Carter.
is doom scrolling?
It's when you're laying in bed and it's time to go to sleep and you scroll for an hour.
Okay, I do that. I just didn't know it was doom.
Yep. Yeah, that's the Gen Z term for it. So I came across this clip of Chris Carter, obviously a Hall of Fame wide receiver from the Buckeyes, and he wore number 2 with the Buckeyes in his time. Well, he came across Caleb Downs on the sideline at Ohio State game. Here's his interaction with the Ohio State safety.
So it's the kickoff before the Oregon game, and I'm standing on the sideline, and I'm standing behind him. I'm reading like I don't know him. I'm like, hey, Downs, number 2, you got to be a bad dude to wear that number. I used to wear that number. I consider myself the best to ever wear it. I mean, he slowly looked over his shoulder, and smiled and said, until now.
Like it.
That's pretty good. I'll tell you what, he's something we haven't talked about enough. In fact, while I'm reading this, you may want to pull this up and go to YouTube and search Caleb Downs return. We are not talking enough about the fact that dude is an electric punt returner. Electric. If you can go pull it up, go look up Caleb Downs return. He was not asked to do it very much at Alabama or Ohio State. When he was asked to do it, he was a monster. And it's something that, when people talk about, is he that athletic or is he this or that? Yeah, he's athletic, and he's able to do a lot in the return game. I kind of hope they would throw him back there for a punt return or two every now and then, actually, because he's a monster at it. All right, over at ESPN, I'm going to read from the NFC East names that they have up here. First one, Arvell Reese. Ben Solak says it's harder for an off-the-ball linebacker to win this award than you might expect. Only 3 have since 2009 when Brian Cushing finished a 4-year run of stack linebackers bringing home the hardware. We simply value pass rushing far more than tackle collection in the modern NFL, but that might be good news for Reese, who figures to grab more pass rush reps and sacks than the average off-ball linebacker. The more we learn about the Giants' plan for him, the easier he'll be to predict. Right now, he's mostly theory. There was a little bit of last year when everybody had assumed that Abdul Carter was going to be a big player in the Rookie of the Year conversation, that the way that the Giants kind of varied his usage slowed him down a little bit, and he wasn't one of the top candidates. I could see that absolutely being the case with Arvell Reese. Next name on this list of the top candidates to be Defensive Rookie of the Year, Sonny Styles, linebacker from the Commanders. This is the comp we've gotten a lot. I think you read from it yesterday that people are saying Sonny Styles is just taller Bobby Wagner. And first thing to say here.
I was thinking to myself, who are the other linebackers? Are we limited on middle linebackers to compare people to? We got Urlacher, we got Kuechly, and we got Wagner. Ray?
Yeah, I think it's also that you don't want to.
None of those guys are older. Like that. It's kind of telling of the linebacker position and we got Warner. You know? So, I don't know. Sometimes when I hear he's Bobby Wagner, I'm like, are we just lacking other people to compare to recently?
I think they're scared to say other names at times.
Well, Bobby Wagner is a hell of a name.
Right, but nobody will ever say Patrick Willis. And then they really hesitate to say Kuechly. And so people generally don't want to throw out those names. But then also it's like, okay, if you don't throw out that name.
Patrick Willis better than Fred Warner?
Yes. Patrick Willis is, to me, I think, the best linebacker I've ever seen.
Whoa!
He's so good. It's just he was such a flash it was so fast, and he was gone.
I love Fred Warner.
Fred Warner's great.
Yeah.
Fred Warner's
you
really,
think Fred
really
Warner's
great.
a Hall of Famer?
Yes. Yeah,
okay.
I do. Or I think he will be by the time his career's over and we take a look at the whole thing. So long as he doesn't get slowed completely by injuries here at the end, then yeah, I think he will. But I mean, Willis played, 7 years?
Yeah.
Whatever he was. But they talk about Sonny Styles saying Bobby Wagner was a tackle vacuum for the Commanders, but can Styles do the same as he steps into his shoes? It's a towering task, but Styles also has the DB background and unique frame to make far more plays in the passing game than the average starting linebacker. Riddling out whether Styles can get 100% of the snaps in Week 1 with Frankie Louvu and Leo Chenal also on the depth chart is the key to defining just how strong of a candidate he is, but the blend of tackle production and pass coverage might be too much for voters to ignore. And this is Ben Solak's list over at ESPN of the top Defensive Rookie of the Year candidates. Did you get a chance to see Caleb Downs running around on punt returns yet?
Yeah, the first one I was like, he doesn't look that fast. And then I saw the one in the Bama uniform, and that one was much more impressive.
Got some wiggle. He can move. Ruben Bain is on this list. You've got some names like Caleb Banks, the defensive tackle for the Vikings, which doesn't seem like a better candidate than Caleb Downs to me. But you do end up...
This Caleb Banks pick is polarizing.
Yes.
It is fascinating. They're making it sound like this was
he went there.
Brian Flores pet project. That Flores was like, I don't care about all the questions, and I don't care about the injury, I think it was, that held him back. This guy can be an absolute freak show and a monster, and I know that you were very surprised over him getting selected there, so I can't wait to see how it works out for the defensive genius in Minnesota.
He's the most football player-looking non-football player you've ever seen. Like, he looks like a football player. He's massive. And you look at him and go like, man, that's the prototype. And then you watch him play and you go, oh, he doesn't know how to play. He has no instincts. And so that's the... I don't know. You'd have to really be banking on, man, the traits are there and we're going to be able to pull it out of him. But on this list, coming in at number 7 on the top 15 is a Dallas Cowboy, and it's Malachi Lawrence. He says it's unclear just how many snaps Lawrence will get in Dallas as second-year edge rusher Donovan Ezeraku and trade acquisition Rashawn Gary are also on the depth chart. But with new defensive coordinator Christian Parker, tons of snaps are up for grabs. Lawrence has elite explosive measurables and a better path to every down opportunities than late drafted pass rushers. He's the sleeper to circle as Defensive Rookie of the Year, says Ben Solak. So the rest of the names, David Bailey was on this list. He was number 1. Ruben Bain was second. Mansour Delane. And then some of the others that may be notable. Number 6 on this was C.J. Allen, who we talked about. Caleb Banks was number 10. You've also got Jacob Rodriguez as number 13 on the list. And so that was the top 15 rookie candidates from Ben Solak.
Christian Parker on Malachi this past weekend. We had him in the formal process of the combine. I think you just see a natural rusher on tape. He has natural instincts. He can turn his toe at the top of the rush. He plays with power. He plays with urgent effort. You see him running down quarterbacks, and that's one thing we talked about. 3 quarterbacks in our division are all athletic, so anybody we deploy on the edge has to be able to run sideline to sideline with him, and he has that. When we had him in the room, very smart, very bright, very thorough, very detailed in everything we talked about, from run, pass, and how we study O-linemen, just the whole 9 yards. I had a really good exposure to him in that process. Props as well to John Owning, formerly at PFF. I don't want to speak as John's agent since he hasn't come on this show after G-Bag stole him from us, but he really looked good after this false step scouting report that he gave on Malachi weeks ago. I don't know how long it was, but it was before he was drafted. And then Malachi, in talking to the Cowboy media, was talking about how their new specialist is coaching him to get that false step out. And people are like, oh, my God, John Owning, you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, John knows what he's looking at when he looks at the tape. And, yeah, if they can, that's one of the things that if you can clean that up, he's going to be.
What is it?
False step is basically like off the line of scrimmage. It is a movement. You lift your foot off the ground. A lot of times it's the front foot. That basically it is a step that doesn't actually go forward. So like when you're coming off the line of scrimmage, maybe you like start by pushing your front foot backwards and then you go. That's a false step. You're actually moving. You're making body movements and not going anywhere. Or it's a side step. It causes you to just lose ground quickly. And so it's about making sure you're always moving forward. Or in some cases with offensive tackles, it's moving backwards, driving backwards. So one of the biggest things we got out of rookie minicamp this week was an undrafted free agent from the University of Kentucky and a man who played at New Mexico State with one Diego Pavia and Eli Stowers. And that was the viral sensation now, Shai Pete. And Shai Pete. Okay. And he is an absolute mountain of a man. He is 6'8". He's like 330 pounds. He's an offensive tackle. And he is the first member of the Navajo Nation to end up in the NFL. And the media was absolutely blown away with what I like to describe as a combination between like the friendliest Chick-fil-A worker you've ever met and like a Greek philosopher. That's the way this kid talks. He's 22 and he talks like he's some just 60-year-old wise sage or something like that.
Okay.
So this is the clip. This is one clip right here we're going to hear from his locker room availability. Him talking about being the first from the Navajo Nation in the NFL.
Yeah, it's a great honor. To put on the star is again, surreal. But I have to earn that star. I wouldn't say I'm an official Cowboy yet. I've yet to meet the veterans here and understand the culture here. Apart from being here within the 48 hours, I'm getting to learn. I'm growing in terms of establishing connections with the coaching staff here. It's a little bit surreal. I understand I'm a public figure now, and I must act like accordingly. And that carries some responsibility. I'm also a professional athlete.
Stop. Okay. A lot of things. Number one, his cadence and his ending of the sentences is on a high note. That's very interesting. It sounds like AI.
Very thoughtful.
And it sounds like he's reading. But he's ending the sentences on a high instead of like the way we normally would. So that's very interesting. He sounds so polite.
He's very polite, very wise. Mark Stoops kept talking about like he's the most interesting player I've ever had conversations with in my life. So this sent me down a rabbit hole where I was
Do
like,
we need to continue with that?
No. That's a good sample of it. It was almost over. But this sent me down a rabbit hole of Shai Pete like college interviews. And I found that this is just consistent for him. He drops a lot of wisdom. So we're going to play a game here. And it's going to be Shai Pete or modern philosophy. And so I'm going to read a quote to you, and you got to tell me if this is like a famous person trying to drop modern day wisdom and like be a human fortune cookie, or if this is just Shai Pete talking to a local Lexington station about what they were doing in practice. So the first quote here, and then we're going to play the answer for you. We're going to play the actual audio clip of the quote. Here's the first quote for you and Jacob Ray. I'm reminded of the youth of where I come from and how hard they strive to become better versions of themselves, and it fills me with pride. Is that Shai Pete or a celebrity?
Shai Pete.
I think Shai Pete too.
Play answer one.
I'm reminded of the youth of where I come from and how hard they strive to become, better versions of themselves, and it fills me with pride.
Next one.
Is that a philosopher?
No, that's Shai Pete.
I was listening for the up ending.
No, that was much more calm and comfortable. Pain is not an option. Pain's part of life sometimes. Suffering is an option. You can take that pain and go suffer with it, or you can take that pain and drive yourself forward.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, it could be Phil Jackson on peyote. I'll say Shai Pete.
I'm going to go philosopher because in Coach or Kill yesterday, you went coach with the first two.
Okay. All right. Hit it.
Pain is not an option. Pain's part of life at times. Suffering is an option or not.
Who's that?
You can take that pain and go suffer with it, or you can take that pain and drive yourself forward.
Oh, that's Tony Robbins.
Okay.
So that is philosopher. Next
Good job,
one,
Jake.
Shai Pete or modern philosophy. They make it sound like we're a lost cause, but I'd argue lost causes are the only things worth fighting for, and what we're doing here is worthwhile.
Philosopher.
It's got to be philosopher.
Hit it.
They make it sound like we're a lost cause. But then I'd argue lost causes are the only things worth fighting for. And that what we're doing here is worthwhile.
Nope, that's Shai Pete.
I forgot about the heritage part.
See, that's what you lost.
We're gonna have to write out some things for him to read in Oxnard.
Yeah, 100%. Next one here in Shai Pete or modern philosophy. Find something that gives you a passion, a fire in your heart. That vision, it can start out broad or you can start out small and work your way out. I started broad, and then you chisel it and you work inward. Find a vision, find what attributes you want to obtain and want to pin on your chest and your shoulders.
Go ahead, Jake.
I'm thinking Shai.
I'm going to go philosopher.
Find something that gives you a passion, the fire in your heart. That vision, it can start out broad or you can start out small and then work your way out. I started broad, and then you chisel it, you work inward. Find a vision, find what attributes you want to obtain and want to pin on your chest and on your shoulders.
It also just occurred to me that Jake is playing the audio.
No, I didn't. No, that's why I said it to him late on purpose.
This is who have we had around here? Kyrie Irving right now wants to do an IG live with this guy.
That is the closest one. Be Kyrie. A few more clips here. On the road to achieving your dreams, you must apply discipline and, more importantly, consistency. Because without commitment, you'll never start, and without consistency, you'll never finish.
Shai Pete.
I'm gonna go philosopher.
On the road,
dang it, Denzel.
You must apply discipline, but more importantly, consistency. Because without commitment, you'll never start. But without consistency, you'll never finish.
And almost Ask Reddit time. What I have discovered is that you have the ability to transform yourself, build who you are. Through that transformation, I found that the more respect you have for it, the faster that transformation happens.
Pete. Jake, segment's still going. There you go.
Shai.
Is it 7?
Yep.
What I have discovered is that you have the ability to transform yourself, build who you are. And through that transformation, I have found that the more respect you have for the sport, the faster that transformation happens.
So he's a total philosopher.
This is amazing.
Just he talks like nobody else you've ever seen at that age. I try to think like
I'd rather get him at camp than Caleb Downs.
Dude, I want. There are so many things I'd like to ask. And he's just super.
A Golnick.
Oh,
we're putting in the call.
He's so great. We got to put a claim.
PR.
We got to put a claim before anybody else does. But that's Shai Pete and some of the waves he was making at training camp or at rookie minicamp.
That's awesome. Another patented Bobby Belt game here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Chris Mannix, NBA National Insider on the Mavs' new boss that has the Metroplex feeling thrilled. That is at 8 o'clock. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. It is Tuesday at 7:40. This is where we play Ask Reddit every single week. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can weigh in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text or on the Twitch or the YouTube.
We're missing our other our other
he's being a good brother today.
Participant.
He's being a good brother. He had texted a little bit ago and said that might be late today because his sister's car was in the shop, and so he said I'm giving her a ride to work, and so he needed to help her.
Aiden and Jacob in Ask Reddit. That could have been a Frankel and Frankel accident waiting to happen.
There were yesterday. I was kind of trying to figure out which ones they might have good answers for, so I was like cursory going over some of them, and I quickly had to delete some of the questions because they were not answered properly. But I know that you've actually got an answer ready for this one. So I'm going to lead off with this one. Sean Sharif, and it's not CeeLo Green, I don't think. What is a song so beautiful it almost causes you to tear up?
So I actually did think about this for a while. And
did you think about sending CeeLo Green as a bet?
I could not come up with one for myself, but I'm not going to dodge this question because I know this is supposed to be. I immediately went to 2 or 3 Adele songs, but I'm like, I took tearing up seriously. Where I do tear up all the time is the Tom Rinaldi pieces when that music goes underneath these heartfelt J-Mac from 3 or. These heartbreaking sports stories. I would be on a series of crying Roy Firestone with those. But the number one thing that came to mind is my mother and my wife. Anytime this comes on, and it has to be from this movie, automatic tears every single time.
I don't think I know this.
You will. It's been done 1,000 times.
Oh, okay. This is a good answer.
I feel a little chill in me right here, but with those two cold-blooded individuals dead inside, this comes on, and the tears from both. I could not believe it. My jaw was on the floor. But for me, when you get that inspirational music that kicks in from some type of NBC chorus, playing all the instruments in the background, it gets me.
Yeah, no, that's a strong one. Jacob, you got an answer for this one? The song that is so beautiful it almost makes you tear up?
Do you know this song?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
It's a very patented. I'm actually with me and my girlfriend, obviously we've been dating for a long time. That's one of the songs in conversation for the first dance. So
candidate.
Yeah. I was trying to think because I'm not a big crier. I don't cry really at music, but I thought about the first time I ever cried at a movie. And that was the closing song, and I couldn't find it on YouTube. It was the closing music to Private Ryan. It's called "Hymn to the Fallen."
Yeah.
So that song made me. I'll try and find it real quick. Hold on.
Try to find it. My answer is going to be. There were a couple different ones. The one that at first came to mind, I guess the one that technically is the answer or should be the answer, and I didn't pick it. Where it's just it's not actually a sad song, but it sounds so beautiful. Was "God Only Knows" by the Beach Boys. That whole last minute of that song will kind of make you emotional. But I went for the one that literally vocally and musically, when I hear it, I'm like, this makes me want to cry, and it was Vertical Horizon.
But it's not so bad. You're only the best I ever had.
This is such a great song.
It's a good song, but to cry?
It's just such a vocally and musically, the way it all just kind of blends and feels emotional. This one always gets me, especially there's some covers out there like Troy Mayfield from Waking Norman. He covers it, and it's really, really good. I absolutely love that song. All right, next one up here on Ask Reddit. This is a good one for Jacob Ray because I know he's got a lot of these sort of things. What's a movie quote that lives rent-free in your head for no reason?
Oh man, it's in Superbad when he's like, why would it be between that and McLovin?
Muhammad. He named
why would it be between that
it's
and
the most
McLovin?
Now you can't say the full quote there because that would be an F word.
I can't. Yeah,
but no, for me the one that always does this, and I can't explain why, is Good Burger. Did you ever watch Good Burger back in the mid-90s?
I've seen parts.
So Good Burger, there was the scene in there when they're sitting at lunch and he's trying to talk all serious, and Kel Mitchell sticks the grapes up his nose and he goes, "Look, I'm grape nose boy." And he goes, "Bloobity, bloobity, blue." So I say bloobity, bloobity, bloobity in my head all day, every day.
For me, it's I just have to pick a movie because of the amount of quotes that come from Friday, the original. Whether it's "You got knocked the blank out," when Felicia rolls up. That's my bike punk.
Still never seen it.
Oh,
I feel like I've seen it so much in clips, and I'm not opposed to watching it. It's not like I've like resisted it. I'm fine watching. I haven't gotten around to it.
Oh, the amount of Debo lines that I drop, the Debo quotes. It's. Have you seen Friday, Jake?
I have not.
Gosh.
I know that's look. I'm not like Choppy with Remember the Titans, where I'm just like I refuse to watch this. I haven't. I mean I've meant to get around to it, and like I said, I've seen it in clips and quotes. I feel like from so many times that I feel like I've seen half the movie at this point. But yeah, I need to get around to it. It's the Remember the Titans. It's not like a total blind spot like that. In fact, Jacob and I will watch it this weekend probably.
You Can't Handle the Truth.
That's a good one.
Gets sent in all the time.
We got Swaggy Booties who says on the Twitch but Black Dynamite, I sell drugs to the community. Don't know what movie that's from. The Sethnicity says Denzel Washington in Training Day, my man. He says that in a couple things actually.
I'll be back.
I'm
king of the world.
My man was actually what Zach Wolchuk also tweeted at Vach Lombardi on draft weekend. So
everyone also says like love you to the moon and back, to infinity and beyond. Everyone uses that. I don't think it's like. I don't know if it's. I guess it is living rent free.
I quote a trailer, the Toy Story trailer, which was when Key and Peele were in the Toy Story 4 trailer, and they said to infinity and your mom. I'll say that more. Any answers?
Show me the money.
Jacob?
Yeah, we got Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli from The Godfather.
Yeah,
I'm Your Huckleberry from Tombstone.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. King Kong Ain't Got Nothing on Me.
Oh, that's a good one.
What is King Kong Ain't Got Nothing on Me?
I'm not sure.
That's Training Day.
Lots of
that's another one I've never seen. I know. I'm not opposed to it. I just haven't seen it.
I'm trying to think whether he should see Training Day before Friday just because of the recency, so Friday doesn't feel so... God, Training Day is so good, Bobby. I hate you.
I know. I'm a failure.
But the number one thing I'm most disappointed in that Choppy won't watch Eastbound and Down because that's him.
So
Did you watch Eastbound and Down?
I couldn't get into it. I watched the first season. I didn't think it was that good.
What?
I just didn't like it. It felt too like just over the top. But on Training Day, I've only avoided that because I just don't like Ethan Hawke. That's been the
You don't like Ethan Hawke?
No, I think Ethan Hawke's a bad actor. Okay. Like most stuff I've seen him in, I just don't like. All right, next one here on Ask Reddit, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053.
I love you'll watch reality shows that I suggest, reality garbage before like real movies. Or
I just don't know that I can't. Like I'm willing to watch it. I don't know how he's like. You got to think the movie thing is something that you got to commit the wife to as well.
Yeah.
So a reality show I can get her to jump in on more easily than I can maybe like Training Day.
Yeah.
All right. Next question here on Ask Reddit, and I'm certain, I've never heard you tell a story like this, but I'm certain you had to have done it before. Have you ever told a couple to break up and why?
Oh, yeah. Choppy.
Let's be clear. When did you tell him to break up?
Years and years ago. Me and Mike Fisher, before you were with us, every other car ride would be a counseling session towards Choppy, and Choppy's the type, they have to break up with him. He won't do it. He won't, he hates confrontation. He hates being by himself. I think Choppy once gave me a line that I'll never forget. And he said, I'd rather be miserable together than alone. I'd rather be miserable with her than by myself.
That's very sad.
That's how much he despises solitude. So yes, someone else. I've had at least 3 breakup speeches. Another person in my family, a best friend. I better not say too much. But yeah, Choppy and 2 others for sure.
I flat out told somebody not just to break up.
I was right every time. I don't think I've ever been wrong.
I think I've only said it once, and I told somebody not to get married. It was like, I know you're a week out. I know you're not going to listen, but I'm just letting you know that I won't feel in good conscience if I don't tell you this before you go, that you shouldn't do this.
And what happened to their marriage?
They're still married. Yeah, I mean, this was a few years ago.
Unhappy? Fine. You were wrong?
No. I don't know if I'm wrong. The issue was the person. It wasn't even the other person. It was the person I was talking to. Like, it was my friend. I was telling him, like, you need to make sure that you've got all your stuff in order before you jump into getting married. Like you shouldn't be jumping into this because you're not. I don't know how fair you're being. So that was the conversation I had with my friend. It actually had nothing to do with the other person. Like, you can't marry this person. It was more about them.
You ever done this, Jake?
Yeah, actually, my buddy got in the Navy about 6 months ago, straight out of college, and met a chick, and they got married. I guess it's very, very common in the Navy to get married so you get stationed together, so that you guys aren't on different coasts. And he was going through some stuff. He had a death in the family, and she just wouldn't talk to him. So this was his wife that wouldn't talk to him during a death in the family, and we were like,
It's a bad
dude,
person sign.
You got to get rid of this.
Sign
chick,
of a
man.
bad person.
Jacob, I don't know how much he's going to want to. You may not want to say it, and that's fine. Jacob, dude, he yesterday was telling me about his process of eliminating people. Do you want to say?
Sure, yeah. My girlfriend was in a very toxic friend group in high school, and when we started dating, I started picking them off one by one and got rid of all of them.
He's like, you gone,
Yeah.
you gone.
And then and
That's
now
what my wife did to me.
Now her friend group consists of my best friend's girlfriends. So
he runs stuff.
Masterwork.
All right, that's great to hear.
So it wasn't a control thing. Like you feel like you ended up being right about it.
Well, okay, so it was weird because I didn't talk much mess about them, but like they just didn't. I would not have, like, my views on life and the world like were very opposite of theirs, and they talked a lot of bad about me and kind of pushed themselves away. So I guess me being myself did it, but like I definitely played into it too.
My wife would come around and she's like, I think these people are using you. And I'm like, what? And she's like, you're buying everything. You're supplying. And I was like, well, I'm just trying to socialize. Like, I got the house, I got the pool, I'm trying to party.
Who's the last person at the station she accused that of?
Using?
Yeah. Is it someone here who's still like at the station?
No. No one I can think of.
That's just because she hasn't been out with us with Zach.
Huh?
That's because she hasn't been out with us with Zach.
That's right. Ask Reddit. We'll finish it up at 9:40 this morning. Good morning to Aiden Butler here on DFW Sports Station. I'm pumped about the Dallas Mavericks' new hire. The press conference is today at 2 p.m. Let's see if my feelings are justified with Chris Mannix, national NBA insider on the hiring of Masai Ujiri, next on 105.3
Cause this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Blocked from behind. Bones Highland got a piece. They got time here. Randall on the move. Collects and dunks. And the horn. What a way to finish this one. Hello.
Last night in the association, Knicks dominate, and the T-Wolves stun the Spurs with the return of Anthony Edwards. But we're talking about what I think, and I think a lot of the Metroplex thinks, is an absolute home run for Patrick Dumont, and that is not something that you say very often, as the Dallas Mavericks have their new Nico replacement. Masai Ujiri, formerly of the Toronto Raptors, is the new man in charge. Press conference today at 2 o'clock. This is Sean and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan, joined by the great NBA insider Chris Mannix from SI NBA on NBC, NBC Boston, all of it. Good morning, Chris. How are you?
What's happening, guys?
Is this a great morning for DFW? Do you view it that way?
Yeah, I do. I think everybody kind of gets what they want with this hiring of Masai Ujiri. We know Patrick Dumont wanted to go big game hunting here. And I've been reporting on some of the names over the last few weeks, and certainly some of them were pie in the sky. You were never going to get Sam Presti. You were never going to get Brad Stevens or Bob Myers. But the next guy on that list, or the most gettable guy on that list, was Masai Ujiri, and they got him. I mean, you mentioned what he did in Toronto. Even before then, I mean, he was a great executive. He won Exec of the Year in 2013, building that Nuggets team into a 57-game winner in Denver. So he's proven it with multiple organizations. He's a savvy guy. He's just a really good culture guy. He's everything you could possibly want in a head of basketball operations. Now, he's got a lot of work to do there, and I'm sure there's going to be people underneath him in that front office, as there was in Toronto. But having Masai Ujiri running the show, that's a huge win for Dallas.
You know, when Masai Ujiri looks at the landscape of what the Mavericks have in terms of resources, and when the Mavericks look, you know, on the other side of that as well, do you think for both of them it was like, you know what, this is a job that he can handle given his ability to go find the Fred VanVleets or getting a Pascal Siakam late in the first round and being able to know how to develop that? Is the lack of resources essentially that Dallas has over the next few years one of the reasons why they feel like, all right, he's more uniquely equipped to be able to handle this sort of rebuild than other people?
I don't know if that played a big role in his desire to take the job or Dallas' desire to give him the job. I just think they wanted a guy with his cachet there and with his history there. I mean, he's got, he's like we said, he's got the pedigree behind him. And look, I understand the issues, the potential issues, the trouble you're going to have building out a team maybe over the next few years. But I think this Dallas job was a pretty appealing one to a lot of executives that were out there. I mean, if you're not attached to the stink of the Luka Doncic trade, like it's a great job. You've got Cooper Flagg, you've got a couple of picks in this draft, you've got some maneuverability there. You've got a chance to rebuild this thing, and you're going to have a long runway to be able to do it. No longer are you the team that has to win the next 2 or 3 years. You've got a very young franchise player who you can build around for the next 3 or 4 years before you're ready to ultimately make that jump into a winner. So I think it's, Dallas, the people in Dallas spend so much time within the organization, like assessing blame for the Doncic deal, like who knew, who didn't, who had input here, who didn't. Masai Ujiri is coming in with a clean slate, and I think that's as important as anything in this decision.
Chris, what type of guy is he? Like, what type of moves is he known for? If you could further educate us and our audience.
I mean, he's a very engaging guy. Like, you'll see from the opening press conference that he's the kind of guy that you listen to him once and you start thinking you'll run through a wall for him. Like, he has that kind of personality. He's a bold guy, too. I mean, he made some bold moves in Denver to build that team up, and there's no bolder move to make, as you guys know, than going out and getting Kawhi Leonard in 2019 and risking the future of your franchise on a one-year bet that ultimately paid off. I mean, he's smart enough to know, and Dallas is a long way from this, but he's smart enough to know, like, when a team has hit a ceiling, when they've hit a wall, and when they need to be shaken up. And you mentioned some of the guys that he's drafted and his front office have drafted over the years. He's able to find diamonds in the rough. He's able to draft well, for the most part. He's had some whiffs, like every GM does. But he drafts pretty well in the first round. I just think he's an elite executive. And not only does he, that's what I said at the beginning, you're getting the best of kind of everything. Not only is Patrick Dumont getting a guy that has the swagger that he was looking for, you're also getting a real guy, a guy that's hungry, a guy that wants to win, and is eager to succeed in his next stop.
Chris Mannix from SI joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Chris, we had a message earlier today on our listener line, and somebody said, if he's as great as everybody's talking about, why did Toronto walk away from him? Why isn't he still in Toronto if that's the case? Could you just talk about some of the nature of his departure from Toronto and why he has been away from the game now for a year or so?
I mean, there's an expiration date on everything with most front office executives, unless your name is Pat Riley, like you're not going to be around for forever. Look, he wasn't able to engineer the kind of turnaround that the Raptors hoped for post championship, and look, that's partly due to the fact they went all in to go get Kawhi. They got him for a year, then he left, and you're kind of in a position where you're rebuilding. You lost Fred VanVleet, that chipped away at the core of that team as well. And look, then they had to go into a rebuild there, and it wasn't working the way that the Raptors ownership group at that time wanted to work. I don't think it. I can tell you league wide, the perception of Masai remained high after he exited Toronto. I just felt like his time there had run its course. And whether it was Dallas or somewhere else, he was going to get another opportunity to run an NBA team. And I think the Mavericks are lucky to get him down there, because I do think he's the right guy for that job.
You mentioned that as long as you're not attached to the stink of the Luka trade, like anybody from that Nico regime, there's an attractiveness to this job. Him walking in here and stepping into this and realizing it's still, for the most part, a slightly healing fan base from that trade and coming around to this new era with Cooper Flag. What do you think year one it's like, all right, top line item, Masai Ujiri's got to make sure he's doing this to get Dallas heading in the right direction? Well,
I think the biggest decision that he's going to have to make roster-wise is going to be Kyrie Irving and what you do with him. It seemed like the previous administration firmly believed that the best course for this team was to keep Kyrie going into next year, play him alongside Cooper Flag, get him the point guard that he needs. And look, maybe that's still the strategy of Masai Ujiri when he comes in. But, again, Masai's got a clean slate here. He doesn't have to, he's not beholden to any of the decisions that were made by anybody else. And, if there's a market for Kyrie this summer, which I think there could be. I mean, look, there's going to be a lot of teams that are, gearing up to make a run at Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like 6, 7, 8 teams out there. They're going to be, breaking down Milwaukee's doors to try to go get Giannis. You want to be, if you're shopping Kyrie Irving, as soon as that deal goes down for Giannis, whoever it may be, you're calling every other team and seeing if they're interested in getting your guy and if what they'll give up to get Kyrie. I think there's a potential opening to maximize the value for Kyrie Irving if he decides to trade him. Look, eventually Kyrie's not going to be there. I mean, this Dallas team is going a different direction. He signed on to play with, first with Luka and then with Anthony Davis. So there's going to be a parting of the ways at some point. It might be, if the market is robust enough this summer, there might be an opportunity to go and trade him. And I think that's the biggest decision that Masai would have to make. Does he stay the course, bring Kyrie back, play him alongside Cooper Flag and try to enhance Cooper in that way? Or do you try to max value him right now and get some draft capital back in return?
Yeah, Chris, to me, man, and I know it's one of the craziest sports statements of all time. It's one of the craziest turnarounds, personality-wise, of all time. Like, everyone is in love with Kyrie here, and we love what he's been all about as a Maverick as well. But to me, from a team-building standpoint, it doesn't make any sense to keep him. And I think a lot of Mavs fans are just in love and married to him. But from a team-building standpoint, I think I'm getting the sense from you. Do you think that they should deal him now?
I don't think you just give him away. Yeah. Because I think if you bring him back next season and he looks like the Kyrie before the injury, the market's going to be there for him before the trade deadline. So I think there's some flexibility there. There's not any pressure to deal Kyrie Irving. All I was pointing out was really the fact that like there's going to be a lot of teams left at the altar when the Giannis stuff shakes out, going, wait a minute, we got these draft picks and we got these movable contracts. What do we do with them? And look, there's nothing better for an executive to smell the whiff of desperation on other teams. And I think there could be a couple of teams out there that are looking around going, hey, look, it's an arms race in whatever conference I'm in. We can't stand pat. We've got to do something. Kyrie, he's been remarkable in Dallas. He is shaking off the negativity of his previous stops, and then some. So, like, if I think there are teams going to be out there, they're looking at their roster going like, oh, we didn't get Giannis. Well, we got to get something. And Kyrie is still a preeminent scorer, a preeminent lead guard. There could be a chance to maximize that value this offseason. If there is, I think if you're Dallas and in the position Masai is going to be in, you've got to at least consider it.
Chris Mannix with us here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, so at the end of last season, Chris, it started to feel like now that all the dust had settled and the Nico stuff had passed, there started to be more questions about, what was Jason Kidd's involvement? And it felt like there was a lot more heat kind of being turned up on him of being like, you're kind of the last remaining one from this group that we were looking kind of side-eyed at. Is the hiring here of Masai Ujiri a positive or potentially a negative for Jason Kidd and his future with Dallas?
It's a good question. Look, Masai recognizes talent, right? Like, he recognizes smart coaching. He was on the ground floor of Nick Nurse in Toronto. And I think Jason is not in any imminent danger as far as head coaching, because I think that, frankly, Kelly Flagg really likes him. Wants him to be, and thinks he did a tremendous job with Cooper. And I think ownership feels the same way, and they should. He won Rookie of the Year. He had a fantastic year. They tinkered with some stuff early on that didn't work. The Point Cooper thing was a disaster, but they figured it out, and now they've got the Rookie of the Year who looks like a franchise player. And I think Jason's proven he can be a high level coach. I've been reporting for a while that I thought Jason was interested in that front office job. That's obviously off the table forever now, or at least in Dallas anyway. Mm-hmm. So I wonder what that dynamic will look like over the long term. But short term, I don't anticipate any coaching change there in Dallas. I mean, Jason's coming off a successful run 2 years ago in the finals. Last year, coaching the best he could under the situations he had and developing Cooper Flagg. And if you're Masai, you're in the development stage of this team. You want guys that can develop young players. Jason did a great job with Giannis in Milwaukee. He's done a great job so far with Cooper Flagg in Dallas. Now, the flip side of that coin is like, does Jason want to coach for 3 to 4 years of a team that might win, sub 30 games for 2 of them? Like, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, but I think for now, there's just going to be kind of a get to know each other process, and both these guys will see how it goes from there.
Chris, there's draft surprises all the time, obviously, but a lot of people previewed this draft by saying it's a 5 or 6 player draft, and the Mavs right now are sitting at 8. Does it feel like you're on the outside looking in a draft in which it feels like they absolutely have to nail this pick, given the lack of draft capital they have in years to come?
Yeah, I mean, I never really know what that means when people say it's like a 5-player draft. But what about the guy that's drafted and is an all-star at 14 or 22? Or there's always talent. It's about identifying the talent. Now, is the star power really, really good at the top? Yeah. I mean, whether it's Peterson, Debanza, Boozer, like these guys are widely viewed from people I talk to as true franchise players. So, like, being outside that, if you wind up outside that top 3 mix, yeah, that's obviously disappointing. But I do think you're going to be, if you wind up at 8, 7, 8, 9, whatever it may be, you're going to have an opportunity there to find a great player, an all-star caliber player. It's about hitting on it. I mean, it seems simplistic, but when you look back at this draft 5 years from now, you're going to look at that top 10 and see, wow, that guy was there sitting there at 9 or 10, and we either took him or we didn't. So I think there's going to be talent in that draft. I am intrigued. Like, I'm going to be in Chicago this weekend or next weekend, I guess, and like the lottery room is going to be wild in there. The number of teams that are in that drawing room, just desperate to move up, desperate to keep their pick, desperate to get a pick. I just think it's going to be a fascinating next few days.
And Chris, the league still owes us, so they're going to hook us up again. Wink, wink. Right?
I think they got you. They got you. watching Matt Ricciardi like to the point of joyful tears in that drawing room last year was something to see. So yeah, that was quite the gift.
Did you have a Rookie of the Year vote?
Oh, you're not going to like it. Yeah, I voted for Concanipple.
All
I
right,
did.
Your
I did.
reception is cutting out a little bit.
Yeah. Like Cooper's the better player. If I was building my team around a guy, it's Cooper Flag. But like, I'm a fan of consequential games and playing in big moments. So Con was putting up numbers for the final 2 months of the season in every game that seemed to matter, and I was at a lot of those games, kind of living in the Boston area, and I just thought he did his season based on what that team had to do and the improvements they made. I gave him a slight edge. I'll forever be fascinated, guys, by the question of like whether or not that play-in game screwed Concanipple, because I firmly believe there are some voters that were going to vote for him and saw him put up a stinker against Miami, not play in the overtime, and went the other way. I can tell you, people in the NBA office, they're thinking the same thing. You will I promise you will never have a situation like what happened this year, where these grievances took extra days and kept the ballots away from the voters before the play or after the play-in. You'll never have that situation play itself out again, because that may have cost Concanipple the Rookie of the Year.
Man, fantastic stuff as always. Thank you so much for the time, Chris. Keep up the great work.
You got it, guys.
Chris Mannix, senior writer, Sports Illustrated, here on Sean and RJ. How your next spaghetti dinner may fix your family after this. And this is owned get 2. Those are my moments, Zach writes. Gold is anyone's but mine.
Greedy.
Every single one of us has gifts to share. My gift is allowing people in my orbit to understand what greatness looks like so they can understand they're not reaching it and need to get their ass in gear. You can't be me, but you can maybe cosplay as someone doing a sort of hacky impersonation of me, which is probably as great as one can hope to be if we're being honest. Mahalo. Zachary Skywalker Wolchuk.
And then the comment under that from his mom. So proud of you with a bunch of sports emojis. That's my favorite part. Then his mom read that, was like, Zach would say that.
Yeah. And his dad wrote, Shimone. So that was, May the 4th be with you. Celebrated here at the Fan.
That was my, when I had done the last rap diss to them with Sam Wolchuk on it.
Sister?
A couple weeks later, I saw his family. I saw his dad, I saw his mom, and they were all just like, man, we loved the diss you wrote to Zach.
Really?
His dad, his mom was like, I love that you put Sam on it. That was a great touch. And his dad was like, my favorite part was how you said they do every job together, because it's true. I was like, yeah, you guys get it. You guys understand what I'm going for. But that's Zach's just got to stop saving his passwords everywhere on every computer in the building.
Every computer in the building.
Is it logged in right now? It is. It's logged in right now. It's right up there. I just asked Aiden. Aiden, put a post up on his Facebook for me. But it's up right now.
Is it that computer?
Yes, he just logs it in and
studio?
No, he logs it in right there and he just never logs off the computer. And he was thinking, he's like, I've never logged in on Facebook. He's like, I think Bobby genuinely knows how to hack my accounts now. And he was freaking out. And I was like, dummy, you have it saved as a pass key in your account, your Google account. So I couldn't do his email because it was signed out. So I couldn't do that because it would give him the little prompt notification we get to say, oh, allow this login, and he would have known. But then I was just like, all right, let me go to his social accounts. So I was like, oh, Facebook, he left this pass key here. Perfect.
Well, let's make every family like the Wolchucks with a spaghetti dinner.
Are you a fan of, I don't think we'll ever be faced with the question of them as a sponsor, but are you a fan of Prego?
Sure.
That's good coverage.
You can do a Prego or a Ragu every once in a while. Is Prego and Ragu Coke and Pepsi?
I mean, they're just general. Yeah, I think they're just the general ones.
Because there's a dominant ketchup with Heinz over Hunt's. I hate Hunt's. That I can differentiate. I don't like it, but I don't know if I could do Prego and Ragu. I think Prego over Ragu. I feel like Ragu is waterier.
I was gonna say I think Ragu. I think one of them was waterier.
Yeah,
there's just always liquid in it, but. No, it's perfectly fine. That's what I used to eat all the time until you guys had talked nonstop about Rayo's, and then we started going to that. That's what we generally eat now. Yeah, it's really good. That's the only one that we use now, unless Kristen's just making her own with crushed tomatoes or whatever. But Prego has decided that the sauce game is getting a little too advanced. They don't want to become Blockbuster. They don't want to be put out of business, not being ahead of the curve or anything else. So they are pivoting to surveillance. It's no longer Prego, it's the Patriot Act. The popular pasta sauce brand announced it's launching a new device that records your family's conversations.
What?
So they said it's to spark real screen-free connection. According to Prego's website, families can place the Connection Keeper, as it's called, device on their table and press to record. They can then choose from a deck of prompt cards to spark dinner-time conversations with the device recording in the background. The device will also allow you to upload the recordings to the Library of Congress so we can forever immortalize quips like, "Are you sure you want more garlic bread, honey? But you've been doing so well." Or, "Prego again, Meredith?" This is obviously what they think you'd be talking about at the dinner table. The company partnered with nonprofit StoryCorps to release the Connection Keepers. The devices were available for purchase as part of a bundle starting April 27th. Starting yesterday, recordings can be uploaded to StoryCorps so customers can revisit conversations, share them with loved ones, and preserve meaningful moments. I think this is creepy. I think it's really creepy that Prego's just upload it to this cloud, all your family's conversations.
Yeah.
We'll let you access them starting on May 4th. Otherwise, we're just going to have hold of them. But who knows what the hell you're talking about there. Growing up, our dinner conversations would not have been anything featured on StoryCorps.
What would they be?
Because they would have just turned into roasting and inappropriate ball busting.
My mom would probably love this, even when she comes to DFW now. when we sit down, and I'm trying to be better about this. A lot of times when the kids are eating, Ava's in the high chair, Ollie is maybe with the iPad in front of him while eating, and I'm trying to, and I'll eat like, on a paper plate, like in the recliner chair in the living room. But I'm trying to get up now and go to the table and eat with them, because my mom's like, TV's off, everyone here. I don't care what you're doing. It does not matter. So now when I'm sitting over there just like kind of eating myself, I'm like, all right, I need to go over here to the table and kind of establish that this is the environment, atmosphere it needs to be.
Well, and you've seen our new apartment. So the old place, we had a dining area that had a table. Like, there's not really a dining area in our new place.
Yeah.
And so what ended up happening was there's like a big countertop thing, like this big bar area where we put bar stools up there, but I've not eaten there once. The girls will sit up there and eat, but generally Chris and I will just like eat in the living room.
Do you let them eat with their devices?
Not usually. They can eat and watch TV, but they not like have it. Because if they have the device, Laura's not going to eat. She's going to keep pressing this, and she's not going to actually eat her food. And so it's pulling teeth getting them to eat if they have like a device for them. Even watching the TV, they'll slow down, and they're not doing what they're supposed to.
Yeah, I'm having some. I don't know. Ollie's starting to get that iPad anger when it's taken from him.
Yeah.
Like he's looking like a zombie a little bit. So we have to come up with a new plan.
We always so with Laura.
I know we say like time limit, but look, I'm being honest. The best DMs I get are when I was complaining about early fatherhood, and I'm like, this sucks. This is a beating. All these it wasn't, the moment that, melted me and changed my life. I was like, no, I'm never going to sleep again. And I want to say time limit iPad and all that, but, sometimes you want them on it to give you a break and to shut them up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why you got to just have
He's got baseball practice and he goes outside.
You just play fetch. You go get it, and you just toss the ball, and you like keep doing what you're doing, and just toss the ball and tell them to bring it back. Or you do like the fishing pole ball, where you cast it and then you reel it back while you're doing your thing. That's not a bad option either. Or you know what you could do? You get them a cat. You guys have you guys are missing pets, aren't you?
I'm doodle shopping right now.
Are you?
And I never wanted it's some doodle cross, and I'm like, these dogs look fake.
How many thousands of dollars does it look like it's going to be?
I think like 2.
It's ridiculous how much those dogs cost.
I think minimum might be 2.
So we've looked into like getting.
But then when they grow up, I don't love the look. Like, I kind of want the dog to stay like this, and then I've been Googling what they look like when they're older, and it doesn't look as cute. But I kind of want the dog. Like, look at this dog.
Yeah,
that's a great looking dog.
Yeah, but then they get older.
They're from Missouri, and they get shipped to you. Poodly doodly. I don't know what it's some type of cross.
They're like babies. They're cute.
Bernedoodle. Y'all tell me about Bernedoodles, because it can't shed and it can't give allergies, and I don't want it to take long to potty train. All that stuff. Corey Majors has a great iPad anger plan that he's going to give me at 9:40 this morning. But aren't ththese dogs adorable?
No, they're great. They're great looking. The only problem is like we've got the same issue of like we got to have a hypoallergenic one. Because Addison she will start hat coughing as soon as she's around dog dander. And so we were looking at it. It's just like, it's like $3,000 a lot of these hypoallergenic dogs to get them. It's just wild.
Jake, you got dogs?
I got an 85-pound husky pit bull mix.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's a beast. His name's Goose.
Goose.
He's awesome.
Is he angry?
No, he's the sweetest boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's awesome. He just kind of lays down. He's used to being in an apartment, too, which is nice. We had him in college.
Yeah, whenever I hear doodle, I wanted a bigger dog. I had a German Shepherd and bigger dogs growing up, and Amanda's like, no, I kind of want like, a little girly dog, one you can throw like in
the purse dog, the Paris Hilton purse dog.
And I'm like, no, but this dog's adorable, but I don't want it to, grow up and get uglier.
That's not a bad wish because they do grow up and they get a little bit uglier. Now, you could go the direction of a cat. The problem is cats like to climb. Cats will get stuck in trees, Sean. And when the cat gets stuck in the tree, what's the classic trope? Who are you calling? Not the Ghostbusters. Who do you call to get your cat out of the tree?
Fire department.
It's the firefighter. You always see in the movies and television, cat gets stuck, you call the fire department, or maybe there's just a passing firefighter, and they arrive on the scene in no time. They get their ladder, and they just prop it up against the tree. They bring the little calico down without incident, not a problem. That is not what's actually happening. That's just the sunshiny picture that Hollywood wants to paint for you. Because in upstate New York, a former firefighter has been charged with killing a cat during a reported rescue attempt. So WHEC reports that Douglas McPherson faces animal cruelty charges after a pet owner called 911 in October to get his 911 to get his cat down from the tree. A video posted on social media showed. I shouldn't laugh.
Yeah, you shouldn't laugh.
I can't. It's the way it reads. Video posted on social media showed the firefighter using a high-powered fire hose to blast the cat out of a tree.
And the cat's gone?
Yeah, killed the cat.
Dang, Bobby.
Isn't Jacob, open your mic so I'm not just sitting here laughing by myself because I see you laughing behind the guy. That's just a ridiculous statement. The firefighter used a high-powered fire hose to blast the cat out of a tree.
I think it's funnier that the firefighter's name is Douglas McPherson.
Why is
Douglas
It
McPherson?
doesn't feel like a real person.
Well, maybe it's to protect his identity. But yeah, he this is like posted on social media. He's like trying to get the cat out of the tree, gets frustrated, and just blasts the thing with a fire hose.
All right, my phone is lighting up. Wolchuk is asking me to log out. Reitma is saying that all his family owns Bernedoodles, worth the hype and investment. And the great Alec Medford with breaking news as a Dallas Cowboy is going to the champs. We'll have it in Below the Belt on Sean and RJ after this. But
Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, should Jake Ferguson be concerned? Probably not, but Luke Schoonmaker should. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation. Before we talk about some of these undrafted free agents, we do have breaking Cowboys news, sort of.
Yeah, Alec Medford, always on top of it, along with other Tolos, sending it over from Tom Pelissero that Dante Fowler is going to join the Champs. It's a 1-year deal worth up to $5 million for Dante.
So this is, there's a lot of people who thought he was going to be an upside guy this year.
One of my biggest misses. I felt like it was an absolute guarantee.
Everybody did.
That Dante Fowler would have at least 7 sacks. How many did he end up with?
4, maybe 3, something like that. I mean,
he felt non-existent the entire year. I'm super surprised.
So when we were, when I was in Vegas, and we were heading into that Raiders game, he finished with 3 sacks, by the way, is what he had. And I believe it was how many? He had 10 quarterback hits on the entire year.
10 hits?
That's it. And 3 of those sacks are included in that. So that means he had 7 that were sacks.
Additional hits.
Yeah, he had 7 in addition to the 3 sacks. So,
and he can go ball out like Tank.
When we were in Vegas, you remember we were talking about the game, and I was just like, the Raiders are so bad.
Yeah.
You should go bet on it.
Won me thousands of dollars.
And Choppy, you remember, was hesitant because he goes, man, the Sharps are heavy on the Raiders. And I was like, I never want to hear you reference the Sharps again if this is wrong, because every time you invoke the Sharps on these sort of things, it's been wrong. So I don't want to hear it anymore if this is wrong. And I was wrong. My next mission is going to be his pass rush win rate reliance, because this comes from Ol Hawk Blogger. And Hawk Blogger does great work covering the Seattle Seahawks. He's the one who...
Hawk Blogger?
Yeah, he's the one who caught the video of John Schneider reacting to Broadus.
Oh, okay.
And so then he interviewed Brian afterwards, Brian Nemhauser. Brian, you I would say you shouldn't feel as good about this maybe as the numbers suggest, because Brian is referencing that Dante Fowler had a higher pass rush win rate, RJ's favorite stat to invoke why somebody is better than somebody else, a higher pass rush win rate than any Seahawks edge rusher last year, and higher than Von Miller, Cameron Jordan, and other veteran edges on the market. What? I don't remember him having a win rate of 1% last year, much less higher than an entire Seahawks Super Bowl team that seemed like it was pretty good defensively and able to get some pressure.
Von Miller, okay, he's old and basically done. All the Seahawks?
Cam Jordan's still a decent player. Like, he's not what he once was, but he's still a decent player. And I would have taken Cam Jordan last year over what Dante Fowler gave you. But this does make sense. This is adding dirty, reuniting with former guys he worked with in Dallas.
Although the interesting here that the highest sack total on the Seahawks, do you know what it was?
It was Byron Murphy with like 7.5 or something.
7.
Yeah.
Murphy was tied with Williams, Nwasu. Tank had 6.
Yep.
Oh, their highest sack total was 7.
But they will generate pressure. They don't generate a lot of sack production, but they generate pressure. And I mean, similar to what we've talked about with Christian Parker, it's a very secondary focused scheme. Like, in terms of they want to create problems for quarterbacks with what they do in coverage. And so similarly, I think Cowboys fans need to be prepared for that. This Christian Parker scheme is not going to be one where, man, we've got this monster edge rusher who's going to have 15 sacks a season. That's not what this defense is going to do. This defense, we've talked about it before, there's 2 ways to really stress quarterbacks. And it's you speed up the clock or you mess with their eyes. Parker prefers to mess with their eyes because he thinks speeding up the clock just... Aaron Rodgers is the king of this. If you start generating pressure on Aaron Rodgers, you remember the whole keep him in the well thing? Don't actually chase him. Don't actually like make him break outside the pocket or speed up his clock. Keep him in that tight space and make him uncomfortable. When you get a really elite quarterback, speeding up their clock doesn't do anything to them. They have to go a little quicker, but an elite quarterback will be able to neutralize some of that.
So 3rd and 13.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, they're going to pin their ears back.
Mm-hmm.
What's that going to look like going after a quarterback?
So you still want to generate pressure on like a 3rd and long passing situation, because at that point it's just on 1st and 10. All right, you're generating some pressure. Fine. He'll take a profit. He'll get a quick 7-yard slant, or he's doing this or is that. Like, there are ways to kind of neutralize some of it throughout the game. In longer pass rush situations, you still want to like bring the house a little bit and generate some pressure.
Because the leading sack number and sacker for the Eagles last year, see if you can guess. You'll never get it.
Was it? Oh gosh, what's his name? Morrow
was 2nd.
Okay, who was first then? I don't know.
Jalix Hunt?
Oh, yeah, Jalix Hunt.
Jalix Hunt had 6.5 sacks.
Yeah.
And Moro Ojomo, D-tackle, had 6. Those are their lead. And then, so you had, look at this. My gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Their top 6 sack getters, linebacker, D-tackle, linebacker, linebacker. And then finally, Brandon Graham, D-end. Jalen Carter, Byron Young, Jalen Phillips, D-tackle, linebacker.
Yeah, it's a
one D-end amongst their top 9.
And obviously, the year they won the Super Bowl, Josh Sweat was like a big contributor for them. Like he was somebody who was, or which year was it? That was the year they went to the Super Bowl, I think. But he had 12.5 sacks. But generally, yeah, it's a scheme that relies. They'll get some pressure, but it relies on really messing with the way the quarterbacks process what they're seeing. Because when you step up to the line of scrimmage and you can already eliminate half of what they're going to do because of certain looks that they're in at the line of scrimmage or certain things that they're doing, that makes it so all right, my brain can process quickly enough to eliminate other things once we're at the snap of the ball, and I can figure out where to go with the ball pretty quickly. If you don't have anything tipped off to you, but when you walk up to the line of scrimmage and you're like, well, crap. Cam Newton's talked about this, that he said there's something about walking up to the line of scrimmage and just going, okay, he's here. All right, cool. And I know I can do this and I can do that. And then he said versus walking up to the line of scrimmage and going, okay, well, the safeties aren't showing me anything. The corner, damn, okay, hold on. Let's wait. And then you step back and now you start really getting in your head a little bit. That messes with teams, and that's something that Christian Parker really believes in. All right, Joe Hoyt over at the Dallas Morning News has the undrafted free agents who could make the Cowboys roster, the guys with the best shots to make the team. And the number 1 name on this list and the number 2 name, actually, are both tight ends. We obviously know that Luke Schoonmaker's a little vulnerable. The Cowboys do have a history of retaining undrafted free agent tight ends in the last 10 years. Blake Jarwin, Princeton Fant, Brevin Spann-Ford. They find guys, give them an opportunity, and like developing guys at that position. So the number 1 guy on this list is Baylor's Michael Trigg. Michael Trigg would have been drafted if not for off-the-field concerns.
Man, did I see this name a ton over the weekend.
He writes, Trigg's talent is certainly evident. The 6'4 tight end looks like a basketball player on grass. He has a greater than 7-foot wingspan, a mark that's not only rare, but one that's earned a nickname around Waco. Trigg said people will say he has go-go gadget arms like the character Inspector Gadget. Trigg uses those arms too. He made plenty of spectacular catches during a 5-year career at USC, Ole Miss, and eventually Baylor. There's a reason he was at multiple programs. He had 14 touchdowns in his career, including 6 last season. He was rated as a potential 5th-round prospect, according to The Athletic. Of course, players are always available after the draft for a reason. He'll have to show throughout the offseason that he's not only athletic, but he can be diligent too and act like a professional on the field and in practice. If he can, and if he can make spectacular catches in Oxnard like he did in college, then expect him to push for a tight end spot on the 53-man roster. And that's one of the things that when you heard him this weekend, Michael Trigg sounded like he knows that he's got to be more mature and that he's got to attack things more professionally. And it's something that he seems like he's ready to do. Now, there's talk about him having bad practice habits. He was suspended in 2024 for smoking at a team hotel. He was involved in an altercation on the sideline in 2025 with Baylor's AD. Like, he's got issues. He's had problems. But this is the guy that when we had Josh Cameron in studio from Baylor, who ended up with the Jacksonville Jaguars, Josh Cameron had talked about how he had gone to dinner with Lunda Wells, the Cowboys tight ends coach, and he was there with Michael Trigg. And Josh Cameron, the guy he kept referencing from his team when you said who are some studs you played with, he kept saying Trigg. He's like, man, Trigg is special. He's really, really good. And that's the thing. The talent's all there. That's the kind of guy that you gamble on in undrafted free agency and just say, all right, let's see if this will work a little bit. Peyton Hendershot was that way. Hendershot had some off-the-field stuff that they were worried about and that they wanted to get answered. But consistently, they will have a undrafted free agent tight end stick on the roster a little bit.
Now, our boy, G-Bag's boy, Jake Ferguson, has unveiled a sandwich review video channel.
It's really good.
Yeah, it's good. Where are you with his standing here? Because I was telling myself during draft weekend, if they took someone, I'm not going to be mad about it. Again, trying to be FAF, love Jake's personality, need more, expecting more. Need more, expecting more. So if someone got thrown into there as a threat, right now I would not be opposed to it. You?
No, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I think there's going to be more two tight end looks. And look, I think he's a good player. He's somebody that I do want here. And I think that more than just being a good player.
Love his attitude.
He is, culture-wise, character-wise, the things that they're trying to build, he is perfect for what they want. That is a good teammate. That is somebody who practices the right way. That is somebody who sets an example, somebody who is available to his teammates. He is everything from a teammate and a character standpoint in a football team that you want. So he checks those boxes. He has become reliable hands. He has really good hands, and he's trustworthy. All right, you need 4 yards here, and he's running a little, out route. All right, throw the ball to Jake Ferguson. He's going to come down with it. So there's a reliability factor there with his ability to catch the football, too. Hanging on to the football has been a bit of a different story. He's had big fumble issues the last couple of years, and I don't know exactly where that's come from. Some of the offense you want to see a little bit more wiggle from, a little bit more vertical threat from. He had more of that his first couple of years here than he has the last 2. That's not so much been the case. He caught 8. Are you looking at his stats by chance?
No, I'm looking at my phone that has absolutely detonated with dog messages.
Oh.
Explosion.
Got that dog in you.
Emily Pate, Lee Costa. I mean, just the phone is being overrun. Shelters here and there, everything.
He was targeted last year, Jake Ferguson, 102 times. He caught 80 passes, which is a really good rate. How many yards do you think he had on those 82 catches?
7 per?
600 yards. Imagine if he didn't get that extra yard. We were looking at 82 catches for something that began with a 5.
Yeah.
That's running back numbers. But you're right, 7.3 yards per catch. The good news, obviously, he had more touchdowns last year than he had his entire career. And so he had 8 touchdowns last year. I don't know if it felt like that, but he has become a reliable red zone threat. But I'm with you. I want him here. I'm glad he's here, but I wouldn't be mad if they had somebody splitting snaps with him as a more vertical threat.
Below the belt, every day at this time on your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers with Dante Fowler heading to the Seattle Seahawks. We have an NBA player telling us what it's going to be like for the Mavericks with Masai Ujiri, and Texas Ranger grades are in for the month. What is yours as we preview Rangers Yankees tonight on this station? All coming up with Sean and Bob.
Roger that, Sally.
HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Alec Medford's getting it. Aiden Butler's getting it. You got Roberto. You got Jacob Ray in for Pepe. Choppy is out this week. I'm Sean Shreve. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, and I was fist pumping yesterday, and I interrupted the post-show discussion with the wife where I'm like, whoa, oh my goodness, Masai Ujiri is going to the Dallas Mavericks. How did they pull that off? Props to Patrick Dumont. I'm pumped about it. This is the name that I wanted, the realistic name. You were not going to get Sam Presti. You were not going to get Brad Stevens from Boston. And, okay, Bob Myers is Mr. Hollywood. I wanted Masai Ujiri. Now, Bobby has planted some seeds in my brain that's messing with me a little bit. And Bring Luka Home has tweeted the same. I'm with Bobby on Masai. He's Nico with a resume? Ooh. Well, that involves a lot of deeper dive. Relationship guy traded a huge fan favorite in DeRozan for an oft-injured player in Kawhi. Lucky to get that mercenary championship. Heck, they both played at Montana State in the same year. Okay, the move worked, and he got a championship in Toronto. He has won Executive of the Year twice. He brings credibility, experience. I did not think, I know that Windhorst and Tim McMahon are talking about this being a really good job, but I thought that I didn't think the Dallas Mavericks could get someone as established as this, and Patrick Dumont has been quietly working on it, and he did. Press conference today at 2.
Yeah, there's some credibility there, and it sounds like the difference was after Nico made the trade, and I'm in agreement with bringing Luka home on the sense of like, I don't think he's this, and I don't know that anybody's totally saying this, but I don't think he's this like magic fixer all of a sudden that they're bringing in here, Masai Ujiri. I think that he's going to come in here and he'll bring some credibility for him, whatever else. But I will say the difference being that when Nico made his trade and did everything that he did, his reputation was ruined with other executives. Like, they're like, the hell's he doing? Like, and if he would have called us, we would have. I will never forget the Forbes article where the line there was, what would you have given up if you had known Luka Doncic was available? And he said everything. Would have given them everything if they would have called us. And they didn't. And I can't get, and people just being blown away by how reckless he was. Everybody apparently still thinks like, oh yeah, he's a good guy who should have a job in the league. Like the league still views him as somebody who should be involved, and that he shouldn't have been out in Toronto. But like Chris Mannix told us at 8, everything runs its course. Yeah. And you get those sort of things. Now, before we go too much further, I have a question because you kind of blew by it pretty quickly. When you say the post-show wrap-up discussion with the wife, does that mean that you do a breakdown of the show with Amanda every morning? Or did you mean you just had a discussion with her after the show of like you're catching up on life?
Catching up on life.
Oh, okay, I was going to say, I'm stunned if she doesn't listen that she's doing a whole breakdown with you of how the show went.
Well, she's not listening, number one. Number two, go home, plug the phone into charge, talk lunch, catch up on one of our shows.
There you go.
For a good hour and a half.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 hours. Tim McMahon, Mavs Insider, on the Hoop Collective, talking about the Mavs new hire.
At this point, Patrick Dumont had to go with a proven track record with this hire. You couldn't go out on a limb with this. Now, if it doesn't work, he can at least look himself in the mirror and said, I went about the process the right way to find somebody who had proven that he could do this. Now, why is this a premium job? There are a few reasons. You've hit on 2 of them. Cooper Flagg is on the roster and is going into the second year of his rookie contract. The owners have extremely deep pockets and are willing to spend. And they've proven, I don't know what their contract terms are with Masai, but he didn't come cheap. Rick Welts did not come cheap to come out of retirement. They dipped under the luxury tax this year, but that's because they were going to win 20-something games. If they're a contender, they'll pay. But the third reason that this was a very attractive job is, in a bizarre way, kind of the same reason that Luka Doncic isn't on the roster anymore. And that's because Patrick Dumont is not going to be a meddling owner. He's going to trust his basketball people to make basketball decisions. Now, he learned the hard way. If you take that approach, you better have good basketball people and people needs to be plural. There needs to be communication within the organization. There needs to be collaboration within the organization. These are things that they really valued and believed that Masai Ujiri can bring in. They believe he's a proven culture builder as well as a roster builder. But this isn't going to be a case where, you have a guy like, an owner like, just trying to think of an example, like a Mark Cuban, who, might just overrule you and call an owner and make a trade that you didn't want to make. Like, you are going to have the opportunity to do your job with great resources and a guy to build around.
Now, Mark Stein adds that Ujiri is going to hire like a co-general manager, so he's going to talk to Matt Riccardi and Michael Finley, who had, divided that role once Nico was fired. And one major question that a lot of Mavs fans and media immediately asked, will Masai Ujiri have the power to replace Jason Kidd if he wants? Jason's got 4 years left. I'm not asking should he, will he, could he. And I would guess that in order to get Masai Ujiri here, and Tim McMahon already said it costs a lot to get Rick Welts out of retirement, and this is going to cost probably a pretty penny as well. I thought I heard Shams say, and I listened to it twice, but I probably need to listen to it 5 more times because I didn't believe it. When Shams was talking about Ujiri being done in Toronto, I think he said he was making $15 a year. Doesn't that sound unbelievably insane?
Yeah.
Double check me, internet, please. I listened to it twice, and I was like, did he say 5? He didn't say 15. There's no way he said 15. But the point is, in order for Patrick Dumont to land a guy like this, I would guess and think that he would have full autonomy. Is it true?
Yeah.
What executives in the National Football League?
More than $15 million a year.
What front office people in the NFL are making 15 per? Isn't that nuts?
That doesn't seem right.
I told you. So I thought I heard Shams say it, and I was like, I'll replay it one more time. But I would guess that
15.
Bro.
Is that Canadian dollars?
What's John Schneider making in Seattle?
What's the exchange rate?
Isn't that unreal?
That can't be real.
Like, who are the... Like, what is John Schneider making? The man has 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah. That would be... Man.
Who are the other famous GMs? Like,
when Belichick was, but I mean that was like
Belichick.
a half a thing.
Yeah.
Well, that would be $11 million a year if it was Canadian to U.S. dollars. So maybe that's what it was. But still, yeah. I mean, it would be Sam Presti. It would be Danny Ainge.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
Brad Stevens.
I can't think of anything.
What do you think about the power? If he wants to make a kid call.
Let him come. I'm thrown off by how much money he's making.
Your eyes are
or was
fluttering.
making. Look, it's I want him to come in here and have final authority. You need somebody to have. I know as much as people say like, you don't want somebody just running like a tyrant setup or whatever. That's true, but like you do need somebody to ultimately is the decision maker to say this is what we're doing. To settle disagreements or whatever else. So I would hope he builds a
Medford. The 15 is real. It was first reported 4 years ago. It is USD.
That blows me away.
He confirmed the exchange rate. Fred VanVleet, who of course was on that Toronto team, he gave the real on Masai Ujiri. See if y'all like this.
Yeah, I tell you what, he was hard. Like he was like serious as you know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't no bullshit with him. Like, but he never lied. And he always told me the truth. And he always challenged me. And I think it was I'm coming off of my second year. I was hurt in the playoffs. And I think he was looking at me like he trying to sit out. He was thinking I was trying to sit out so I can get paid. But I really was hurt though. So he put me to the side. He like, look, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Like, it's never been one of us that I ain't paid. He was like, you know what I'm saying? It ain't my money. I'm gonna pay you what you deserve, but I need you to, you know what I'm saying, do what you do.
That's cheap.
Like, all right, he was like, the only guy I never paid, I traded him to the team he wanted to go to. And I never forgot that. So it was like, it put me at ease, you know what I'm saying? So, and then he always would challenge me to be better than what because you would get comfortable. You would get like, I'm cool. He like, no, you could do this. I'm not going to pay you unless you do this. I'm not going to pay you unless you do that. And at the time, like, man, some bullshit. Mm-hmm. But I ain't know he was really just trying to push me. Yeah. And then the older I got, I'm like, okay, I could appreciate that because everybody not going to do that. Most of the GMs that sit there and watch you do some bullshit, wait till it's time to pay you, and then they got a whole list of shit that you ain't been doing. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Come out with that list.
He'll help you. Like, he'll tell you, like, no, this is what you need to do. So I always had just a lot of respect for him because he was cutthroat. There's no bullshit with him.
So I love that there from Fred, Out the Mud podcast.
And now you've got me lost down a rabbit hole of how much GMs are paid. Rob Pelinka, $5 million a year. So Ujiri's getting paid 3 times that. But no, that's good from Van Vliet. Van Vliet's one of those guys who he's listed in the misses category of some of the stuff with Ujiri later in his career. Like, you let him leave for nothing, or did you basically
because he scouted him as an undrafted free agent.
Yes, his biggest knock a lot of times, it seems like, from people as he left Toronto, was holding on too long.
Yeah.
And then by the time it was time to deal somebody or let somebody walk in free agency, he wasn't getting anything in return, and he was leaving them just kind of holding what was left.
Danny Green was involved in the Kawhi trade when they traded DeMar DeRozan, worked out for the title, and I found an old clip of him saying he meant everything. This is a guy who will convince free agents to come. And Chris Mannix an hour ago said at 2 o'clock today with this Mavs press conference, the personality is going to be evident because Nico did not have a personality. And he's probably going to win and dominate the presser. And tomorrow we'll have all the highlights.
So I saw somebody suggest this. I don't know that you could realistically ask this, but do you think anybody asks him the question, would you have traded Luka Doncic? And is it fair?
I hope so.
Is it fair to ask it?
I think my question would be, what did you think of the Luka trade?
Yeah, like, hey, lots of executives were reacting across the National Basketball Association when it happened. When you were in Toronto and you heard the news, what did you think?
Now, what if he says, I understand the organizational thought?
Then he will immediately dig a hole for himself.
That would be such a bad answer. That would be such a bad answer.
You know what? You know how he would win everybody over?
I get it.
If he said it, this is the dumbest S I've ever seen in my life. If he said that, he will have... That will be the new beginning that the Mavericks want. If you get somebody to come up there and go... I'm grateful to Patrick Dumont for hiring me. I don't know what the hell you were thinking letting that guy trade Luka Doncic. That was...
And Dumont should be like, I agree.
No, I know. He should have a talk with Dumont before he goes out there. Like, hey, we're going to get this put on a tee for us. Let's knock it out of the park. Let's get the real beginning you want.
Are the Cowboys and these other teams now in the contender or pretender conversation? More of your football fix with the Red Zone on Sean and Bobby after this. But let me go ahead and get you to GimmeTheVin.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
This is the Red Zone, your football fix, brought to you by the greatness of Just Love Coffee locations in Grand Prairie and Arlington. Teacher Appreciation Week. They got a special every single day with the family-run business and the scratch-made food at Just Love Coffee. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. And I just invented a new villainous type role that I never thought of before.
What?
I was walking back from the bathroom and Hagelin gets out of the elevator and he's like, "Oh, there's Sean." And I was already at the door and I was like holding the door open, and then it clicked in my mind. I said, "No, I'm actually going to close the door, and I want there to be a new villain out there, the door closer on people."
Oh, that's a good idea because
like you sprint up like when we're leaving downstairs and you walk into the hallway and you always see people coming, and like I'd just be sit in the lobby, film it. Maybe Anthony Davis put me on his show. And I run up to actually close the door on people.
That's a good idea. I hate
Aiden likes it.
I hate the holding the door. Like the holding the door is fine. Like especially if they're right behind you, it's an easy social cachet of just like, oh, I get some points here for, oh, thank you. Well, it's like, what was I going to do? Just slam it on you, or in your case, close it. But what I hate is the one where
closing it would have caused Kevin. He would have had to get out his key card, and it's not just opening it. You got to go through a little process.
Few paces behind though, and you have to look and kind of make the split decision of, what is their pace? Like, are they moving quick enough that it makes sense, or do I end up kind of, even though it's in
distance and pace,
it's a whole like you have the best of intentions, but you end up holding it, and then they feel like I was trying to take my time. Oh, thanks. And now let me pick up my pace a little bit. So you got to make that call. Sometimes it's good to just leave it with I'll open it as wide as I can, and as I walk off, that way it's open for them to just put their hand on when they walk through.
And that door downstairs, like walking out, that causes a lot of. There's been some attitude at that exchange, and I don't know whether it's a double door system. There's like a set of doors, then another set of doors. I don't know what it is, but there's some people that give a side eye over like, why didn't you do this or that right there?
Yeah,
I don't know what it is.
It's a social awkwardness for sure. I'm not a big fan of it.
In that situation, which one do you hold though? Do you hold the one you need the key card for, or the one you don't need the key card for?
See, that's what we've run into issues with, is like we're opening one door or they're coming through and then like somebody held the door for us, the second door for us one time, I remember, and we walked through it, and then they were like mad we didn't hold the one behind us. I'm like, how do you do that?
Yeah, see, I've been in the same situation plenty of times where I'm going to hold the door for the guy coming out, he's holding one for me, and I'm like, we're just staring at each other. Like, what are we doing?
Right.
And then you get the whole little, I'll go, you go. I don't like it. So yeah, a door closer sounds like a good idea. That might actually cut through some social awkwardness if it's like, we're going to set a precedent that we don't hold doors for anybody. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's what we're doing. Let's look at the contenders and pretenders after the NFL draft. Cowboys, this was over at The Athletic, they were taking a look at like, hey, let's recap where everybody's at right now. And they were doing these little capsules of just asking every beat writer where things as they said, which was a little hilarious. It felt like a little bit like MLB opening day, where, on opening day, everybody feels optimistic. And it's like the sun is out. Everybody's 0-0. We feel awesome. They were all talking like that after the draft. All four of the NFC East team writers for The Athletic talking about how teams improved. This is a better football team than you ended with. It's like, maybe Washington, Giants, and Cowboys can claim that just because they were bad enough that there's I don't know how, as Philly, knowing you're about to trade A.J. Brown, your quarterback's got his issues.
Yeah. Well, you got Lemon, you got Grenard.
Does that make you feel better than my quarterback might be hated by everybody, though, and it's another year of Saquon Barkley, you banking on him being healthy? I don't know that I can feel great about they're going to be better next year. But over at Bleacher Report, they took a look at the teams that they're saying are these contenders or pretenders after the NFL draft, and they've got 12 names to consider, and we can jump into these. Do you want to start with the Dallas Cowboys or just work our way down the list till we get to them? It's an alphabetical.
Now, I get specific with these things. I always end up with a fight with Choppy over defining. Mm-hmm. This is a contender for what? A Super Bowl contender.
So I'm trying to see if they put a specific. This is basically, these are none of the teams that were in the playoffs last year. So these are all teams that missed the playoffs. And what you're going to find are teams that they think they have realistic playoff aspirations.
Okay.
So it doesn't say Super Bowl contender, just basically like, this is a team that missed the playoffs that could make it this year. Is it real or not?
Go ahead. Go through them all.
All right. Number 1, the Atlanta Falcons.
Is this in order for them?
This is going down. No, this is alphabetical order. They're going down the list of teams.
Okay. That's stupid.
The Atlanta Falcons, you're saying not a contender?
No.
Okay.
No, because I'm assuming Tua is going to start off as their quarterback. And Tua stinks.
So it says a new head coach in Kevin Stefanski. The Falcons brought in competition for Michael Penix at quarterback with Tua Tagovailoa. The team didn't have a first-round pick this year as a result of last year's trade-up for James Pierce, who may not play football this season.
Ooh,
they do have.
Imagine being that fan. Imagine if the Cowboys did this, and Pierce is in this type of trouble, and you're out those picks. We'd be furious. I'd be so mad.
So the key for the Falcons is weathering the first half of the season. If they can do that without falling too far off the pace, they'll be in the mix in a weak NFC South. They say contender is the verdict over at Bleacher Report.
Pretender, and I also saw a lot of people not a fan of linking up the brothers because of Terrell's size.
Yeah, he was not super fast at his pro day either. He ran like a 4.68 or something, but there was also an injury involved there. The Baltimore Ravens says this is one of the easier calls on the list, is their thought.
Contender.
They've got them listed as a contender. It says after a hugely disappointing 2025 campaign in which the Ravens missed the postseason altogether, longtime head coach John Harbaugh was fired. They've got Jesse Minter there now. They lost Tyler Linderbaum, but they got Vega Ioane in the draft. They said this is a team with a 2-time MVP at quarterback that won double-digit games 3 straight years. They're going to be back.
And Pavia backup. Now, look, you can make your joke and say they're a 12-win contender, but you can say they're not an AFC championship contender because of the whole Lamar, Josh Allen choke thing.
Did you see the Pavia?
And the highest win, right? The highest win total in Vegas?
Yeah, they've got the highest over-under win total this year. Did you see the Pavia note from him talking to the pivot?
No. I saw his blonde hair, and his face was ass high with the center snapping him the football.
He acknowledged he was telling them, and he was doing it in the course of just, I guess, a regular conversation, but he had said that the Alabama game last year, he's like, I overslept. I got to the stadium late. I didn't even throw pregame. Felt off that whole game. I was like, what are you doing?
What?
Why are you telling people this?
He said that?
Said he overslept heading into the Alabama game, that he didn't even throw pregame.
He cost them in the first half of that game. That's where
it's because he didn't throw pregame.
That's where he had a big fumble, like some dumb decisions he usually doesn't make.
Yep.
And that's where I saw Ty Simpson take over that game and end it.
Because Ty Simpson actually got his pregame throws in.
Wow.
Diego Pavia didn't, and he owned up to that.
Theo, are you going to advise him better than this? Since you're a stepdad?
No. Theo's running around with Ella Langley now. That's his girl.
Is that for real?
I don't know if it's for real, but they're in all their videos now. They're hanging out with each other a lot. So that's
he was with Pavia's mom too, but I was told that was a little gimmicky.
He's making his way. Next up on this list, the Cincinnati Bengals sharing the division with the Baltimore Ravens.
I don't even like talking about them.
They're the Cowboys.
Don't.
They're the Cowboys of the AFC.
Yeah, but it's like I feel more certain about Dak's health.
Than Burrows?
Yeah.
I mean, I think of them as kind of the same, I guess.
No, I think Burrow's worse injury-wise. I have to go look at the number of games over the past 3 years. Look, they're intriguing on the D-line with what they've done. I am a little bit intrigued there, but this whole thing comes up. I'll say pretender.
They're saying pretender as well. Say the Bengals will be entertaining, but they're going to be an entertaining pretender. Next up on the list, the Dallas Football Cowboys. I'll give you the write-up before I have you weigh in on this. It says the Dallas Cowboys are the NFC equivalent of the Cincinnati Bengals. All offense and no defense. That offense was second in the league in yards per game and 7th in points per game last year, and it's loaded with talent. Quarterback Dak Prescott has a plethora of weapons at his disposal in the likes of CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. Running back Javonte Williams had the best season of his career in 2025. However, the defense was atrocious last season. Dallas was the only team in the NFL to average over 30 points per game allowed. The defense is receiving a major influx of talent this offseason, whether it's veterans like edge rusher Rashawn Gary, linebacker D. Winters, and safety Jalen Thompson, or a pair of first-round rookies in edge rusher Malachi Lawrence and safety Caleb Downs. It's not a stretch to say that the Cowboys have the most potent offense in the NFC East. If the new-look defense can be even average, Dallas will be players in the division. And they are saying contender for the Dallas Cowboys, and where do you fall down on this one?
I have the Cowboys already winning the NFC East, but I will still say pretender. As I said a couple weeks ago, Warren Sharp. God, I wanted to unleash you on Warren Sharp.
Another one of my victories. I slowly turn you bitter against people is what I'm finding.
I don't hate Warren Sharp.
I've gotten you on Barnwell and some others, though.
Yeah. The Orlovsky thing, he tweeted something out about guacamole today that was not as good. I was thinking about it for worst take. I think he said it's not as good with like cilantro and onion. I don't want to backhand this fool. But Warren Sharp, he tweeted this out. Last year, the Cowboys played the number 3 easiest schedule. They won 7 total games. In their 8 games versus teams with a winning record, they won 1 of 8. In their 7 games versus teams who made the playoffs, they won 1 of 7. They went 3-1 in games decided by 3 points or less. This year, they played 10 teams projected to have a winning record. They had the number 2 biggest increase in schedule difficulty and the number 4 overall toughest schedule. The thing I'm going to focus on here is the same old Cowboy issue, teams with a winning record. Legit tests. If you face San Fran in a big game, if you face Seattle in a big game, if you face the Rams in a big game, if you face the Lions, and if you face the Packers in a big game, what are you going to do? I got to see it before I believe it to name them a playoff contender. So I will say pretender, even though I still have them winning the East.
I don't think we're putting enough emphasis. I know we all really like Christian Parker. I love Christian Parker, and I love what he's building. I can see the vision for everything that he's trying to accomplish, and it does make me feel like, yeah, the sum might be better than its parts, and I'm excited to see that. It's a lot, I think, to just assume that a rookie coordinator is going to come in here and just have the entire NFL confused.
Yeah. What's your answer to this?
I think they're a contender to make the postseason. Yes. I do think that, which is the question. I mean, the question was, these are teams that miss
playoff noise
to make playoff noise?
Are they a championship contender?
Probably not. No, not right now. Okay. Not right now. They're not.
Agreed.
Now, if we get to the end of the season, obviously, and we learn things about the defense we didn't know, then that'll shift.
Yeah,
but the offense will take a step back too, I think.
I'm going to Oxnard with rose-colored glasses. Strawberry-colored glasses, Chris Arnold would say. I'm going to Oxnard, stepping on that field to watch practice with the, not real expectation, with the hope and the dream of watching a brand new defense that's exciting. And I want to start every morning show in California talking about the defense balling out and creating turnovers. I'm going with that type of Disneyland wonder. Now, I don't think that's reality, but I'm going with that type of excitement right now.
Yeah, I agree. Now, like Dan Quinn,
when he first stalking Caleb Williams.
Caleb Downs.
Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
No. I saw Caleb Williams. I just go to the salon, which I didn't need a pedicure badly.
Boy, old Chicago Jacob Ray back there is shaking his head. No, if you look at I think if you look at what they've put in place, there's a good chance that it'll accelerate. I'll say this. They're not contenders for playoff noise now. They have done a really good job accelerating the timeline to set themselves up to be real contenders 27. Like they've made a big enough chunk out of their deficiencies that it makes me feel like, all right, next offseason into 27, they're not going to be at such a disadvantage to just build a couple pieces and get there.
Yeah.
And so
the gap has been...
It was such a huge gap that they had from contender status last year because of how bad the defense was. It didn't feel possible with all your resources to cover it. They added 4th-round picks. They got some young players. Those guys will need to come along. But it puts you in position to where I think 27, you are a real contender.
Anyone else?
Yeah, a couple other names here, and we'll run through them really quickly. The Detroit Lions, you saying contender or pretender?
I'll lean towards contender. It's hard for me to... I can't let go of the Lions for some reason. I'm like choppy.
They're still...
The explosiveness.
Yeah, and that's why I would have them as contenders, too. They have them as that as well. The Colts,
no,
who really tapered off. They've got them as pretender. This is the one that I'm going to fight everybody all year on. I know it. The Kansas City Chiefs, which Bleacher Report says are contenders, and half of every expert is still picking them to be back in the Super Bowl. I think they're missing the playoffs again. I don't think they were not good last year. And who knows what Patrick Mahomes is going to be when he's available, anything else. They lost their entire secondary, and people just still have this weird, it's the Alabama equation again of just, Alabama, it's the same Alabama we've always seen. No, it's not. It's really not.
The Red Zone, your football fix, brought to you by Just Love Coffee. Let's finish up Ask Reddit with the KNC masterpiece on Sean and Bobby after this. But let's shop for Mom and Mother's Day at...
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
All right, how to wean my 6-year-old off of the iPad. Corey Major says he has the solution.
Oh.
Let's crosstalk with KNC.
All right, so cooking, you like to cook, and you know that if you're cooking a meal, it's all about timing, right?
Yes.
Like you got to put in a certain amount of time for everything.
Yeah.
You're going to need to add 5 minutes to the window before you need him off of it. All right, 5 minutes, and this will take care of everything.
5 more
You walk
minutes.
over to him and you say, hey, we got about 5 minutes, bud. And he goes, okay. He's probably ignoring you anyway because he's very focused. So you need to figure out a way to click him out of the focus part so he really hears you. So linger. Linger for about a minute, and like after you say 5 minutes, say, hey, what are you watching? And then act interested in it. You don't have to actually be interested, but you act interested.
Sure.
You do this for about 3 minutes. You ask questions.
Now, he's going to be annoyed with me while I'm asking him in his final 5 minutes.
He is going. No, he's not. He is going to be happy that you're interested because he wants to share what he's learning right now. We experienced this with Carter and Lucy. Avery was kind of phased out of this because he didn't have the iPad the same way. But Carter and Lucy definitely was. You could see the moments of just like they'd cling it to their chest, and if they knew the F words, they'd say them. But you spend that time, and then about 1 or 2 minutes away, say, hey, I'm going to give you another minute, and then just sit there with them. So it is 5 minutes of asking questions, being interactive with it, and then you're gonna start navigating them to the next thing that you want them to do.
That's the problem.
And but no, because of your interest, they have now separated themselves from the iPad and now are back into a world that you're in.
No, the problem is me coming up with the next activity when I don't want to do anything.
It's dinner time.
Yeah.
So this is what you're usually you're trying to get them away from that so you can have dinner.
Yep.
And so you do that, and you start suggesting, oh, we're going to have this for dinner. You like this, right? And then once you get away from that, bam, there it is. He puts the iPad down on his own. You let him think it was his idea. All those things that are suggestive without being demanding.
Or
well done.
You say, if this means that much to you, your priorities are whack. I'm going to break this thing if you start crying about it.
I told him the other day,
go sit down.
Yeah, I threw it in the pool the other day.
And then your kid ends up in the Army.
Not a good idea.
Holy moly.
It doesn't work very well.
Bobby drove his kid to the Army
I couldn't fix it. You guys do it.
Thank you for that,
They got him
Corey.
off the iPad.
If you're willing to take the 5, and then after like a month or so of doing that, and you do it consistently, then the cues, the words you use, they'll pick up on them already, and you don't have to do that again. They'll just be like, okay, I'm going to do it on my own.
Have you had this issue?
Yeah, we just set the frog timer that we got for him, and when the timer goes off, he knows he's done.
Yeah.
And he good attitude?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Something about our timer. So Laura,
your timer's broken.
Lucy got to a point where she would turn the timer off, and we'd be like, oh crap,
that's sharp.
Or if
Laura,
you have to figure out how to turn it off or turn it back, that's a problem.
Oh, you're saying she wasn't voluntarily giving it up early. She's like, I'm not get the timer out of here.
She shut it off. She's like, you didn't even hear the timer go off because it's shut off now. Laura would you remember I told you earlier, if Laura's on the iPad, she won't eat. So she'll just sit there for her, and it's like, finish your food. And so we would have this issue of her sitting in front of her dinner for like an hour and a half. And it's like, you have to eat. So I don't know what it was. We had like a kitchen timer that we would crank back, and I'd be like, you have 30. All I said was, you have 30 minutes to eat, and I'd put it down. And she would freak out. No. For some reason, something about that timer going off, she would start eating faster. So they reached a point like later on where when she was
jail time.
No,
like,
when she was, I didn't even have it.
Yeah.
I didn't even have an outcome for it. I just said it's 30 minutes. I was like, if this goes off, I was
then
like,
what?
I never had an outcome for it. But she just was like, no, and so
Going
she
to the
forgot.
Army.
So now if I just say I'm gonna get the timer, if she's slow eating, she goes and she starts eating quicker.
Yeah, you're just basically you're changing the interest, the connection from whatever they're watching on the screen to you, and you want them to love you more, and so they're like, I want to be around you, so because you're interested in me.
Or somebody just brought up, and I this is true, you can set a screen limit on the iPad, so it'll just go off.
Oh.
And then you can hear them scream from the other room. Or, as Lucy is now, because at 8 o'clock her phone turns off. And she knows that's now bath time, shower time, time to get ready for bed.
You can set the phone to shut off?
Yeah, phone immediately turn at 8 o'clock every night, it turns off. So, and she knows that's time.
Kristen wants that app for me. She wants my screen time limited.
I can see that for sure.
Did you get a new computer yet?
No.
I don't get it, dude.
Lazy.
It's not lazy.
It is lazy. It's the same reason I haven't shifted out my phone. Part of it's laziness. I can at least admit it.
It's not lazy. I just sit there and I think, do I want to get up and go somewhere? And then I say no. That's it.
That's
not
what
lazy.
about you're already up for work? Why not do it after work?
Because the idea of I hate how frequently I'm away from home just to relax.
Relax.
That's what I mean. Like,
I thought you meant family time.
No, it's just like I hate how much it's like they're so that it's like I want to maximize. Like, let me go home and like nap, or let me go home and just like sit back and look. The last thing I want to do is like, all right, let's go do an hour detour to do this. It looks
like
broken.
me with haircuts when I'm like, no, I need to get the haircut done in my house.
What I need to do is I need to buy it online. I need to buy it during a commercial break and then have it ready for pickup so I can just go buy and pick it up. That's what I need to do.
There you go. All right, what's coming up on the show?
Guys, we got Robert Tiffin joining us for the post-Stars conversation at noon today.
You know, or to go along with that, we could just keep Bobby for the first couple of segments when he orders his computer.
Make him order it.
And then he does a couple segments with us, and then it's ready to pick up. Boom!
Sounds great, dude. What else you got
It does
going
sound
on?
good.
You have nothing else to do.
It does, except I do have to go home today.
I want to ask you
because
guys.
I got to nap before I got to go do my other thing. No, I got to go nap. She's not even home till 5 today.
I want to ask you guys about something you were catching
Solo cereal.
a little bit of heat for.
Oh, no.
And I assume you did the math and all the financial implications, as I'm getting odds from Vegas, as I'm sure you are, about trading McDavid and Hellebuck.
Yeah!
And I know you guys had a little fun exercise, Robo, new deal coming, a Jason Robertson, Connor McDavid type deal. I saw a lot of the comments. You guys don't know what you're talking about. Stick to football, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, what was that on?
It's on Instagram. I wouldn't go there.
Would you like to compliment us right now, though?
Just go to @1053SS. You'll see it.
That our Stars talk is pretty damn good.
Well, I'm going to compliment you if you tell me that I know it was probably well thought out. Did you do the money and everything that have to be included?
No,
and
that's
cap implications?
Absolutely not. And that's why it was prefaced with just out of curiosity.
Okay.
It wasn't like, well, let's drill down. And what I said was, would you trade Jason Robertson in 3 firsts for Connor McDavid? At no point was it
straight up.
Yeah, I've crunched the numbers and done the math.
And
I was
whispers.
like, just out of curiosity, it is so weird how that does not seem to ever translate.
You should see what is
social media.
not translating for us with like. Anytime we bring up a Pickens thing, like there was this loser mob of like 4 people yesterday that I'm just like, he's not going anywhere. Why are you dragging his name? I'm like,
I know you content creators got to come up with stuff. No, we have 4 hours and we're having discussions. Yeah. We're just having discussions.
We're
about
recapping
things.
Jeremy Fowler's report, and they're like, "Where's the report?" I'm like, you're dumb.
That being said,
that discussion was 40.
How are you breathing?
I think everybody would immediately say, give me one of the fastest skaters on the ice and one of the best players in the game right now, even for Jason Robertson. I think in that conversation, yes, most Stars fans would love to have him.
Yeah, I think what they're saying is Edmonton would never do it.
That makes, I totally get that too.
Yes, and that's why the question was not, would Edmonton do this? It
would
was,
you, as a Stars fan, be willing to try
and
this?
The salary would work out just fine. Connor McDavid has 1 year left on his deal. You could make that happen. Jason Robertson is a restricted free agent. I could make it happen if you're willing to give up the draft capital. It was a 45-second conversation.
I think it's funny that those on Instagram saying, it's like they're definitely unaware that you guys talk about the Stars by far the most on the station. And they're like, don't try to dip your toe in this water.
Yeah.
In foreign waters.
Keep
your toes out.
I also we were discussing this morning. Get prepared to be taken for a ride in this Robertson deal, because the guy who's running it also did Wyatt's,
Mulligattas,
Harley, and
Hockey Mulligata is the agent.
Yeah, his
What's his
agent
name? That Thomas Harley deal looks awful.
Yeah, Wyatt, Rantanen, and Thomas Harley, and all three of those deals are significant, long, and around $12 million.
What's this devil's name?
Is it Andy Scott?
Something like that. Yes,
that would be the hockey mulligan would be Andy Scott.
Andy Scott coming in here. All right, let's finish up some Ask Credit.
All right, Kevin Hagelin. What's the most useless thing your brain decided to permanently memorize?
TV theme songs. I think about that a lot. Like certain things, and I'm like, what could I have done with my life?
Give me one of them.
Whatever happened to predictability?
The milkman, the paperboy, the evening TV. I don't know what's after that, though.
Or DuckTales.
DuckTales is great.
Yeah.
When they do the danger, watch behind you. There's a stranger out to find you. That's a great one. I love that song.
Brian Ray will be joining us tomorrow.
He loves that
for
song.
about an hour, and he loves DuckTales.
He does. Corey?
Commercial jingles. Only a mattress job.
Yeah, there you go.
Bobby Knows Ball song.
Yeah, the Bobby Knows Ball song. It's
that was
great.
a good use of my time.
Really, Sean is really the creator of that when you think about it. So thanks, Sean, for Bobby Knows Ball. You know what? It is a commercial jingle for me. You remember, I think we've talked about this before. None of y'all knew what it was. Y'all don't remember like 1010-220 or anything like that? The dialing service, the long distance.
Yeah, I mean, I remember it. I don't know.
So they didn't have one. They didn't have 1010-220 was like the main one. That's the one Dennis Miller and them used to all do commercials for. Like, it's just 20 cents a minute after that. Or so there was one called 1016789 that had this awful like boardroom rap to it, and I still remember it was 1016789 long distance dialing. That's oh so fine. Dial it, trial it, put our service to the test, make a big old bunch of phone calls, let us do the rest. In 14 days, your proof will be sent. You'll see it right in black and white how much you haven't spent. We got an 8 cents a minute rate, great savings. You'll see. Try it right now for no monthly fee. So call your aunt or your uncle, your sweetie or your bro. Just dial these little digits and you'll be good to go. And I saw that commercial every day for about 6 months, and it burned into my memory forever. I was like 8 years old when it was out there.
And I like how you progressed. It got closer to a rapping style versus how you started.
That's because I could see the look on Sean's face of hurry this up. This isn't naming 100 women hotter than Shakira.
Girl number 56, hot girl 57.
Did you ever learn the McDonald's song so that you could get something free
Say McDonald's.
Filet of fish, a hamburger, a cheeseburger, a Happy Meal.
No, and I didn't know the Big Mac, special sauce, pickles, lettuce, whatever that was.
You had to go tell them, and then they would give you something for free if you got it right.
Oh, that's a good deal. Sean?
No, I got nothing.
Oh, phone numbers was a big one for me too. I remember childhood phone numbers.
I'm still getting dog texts. I thought Spittle was on
Getting
vacation.
raw-dogged?
I'm getting more dog texts. It's crazy.
Did Broadus convince you to adopt a dog?
People said Broadus. I'm so overwhelmed with dog info now.
Hey, she'll wait for you to invite her on the bed.
I'm not getting a dog. I'm too overwhelmed. It's too much research. I thought I was zoned in, and now people have sent me all these other crossbreeds. So I'm out.
Can I ask a quick question? This is an Ask Reddit, but what do people hope to accomplish by this? I'm going to read it in the style I think it was sent in from the 817. I listen to y'all because y'all talk sports. Please stop singing. Like, what the hell do you hope is going to accomplish that? It was 25 seconds. Get over yourself. You alone do not dictate that 25 seconds. You're going to be fine.
What about this?
She waits for permission to hop on that couch or bed. Knows to sit, paw, and come.
Oh my! That's a commercial read. That is a commercial for Brian Broadus.
Is that more intriguing, or is it RJ's new Blue Chew Gold? That's more intriguing.
Is there a new commercial out?
Yeah. I don't know if you already had to pull it off the air or not.
Oh. You know what? Let's not. You guys do it on your show. I don't need more text messages from the bosses. The KNC masterpiece is next.
But first, look, affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man, I'm not plugged in.
And I can still hear.
I'm just sitting here with unplugged headphones on.
I can still hear you, though. And the famous Alec Medford. And hopefully that is all. Gentlemen, welcome.
I'm here.
Damn it.
Bobby is trying to invade our show.
With something inflammatory.
No, not inflammatory.
Okay.
This was I just wanted to say something to the master peeps out there.
Okay.
And just say that, have you ever seen like on TV when there's, a fugitive or something, somebody stands on the front yard like a family member and goes, "Hey, turn yourself in. We love you." Okay, so I just wanted to do that. I wanted to say, Jane, I love you. Reply to Corey's text.
Oh my goodness.
Please.
I'm hurt.
He wants to hear from you. Just return his texts. We all love you.
I miss you.
He wants to hear from you, and he wants to know that everything's okay.
You can say no.
Jane,
Let me talk to you.
Jane, reply to Corey's texts, please.
Or else.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
We'll
you guys
have to hunt you down.
hashtag Slater reply to Corey's text. That's a big hashtag.
Did I have
It'll
to throw
catch
the
on.
thread in? Is that part of it? The threat part is or else.
Yeah, or else.
I don't
Find you
think you should say.
by any
Or
means
else
possible.
we'll continue to say nice things about what a professional reporter you are and how much we all love you. But
Yeah.
we would prefer if you would just...
So wouldn't you just not respond so you continue to get those compliments?
No, because Jane is good. I'm sure it was just overlooked.
She wants the vitriol, too.
The vitriol.
Yeah.
That's a good way to say it. Jane, just reply to Corey's text. That's all I wanted to say. Love y'all. Have a good show.
Oh, man.
All right. There you go. Bobby Belt.
Bye.
Bye, Bobby.
With all that being said, how the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. How are y'all doing?
Doing well, Kevin. I think what Bobby is saying is kind of funny, too, because you do have the one that's out there like, just come on home. Just come on home. But you also have the neighbor that's like, I could have never seen this coming. Like that dude was the best. Like we always thought that he was, we would never have thought that he would have had all those bodies in his basement. Like that always is the case because this dude's always so nice. But yeah, I'm doing great today. Thanks for asking, Kevin.
Alec, how about you?
I'm doing great. We set the tone pretty early. So
Man, this is going to be a hellacious show today.
Yeah, this is the most Friday feeling Tuesday ever in my mind.
Someone just found a 1-of-1 Kermit superfractor.
What?
And this thing is amazing.
Send it to me now.
Pops and Disney.
The card.
I'll put my life savings on that
There
card.
is no way that's enough.
I need that.
To buy that 101.
You're probably right.
Superfractor.
Are you saying that he doesn't have enough or not?
Correct.
Not many people have enough? Okay.
No, I'm specifically calling out Alec for not having enough to purchase this 1-of-1 superfractor.
For Kermit, dude, how much do you think the Miss Piggy is?
Don't look. I've already made these jokes before.
Don't.
It's 10:06 in the morning, so I
bet the Miss Piggy is bank.
I probably shouldn't.
Piggy bank. Waka, waka, waka.
Okay.
It's got to be 2 o'clock at some point.
That saved it. I really thought you were going to say 2 o'clock. Like, I really thought that's what you were going to go with right there. You know what? I take it back. That singing guy, you had a good point. This show's stupid. I changed my mind. I take it back. You make a really good point. All right. Go ahead and give me cut number 1. We're going to start off. This is one of the few offensive things that is working for the Rangers right now.
Here's the pitch. And that ball is driven out into left center field. On the move is Jones, but it lands in front of him. He actually took a little bunny hop to make sure that ball didn't get by him. Nimmo comes in to score. Young picks up in May where he left off in April, and the Rangers lead 1-0.
All right, so that is what's working for the Rangers. But unfortunately, offensively, there's a whole lot of other things that are not working.
The rest
for
of
them.
it, the offense has been offensive.
Yes, I think that is unfortunately a very fair way to put it. So what I kind of wanted to break down is I wanted to run through a few different spots where maybe you want to change. Maybe you want to consider a short-term, long-term change for the Rangers. And who are the options if you decide to make that change? So right now, the Texas Rangers have scored the least amount of runs in the American League. They've scored the third least amount of runs in all of baseball. And the two teams that have scored fewer runs than them, the Giants and the Mets, are a combined 27 and 45.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
things are going good then, swimmingly.
No, that's bad.
I don't know.
All right. So let's go to second base.
All right.
This one seems the simplest. If you want to sub out Josh Smith, who we've talked about it. We talked about it with Skip Schumacher. We talked about it with Jared. Not only has he not been up to par offensively, he's been struggling defensively as well. This one seems the simplest. Would you be good with, for maybe a prolonged period of time, subbing in Ezekiel Duran for Josh Smith? Although, to be fair, Ezekiel Duran has also turned some heads in the outfield. He started 5 career games in right field and has an outfield assist in the last 3 of them. So he can do something in the outfield as well.
I will say this. Even when Marcus Semien wasn't hitting well, his defense always justified him being out on the field.
I get that.
And I can't say for certain. Like, Josh Smith makes some good hustle plays, but consistency-wise, he is not Marcus Semien, and that's tough to beat.
Sure.
Like, it just is. I do think Ezekiel Duran can justify both the balance with his bat. So, yes, Kevin, at the moment, Josh Smith has to get out of his own head. He earned the spot. Everything he did in spring training earned the spot.
Yeah.
And then since then, I don't know that he let off the gas or just it changed. Maybe chasing that again would be something that would get him back to that place.
Do you wish he was all gas and no brake?
Sure.
Okay.
But having to earn something seems to be the thing that motivates him or gets him in that place.
Okay. All right.
So yeah, but here's the thing, as you said, Zeke is one of those dudes that you can put in a lot of different places on this roster.
Yeah. And that's like, he kind of feels like the hitting version of Jacob Latz.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what I think. All right. First base. Jake Berger is clearly struggling. And the issue that you run into with Jake Berger is when he struggles at the plate in terms of getting hits, he doesn't really walk. And so you're going to run into this giant void of on-base percentage. His on-base percentage this year is awful. It's .248. Cody Freeman is out until at least the final week of May. Would you consider... We had to dig a little deeper on this one. Justin Foscue or Jonah Bride. And we might have people right now that are saying, who the F is Jonah Bride? Fair enough. Not Jonah Heim.
Super bad.
I'm not. That is Jonah Hill.
Okay.
I'm not confused about, we'll talk about Jonah Heim later. But Justin Foscue, he's had some chances. He feels like a guy who might be your 3.5A, 4A player that is just unfortunately not suited to hit at the major leagues. By the way, if you think of him as a young player, he's already 27. So again, that's young for a human, but in baseball, this is like when your prime should be starting. The other one that I want you to think about is Jonah Bride. Now, Jonah Bride is 30, and here's kind of the breakdown I got about him. He is somebody who has never really had success in the big leagues.
At all.
When they need him to hit lefties, he can't. So
Sweet.
He'll beat down AAA pitching, which is what he's doing right now. And he might be your best shot at somebody who gets hot for 2 weeks.
He had one season in Miami where he was, like, in 272 at-bats, 11 home runs, had an OPS of 818. Other than that, he's in the 400 range. Like, that's just kind of where he is. It's an option. I think Foscue's my favorite option here.
Yes,
and
short term.
And with Berger, it does seem kind of like he needs to kind of go clear his head and get back to it. Because this season, again, spring training hot, started the season strong, and then kind of has become a roller coaster of missed pitches and whiffs. So I would say I would say yes. Foscue would be a short-term option for me. There were a couple dudes you had on the roster in spring training that requested away, and that now you're kind of like, dadgum, we wish we would have kept them around.
And that's why I wonder if you were, whether it's Foscue or Bride, you're probably talking about a short-term thing. All right.
It's always the bridesmaid, right?
That never the bride. Gotcha. Now, for catcher, this might be a really simplistic way of thinking about it, but I can't stop thinking about it ever since Evan Grant was like...
Danny Jansen!
Yeah, I know, but...
Forever!
Ever since Evan Grant was like, Danny Jansen's more of a second-half player anyway, been that way throughout his career, I was like, now, hear me out. Why not play Higgy more right now? So Jansen, 23 games, 73 at-bats versus Higgy, 14 games, 45 at-bats. Why not balance that out a little bit more? Why not try to tilt it towards Higgy early on just a little bit more if Danny Jansen is more of a second-half player? Or will that throw off his flow to get to the second half where you're like, I need to get all these junk at-bats and games out of the way? I don't know. So that's another suggestion.
When does the second half start, though? Like when exactly? You say after the All-Star break?
I think it is after the All-Star break, which of course is not proportionate to half the season.
Weird to me.
That is, you're right. I agree with you on that. Now, we get to DH, and this is where we have a variety of things to look at. Is there any part of you that wants a break from Jock with all or most of the at-bats going to Andrew McCutchen, or has Jock Peterson done well enough right now that you're like, let's roll with it? Or...
Hold on. Let's discuss this real quick, Kevin.
Okay.
Let's discuss that. We'll get to the other one in a minute.
Okay.
Do you know what Jock Peterson's current batting average is? 205.
Okay.
Andrew
I was going to guess
McCutchen?
200.
You know what Andrew McCutchen's is?
204?
205.
Okay.
The WAR for both of those hitters.
I bet that's not great.
Peterson's minus 0.2.
Oh, that's...
And I bet people out there are like, give me Kutch. Minus 0.3. 568 OPS from McCutchen and a 607 from Jock. It's not good either way.
Yeah.
So, like, that's where you're like, you're picking, trying to figure out which one's the lesser of two evils, and you don't have a real good option there.
Can I ask you a question about that? Because there's always been a school of thought well, but I had to pinch hit a bunch, or I didn't know if I was going to play. Do you have any interest then, or are those numbers good enough to be like, no, where you put him in for a week straight? Not as a pinch hitter, not as a this or that, but like, hey, you're going to be DHing spot outfield every single day for a week.
I might have a little more interest in it if you weren't 6 walks and 15 strikeouts.
Okay.
You know, like then you're showing me the pay. If you're, let's say you're 12 and 9 or whatever there, you know what I mean? Balance that number out a little more, and you're showing me the patience at the plate, even though you're being put in there to hit, but you're getting on base. And I might be like, okay, let's try and do that a little bit more. What's your? Give me option number 2, Kevin.
I've got 2 more options for you,
all right,
and I'll explain one of them. Cam Cauley, who you know, and Orlando Martinez. Now, Cam Cauley is somebody that we talked about a lot in spring training. He's been solid, but not a world beater at AAA.
And explain to me what you remember Skip and other people telling us when he went back down. Or was it, I think, the discussion with Jared of if he goes down back to AAA, he has to continue doing what he's doing here so he doesn't fall off. And then you're just like, well, what happened? And sometimes that's confidence. You're trying to make the team, and they say, hey, we appreciate you, but not yet.
Right.
I experienced that personally in my life when we were like, hey, we're ready. And they were like, not yet. And we were like, shut up, we are. But
everybody thinks they are.
And Cam Cauley is probably at that point where he's like, dadgum. But maybe this is the right opportunity because your team is not winning with veterans right now.
Or if you want to go more lightning in a bottle at the moment, Orlando Martinez. Now, Orlando Martinez, you would pull up from AA, and I'll just throw this out for you. In AA Frisco, 3 home runs, 18 RBIs. He's hitting .299 with an on-base percentage of .387 and an OPS of .882. Now, the issue that you're going to run into there is he is similar to Bride in terms of has has not had that like next level of success. But what you could point out, and this is something that Jared had brought up, is he did go down to Latin America, and maybe there he figured something out that would separate him from somebody like Bride. And I wonder if Martinez is another person that you would try for that lightning in a bottle to see if you could jumpstart part of the lineup, even if it's only for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I guess with him at 28 years old,
he's another older minor league. We have a lot of older minor league players,
and being one of those guys that like he's not ripped. You're right. He's not tearing it up at 450 in the minor leagues, but if he can be a 290 kind of guy,
right,
and maybe be a 275 kind of guy in the majors, I'd be willing to give him that opportunity.
Okay, does that sound, of all the options, maybe the best? Like,
I'll go Collie first.
Okay, give Collie short-term shot.
Yeah, I'll go give Collie, but that's the balance too of questioning if I bring him up for this short period of time. We got to tell him.
Yeah.
It's just a short period of time because he might not be mature enough to handle that. So maybe you're right, Kevin. Martinez is probably the best guy because you say, hey, come up here, just be that 275 hitter. I'm not asking you to hit home runs. I'm asking you to get on base, be productive, and then give him that opportunity to go do it so he didn't stress himself too much, and maybe he provides a little bit of punch where you need it in the lineup.
Yeah, and so I just wanted to run through that because if you want to make changes, you can't just go, well, we got to change something. I wanted to give you options. And then from the 682, you might be thinking of other shows. Same offense as the last 2 years. Not sure why y'all touted this as anything differently. We did not. That was one of the things we talked about ad nauseum at spring training and every other time is you got a lot of hopium happening in this lineup, and we'll see. But hope is not a strategy. So I don't think that any of us are surprised, but it still sucks. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we broke the story yesterday, so let's go more into the Mavs' new lead basketball decision maker next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the...
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
A block shot for the Mavericks. Now going to Cooper on the cut. It is in there! With a foul! Cooper flag. Welcome back, young man.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know we broke the story yesterday, wanted to take the opportunity to dive a little bit more into the hiring of Masai Ujiri as the head basketball decision maker. I think that's a better title than whatever else that they're going to throw out. And by the way, we will have Bobby Marks on the show tomorrow at about this same time to talk some Mavs. You know who one of the people I talked to about this that really enjoys the pickup is our good buddy Kevin Gray, KG. He likes it a lot. And one of the things that we were kicking around that I am pretty excited about is you look at some of the draft picks that he has made, right? So he traded DeMar DeRozan to pick up Kawhi Leonard. Obviously, picking up Kawhi Leonard was the key to that 2019 championship. But the number 2 scorer on that team
Pascal Siakam?
Exactly, Pascal Siakam, who was picked up 27th in the 2016 draft, went on to become a 4-time All-Star. OG Anunoby, 23rd pick.
Undrafted free agent on that team?
Yes.
Fred Van Vliet.
Yeah, that's right. And so for Anunoby, and so with Fred Van Vliet and Siakam, obviously you have people who can score as well. And OG Anunoby, who was taken with the 23rd pick, he became a very good defender. And so at a time where I know you have a lottery pick, but you also have OKC's pick in this draft, this is the kind of person that I am kind of excited that they've got picked up because of a potential of a late first round, like a gem that they could pick up.
So you're saying that he has kind of a vision.
For sure.
He knows what he wants to accomplish as soon as he walks into the door.
Yep.
He walks in the door of that place and says, I need a couple of these things, and there's some dirty work that needs to be done. Pascal Siakam will do dirty work but can score also.
For sure.
Van Vliet kind of gives you that point guard option that, really is a point guard guy. But then he makes that look of, I need a transcendent player, and I'm willing to trade the house for it. Kevin, when you look at this roster right now, is it constructed in the way that you have the dirty work dudes, but you also have the transcendent player? Is Cooper Flagg the transcendent player? Is he the Kawhi, and he's already in place?
I personally think he is, and I think the scenarios are very fascinating, right? Because you've seen plenty of people high-end comp out Cooper Flagg to be Kawhi Leonard, just in terms of his versatility, scoring ability, and defensive versatility. I like it that it's not even like star for star. It's, they could be the same player, potentially.
Yeah, and obviously Kawhi's game, got very precise and extremely good.
Potentially,
and the moments that he lived in, too. He's already been there. Cooper hasn't been there yet. We'll see how he responds to those moments. But the rest of the thing, I think now that's what he needs to be tasked with, is finding those other pieces, because he might already have that piece in place.
Yeah.
But he also, he also has somebody who, as you just said, is that talented and willing to do the work, willing to do the defensive stuff. And I think that's what made Kawhi good. Obviously, not playing was the tough part, but he was willing to do those things so nobody else in the team had an excuse not to.
And you look at the buildup of the Denver team. In addition to that, the buildup of the Denver team is obviously what led him to be executive of the year. But I totally understand if you don't want to talk about our new decision maker being the executive of the year 13 years ago. That's fine. I accept that. And just like a lot of people, I probably just wince a little bit when you're like, yeah, he was an executive of the year. And you're like, that was 13 years ago. But I hear what you're saying. I'd much rather focus on like the Raptors and the championship buildup there and everything. So you just brought up a term that I think is a great one, vision. And
thank you.
This is probably unfair to some people involved. I think it's more directed at people like Nico. I've seen multiple people who are like, now you have a grown-up in the room to take charge and make the decisions. And again, I don't necessarily think that they're talking so much about Finley or Riccardi. I think that is still directed at Nico Harrison. Now, his press conference is going to be later today, and this might not be the way he wants to say it, but we were talking about this with Bobby in the hall. If somebody asked him about it, which kind of feels inevitable, right, about the Luka trade, how much goodwill would he get with this community if he was like, I was shocked. That was one of the most foolish basketball things I've ever seen. Maybe it's not a great idea, but strictly in the business world, but strictly for the fan base, don't you think the fan base would be like, I love him?
Yes. And I'm trying to figure out, because if he just said, I had nothing to do with that,
which is a valid answer,
and there's no reason for me to even talk about it because we're about to turn this Mavericks organization. If he did that, I'd still be happy with it too.
I got it.
But I understand trying to get back the fans that you lost.
That's like the sugar, right? Mm-hmm. Like you're talking about eating a healthy diet, but the sugar part would just be, oh my God, it was so stupid. Why'd they do that?
He doesn't ever have to address it, ever.
For sure.
Because I don't know how many, did Mark Cuban ever address, I don't know, the Mark Aguirre situation?
I was going to say, it feels like the answer is yes.
Probably, yeah.
Mark Cuban was like, yes, I'll talk about whatever you like.
Me. Yeah. But that would be cool. Because you also have a person who has respect around the rest of the league, too, that's kind of commenting on that. So I see what you're saying there. But the grown up in the room part, Kevin, that line right there, somebody who's willing to say yes and no, we aren't going to do that, this is why, and has the idea of what he wants and wants to accomplish, and isn't just kind of spoon-feeding a lot of people around him. He's just like, here's the leadership, follow me if you want to go there. I know what I'm doing. And it's not, well, I got to go have some learning bumps along the way.
And he's not afraid of being a wheeler and a dealer, which is kind of exciting, but at the same point, especially...
Means your face is, your vision, everything in this room might look different.
And you could see how that would make this fan base especially nervous. What that means for the future of Kyrie, I'm honestly not sure, because I understand the logic of, hey, if we're wheeling and dealing, I got to start with one of my biggest assets. But on the flip side, I can see how you're like, well, no, you have to have some sort of veteran presence if you're going to move this team in the direction that we want. And with all due respect to PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford, I need somebody who's more entrenched, and that person is Kyrie Irving, and we still haven't got a chance to see him play alongside with Cooper Flagg. If that is the direction that they want to go, I could see that as well. But it does feel like the Mavs, who in the last year and a half have not gotten overwhelmingly positive reviews for a lot of their basketball decisions, have gotten a positive review for this one.
But you do feel that if somebody's going to ask that question, it's Mac, and then Kevin Sherrington follows up?
Man, Kevin Sherrington has a chance to do the funniest thing, right? Like...
What's the funniest thing?
I'm just saying.
Or you don't want to go there yet?
I just feel like if Kevin Sherrington would ask Ujiri about his relationship status, at least then he could be like, see? That's what I do at every press conference. Now, could that get him in trouble? Probably so. But I do think that is very amusing. Now, the other thing I will say, if we're just playing devil's advocate on Ujiri, for as much success as they had, take a look at his last 3 seasons, right? All right, so 2023, and this is still with Nick Nurse as the coach. They finish 41-41. They move on from their coach. Then they go 25-57. Then they go 30-52. And then that is the end of his tenure in Toronto. Now, there's a few things at play, but I don't want to undersell the fact that he was still in charge when they had 3 straight seasons, none of them above 500, none of them in the playoffs. And so I understand people's concerns about, like, how far in the past are we trading right here? But he did get into a sort of battle of wills with the ownership group when it came to vision and control. And guess what? Like in most instances, the person who owned the team or the conglomerate, they won out. Mm-hmm. And Ujiri did not, and his team suffered, and he was let go.
So what you're saying here, somebody texted it in moments ago, Vision got smoked by Thanos.
I mean, if you want to say Thanos was the ownership conglomerate, that actually is pretty accurate.
Yeah. So, and here's the thing, though, is right now, Patrick Dumont and company, although it feels like since they've come on, it has been a whirlwind of misdirection and no direction and what are we doing?
Yes.
It's felt that way. But right now, if you hire somebody like this, you are telling yourself, I have to take my hands off of this and let them do their thing. And I hired them for a reason. I went through the process and told other people no, so I feel like this is the right guy. I have to say, I will be here to write checks and help make these decisions along the way, but you're here to put this organization back on the map.
Yeah, and look, so somebody just said, are we truly looking at a 2 to 3 year rebuild window? That's an awful long time to watch the Mavericks be terrible. Well, that depends on how healthy and ready to roll Kyrie is and who you draft and how quickly they assimilate. Because, I'll just give you an example. Kyrie took the extra time. He's back and he's healthy. And then you draft, let's just say, Caleb Wilson, and he assimilates to the big-time game pretty quickly. Well, that's a lot that you just added. Mm-hmm. You already have Cooper Flagg and hopefully healthier Daniel Gafford. I know Lively is a little bit of a trickier thing, but I just told you you're going to add, Caleb Wilson or Acuff or Kingston Flemings or whoever, Michael Brown, whoever your selection is in the first round, and a healthy Kyrie. That's more than most people are going to add. And that's one. Yeah, look, that would be great too. I would freaking love that.
They still owe us. The NBA still owes us.
Hey, man, if you told me that was part of the trade too, is we got DeMonte and Flagg, then I'd be like, okay, well, I kind of see what you were going for there. And so.
And then you're bringing Nico back?
Yeah, no, definitely not. I feel like that is a non-starter. But the Mavericks do have an ace in the hole in terms of they have Kyrie coming back, or at least have him as an asset to use. And that's something a lot of rebuilding teams wouldn't have. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Big questions across MLB with May now underway. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it'll be a
Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
2-2, swing and a miss, half cut, a ball that bounced. He broke out the curveball. Tarek Skubal strikes out the side in the 7th with his first curveball of the night.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets.
You know, K&C are some good dudes.
Are you talking in third person?
I'm just reading a tweet.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I don't know if I love that.
He said hockey illiterate. That ticks me off.
What?
He said hockey illiterate, and that ticks me off, dude.
Oh, that was a tweet?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's hurtful. Man, we're going to need to...
I'm quitting Twitter, bro.
Okay. And now you'll debut on X. I got it. We'll just have to put really big capital letters that this was a 30-second fun hypothetical conversation. Relax. All right.
Did you just do the Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah.
RELAX.
Relax.
Frankie says relax.
All right. So yesterday we brought up the Tarek Skubal news. He does need surgery. He will be out for 2 to 3 months, obviously hoping that he gets better. But in his stead, the AL Cy Young betting odds. The dangerously named Cam Schlittler is #1 on the list. Jose Soriano is 2. Bet that's about to change. Then Max Fried 3, Brian Wu 4, Dylan Cease 5. And coming in at #6, Jacob deGrom, tied for 10th, Mackenzie Gore. That would be interesting.
He's going to do it, dude.
Yeah, he'll end up throwing 150 innings for the season with 200 strikeouts and 100 walks or something like that.
Good year. a year like that would then have to, like, somebody would have to kind of fall back. A lot of people would have to fall back for him to win it.
Yes. So just wanted to throw that out there as DeGrom is now 6th in the AL Cy Young voting and Mackenzie Gore tied for 10th. Now, I mentioned Jose Soriano. He started off with one of the most incredible runs to begin a season we have ever seen. His ERA just 2 starts ago was 0.24.
Nice.
In his last 2 starts, it's gone up by a run and a half. He has lost his last 2 starts, including last night. He has thrown a combined 9 innings and given up 8 runs as well as 4 home runs. That is more than he had given up all season, as in his first, I believe his first 6 starts, he gave up 1 home run.
Okay.
And then in his last 2, he's given up 4. Now, he still has an amazing ERA. He's 5-2 with a 1.74. But clearly, these last 2 starts have to be somewhat concerning for the Angels.
I would say so.
But I don't care if the Angels do well.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am. But I also want to see good stuff happen in the sport. You know, you want to see that kind of dominance. I just think that sometimes a little, people catching up to what you're doing, a little arm fatigue from the beginning of the season, too. Those things kind of do happen. It's hard to do these things for a complete year. But hopefully, as you said, Kevin, for the Angels' sake, he's not any good anymore.
Yeah, see, there you go. Now, speaking of players who aren't that good anymore, Jonah Heim was DFA'd by the Atlanta Braves. But I want to point something out. This decision was already made because he got DFA'd on Monday.
Oh, no!
You know what he did in their game on Sunday?
Hit a billion home runs.
He had 5 RBIs.
What?
So in his game, that is probably a fair reaction. What? He had 5 RBIs, and so they're like, hey, coach wants to see you. And it's like, oh, do I have to take a drug test or something like that? And they're like, no, we're letting you go. Hey, but I had 5 RBIs yesterday. Well, you had 3 RBIs the seasons before that.
That's usually the case, right?
Yeah.
So here's how I see this happening, Kevin.
And he's already been picked up by a new team.
You're kind of putting along. Was it who?
The A's.
The A's got him back, huh? That's where we got him from.
That's right.
Now he gets to go play in that awesome Sacramento stadium. By the way, I want to get into that in just a second. Here's how I see this happened. Over this time, with his 3 RBI that he had, they were like, he's not good. And then it started getting to the point where they're like, hey, dude, he started feeling it in the clubhouse. He started feeling it around the front office and the manager. Whenever people aren't talking to you and you're like, I better do something now, otherwise I'm out of here.
Yeah.
And then he had his day, and they were like, it's too late, buddy. And so now he's with the A's. In my friend's party over the weekend, the Air Force party, there was a guy from Sacramento. And he was like talking about, yeah, man, we're all trying to, really engage with the A's right now. We're printing out some shirts. We're doing some things. And I said, do y'all want the World Series there?
Oh.
And he goes, I mean, that'd be really cool. And I said, but how awesome would it be for Major League Baseball to have to highlight that stadium? And he looked at me and he goes, yeah, there's a chance they'd probably move those games.
Yes, it is. And they're like, oh, no, an injury to Ohtani. He will have to wait until the 3rd out of the inning so they can take him back to the trainer's room.
Yeah, they still got to fill up the golf cart.
Yes.
Because they have that. Yeah. So that was, he was like, oh, my gosh, I didn't even think about that.
We have a capacity crowd of 8,000 here for the World Series tonight.
Yeah. So I think they're going to start doing some stuff locally, Kevin.
Okay.
Start pushing for
Try to
some
figure
things.
this out. All right. So I have some kind of across Major League Baseball questions for you.
Okay.
Is there a struggling preseason favorite? So this is in terms of a team that can figure it out. So we're talking about Phillies, Mets, Red Sox, Astros. Obviously, some more dramatic changes have already taken place in some of those places. But yeah, Phillies 15-20, Astros 14-22, the Red Sox 14-21. So, and of course,
I don't think the Red Sox can.
Ooh, okay.
I'm done with them for the year, Kevin.
What about the Mets?
I don't think so either. I think they're too far back. They can.
Do you know the Mets have the 2nd worst record in all of baseball, behind only the Angels, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think that they can do it. Were the Brewers in that conversation?
I do not have the Brewers in that conversation.
And the Rockies weren't either, right?
No. By the way, I told you this was our one shot. Because the Rockies are now 14-22. They've lost 5 in a row. So let's look forward to next year.
They'll never be able to get to 500
they'll never
again.
get above 500. That's why I was so amped up when they were like 6-6.
Yeah.
I was like, this is the time. It just didn't happen, Alec. It's never going to happen.
Oh.
I'm kind of looking in that NL Central, and isn't it crazy that the Cubs are playing this well? And the rest of the division is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because like on the surface, you asked about the Brewers. Oh, the Brewers in last place. Oh, what's their record? 18-16.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so they could be in first in the West? In the AL West, that is.
Kevin, I'm sorry, dude. I don't see it for any of those favorites.
That's fine with me.
I don't see, it's going to be a tough road. Where did you say the Blue Jays were?
The Blue Jays...
They might be able to turn some things around.
The Blue Jays still look like they have wild card potential.
Yeah, that's about it. I think the current leaders where they are, except for the AL West. AL West is going to be weird all season, no matter what. I don't think anybody is going to just go, hey, we got the lead by 5.5 games. It's just not going to happen. But I think every other division is kind of, it looks like the ones that are at the top are in their place.
Okay, well, let me ask you on the flip side. We talk about struggling. What about teams that are really good? Who do you think will emerge or fall in the NL Central? Clearly...
I think the Pirates are going to emerge, Kevin.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Hunter Griffin grows up very fast, and then all of a sudden they rocket to the top. And I'm going to put the fall on the Reds. That's just what they do.
Okay.
Reds traditionally, you have this moment of they could be something, and then they don't. So I think that's what you said, NL Central.
Yes.
That's where I got it right now.
By the way, Connor Griffin, OPS this month, 1.405. Now,
good?
To be fair, they've played 3 games.
All right.
So that's I realize I'm sort of manipulating the numbers just a little bit. All right, I lied. One more. Mike Trout. Can Mike Trout stay healthy and keep being Mike Trout? He's on pace for 45 home runs, 95 RBIs, and an OPS of 955 and a WAR of about 8.5.
I feel like a couple weeks ago he was on pace for 65 home runs.
That's true.
So things have kind of come back to earth a little bit.
We have tailed off.
All right.
In the last,
he can have a good season.
Bit.
You know what? I think you can look back and say this is one of his good seasons.
Okay.
It won't be a bad season. All right.
Okay.
Can I give you that, Kevin?
Yeah, I'll accept that. And once again, I still think this is one of the craziest stats, I'm not kidding, in the history of baseball. If he finished with an OPS of 955, I believe that would be the 10th best of his career.
Nutso.
It really is.
Nutso.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NBA and NHL playoff super segment. Plus maybe some NFL draft prop bets. Not for the draft. I guess I should say rookies. Otherwise, it sounds very outdated. Shut up. Next, right here on The Fan.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And it is time for the NBA and NHL playoff super segment. Would you guys like to start with the NBA playoffs or the NHL playoffs?
I think my favorite meme that I saw this morning, Kevin, was the dude from Law and Order SVU. And he's talking to Jalen Brunson on the court, and he's like, they were a 7 seed, you sick son of a B.
Oh.
Because of the way that he abused them last night.
Give me cut number 5 then, because that would be the NBA.
McBride extra. It's Hart. 3-ball. Short. Weak side rebound goes to Bridges. 3 seconds left. Brunson. Got it. Jalen Brunson.
So, big day for Dave Portnoy as the Knicks win by 39 points, thus potentially getting him out of that tattoo bet. For the Knicks, they are the first team in NBA history to win 3 straight playoff games by 25-plus points. Then add this on. Their last 2 games are the highest-scoring playoff games in Knicks history. So they scored 137 last night, and in the game before that, they scored 140. So the 2 highest scoring games in Knicks history in the playoffs, last 2 games. First team in NBA history to win 3 straight playoff games by 25-plus points. Woo! They lead the series 1-0.
I think the Jalen Brunson addition is a really interesting, when you talk about a vision of what you want. They knew they wanted to build around him, but they had the idea of it, but he is like the brain center of it all.
Sure.
And it stinks that we had him, and wasn't he undrafted too?
He won the second round.
Second round, that's right. We had him and all those things, but we saw it. We saw the beginning of it happen, and we were like, oh my gosh, like this dude is awesome. And here he is. Now the Knicks, the East, good? The East is good, or the East is kind of
I think the East is good. It's just you had the stunning upset of the Celtics in the first round, and then the Pistons were put on the brink, and all year it looked like the Pistons were really good. So it looked like it was going to be, hey, Cavs, thanks for joining us, but it's the Pistons, the Celtics, and the Knicks. Now with the Pistons getting knocked back on their heel, I feel like if the Knicks don't make the NBA Finals, that will be a pretty big disappointment for them.
Yeah, best point differential in 4-game span within a postseason, plus 135. That's amazing.
It makes sense if they're the first team to win 3 straight by 25+. And I know they're not the number 1 seed, but again, I gotta think that they would be the favorite in that series against the Pistons if that is what the Eastern Conference Final turned out to be.
The last year, by the way, the Cavaliers were the next best point differential at plus 122. I think it was like 88 was plus 109 for another team. So, like, this era of basketball is very different when we talk about the point differential in these teams. Very different games that we're seeing, but the Knicks know how to put some points on the board.
For sure.
Jalen Brunson always has.
For sure. Now, let's go over to the other side, the West, where, man, it was a fascinating game for Victor Wembanyama. So he had 11 points, 15 rebounds, and 12 blocks. Now, 12 blocks is an NBA playoff record, so obviously that seems like a really good thing. But offensively, Wemby was terrible. And the Minnesota Timberwolves won at 104-102, partially because of the return of Anthony Edwards. Now, I know he didn't start, but he had a minute restriction, had 25 points, no doubt a boost for the Timberwolves. But this is Wemby himself. He said, obviously, I use a lot of energy on one side of the court. On the other side, offensively, I used too much energy on things that didn't really help our team. So that's on me. There was some good and some bad. A lot on me because I wasn't feeling good tonight when the team was looking for me. And then this quote's incredible. if I had been better, if the offensive leaders on our team would have been better, it would have been different. So basically, if everything was different, it would have been different. It's an actual, if everything was different, it would have been different. And I know he was kind of joking around with that last part, but it was a fascinating dynamic. Like I said, the greatest block performance in the history of the NBA playoffs, but not good offensively, and they lose that first game.
On those nights, Kevin, I remember back in the day when the Mavericks would have 7 people score double digits, you were like, that was an awesome game. Like, Eddie Nahara has 11 points. That's great. They had 7 people score double digits. That should be good enough. But whenever your 2 stars and Wembanyama and De'Aaron Fox combine for 0 for 12 from 3,
right,
that's problematic. And so as he's saying, I did all these things defensively that helped out. Was he overcompensating for teammates that weren't doing their job? Or was he just like, I'm focused on this? Offensively, not good enough for the night, and this is a good series. I like this series a lot.
Yeah, I have to admit, I am a little surprised. I thought there was a pretty good chance they could kind of walk through Minnesota, and maybe that could still end up being the case. But first game would lead you to believe not so much. By the way, tonight, Thunder and Lakers. Here's what I need you to determine. Which one of these statistics is more astonishing? The fact that LeBron James is the same age as both head coaches in this series, or the fact that the Oklahoma City Thunder are 15.5-point favorites in game 1?
The age thing. I think that's
pretty weird.
That's a pretty big shocker. The 15.5-point favorites thing, I think that, again, the way this league is, you can see those kind of swings. Vegas doesn't want to lose their butt like that, but they can also see that Shai and company want to make a statement to start this round and be like, let's go ahead and let you guys know y'all can't compete. And without Luka, they're like, it's not the same team against us. We are a superly built team. Not a super team, but a superly built team. So that's interesting. I wonder do you think that's going to reduce a little as you get closer to the game tonight?
Actually, I don't.
You think it's going to stay?
I mean, obviously, whatever happens, not to be too Captain Obvious, but whatever happens in this game will dictate where the series goes from there. But I don't necessarily think that.
Healthy Luka, where do you think that spread is?
Healthy Luka, the spread is 6.5.
I was going to say 4.5. That's nice.
I mean, it's just that Oklahoma City drubbed
Juggernaut.
the Suns, and they've been smashing folks left and right. So until somebody can punch back, okay, relax.
They smash.
Yeah,
dude.
they smash like Alec with a single mom. So until somebody can punch back, I think it's going to continue to be the case. I mean, look, there's no reason to believe that Oklahoma City won't be the favorite in Los Angeles, right?
Right.
Like, barring something happening in these first 2 games. All right, can you go ahead and give me cut number 4? Because it's only a super segment if we talk about at least 2 different sports.
Walker scoops it up, speeding through center. Walker in over the line, got it for Hall. Hall, strong move coming in toward the net. They score! Taylor Hall wins it in game 2.
Now, that gave the Hurricanes the 2-0 lead. Do you want to talk about that series against the Flyers, or do you want to talk about their poor business decision of not getting more beer skate mugs?
Okay, I want to get to that.
Okay.
6 straight wins, though, for them is pretty special.
Absolutely.
We were told last week to keep an eye on the Hurricanes as a team if you wanted to pick up on a team. The Hurricanes and the Sabres were the 2 teams that we were kind of told, check those out if you're interested in this. And right now I'm leaning more towards Hurricanes. That room gets loud, dude. That arena gets really rocking. So I'm kind of leaning towards them. That being said, they need to make sure they have enough beer because I know Buffalo would.
So they have made the bold business decision to not create more beer skate mugs. So the beer skate mug, it was shaped like a Hurricanes hockey skate, and you would see the beer in the clear part on the bottom where the skate was, and then obviously you would just drink it like you do through like a regular mug. Yeah, exactly. But it was Carolina Hurricanes. It looked like a hockey skate, so clearly shut up and take my money, right?
Yeah.
So
you get to take that home too, right?
Yes, and they sold out immediately, and they said they will not be selling anymore. The skates sold out with 8 minutes to go in the second intermission. So they were sold out before the one game in which they introduced it. And they said, no more.
You know what? Here's the crazy thing. I know for a fact, there's like, you know where Asheville, North Carolina is, Kevin? There's like 63 breweries within 15 minutes of Asheville.
So I think the issue is not the beer.
No, I think that they should be able to be able to produce these too. I think that those breweries know. They probably ordered some too.
So one of the representatives from the team said, there's just no way to turn those around fast enough. We thought we had ordered enough for like the
enough glass out there.
Playoff run. I think they're made out of plastic.
Oh.
I believe. Does that take away some of this appeal for you?
How much do they cost?
That I don't know the answer to. I'm so sorry.
Okay, all right. You know what? You don't want glass near the ice anyway.
Probably so. Do you think that people who already have one of these should be able to bring them back for future playoff games and get a refill?
Yes.
Like if you already have it, that's how we're kind of meet halfway.
1,000%. I love that idea.
Okay.
Yeah, just like, racetrack or QT or whatever, you can go back in and fill up your mug. From the 561, I need a Beer Skate Stars mug. I do believe they had a boot margarita for the playoff run, but obviously the playoffs got shortened by Minnesota.
No, I
defeated us.
Hey,
handily.
There's another. That's fair. By the way, game 2 of that series is tonight. How's
Stankoven doing?
You don't want to know. Are you locked in on that series now, or is that the last thing in the world that you want to watch? By the way, Stankoven, though, did not have a goal. He had his all-time streak broken of 5 straight playoff games with goals. He was the youngest player in NHL history to do that. But no goal last night, but guess what? Carolina still won, so he's probably all right.
Are you asking if I'm in on the Avalanche and Wild?
Yes.
I'm a little hurt still, but I kind of want to watch Colorado steamroll Minnesota. Like, that would be awesome, is to watch it. And Colorado is brilliant hockey right now.
Right.
The way that they're playing offensively, they're telling you, try to keep up. We don't even care if we're trying to play defense, we don't get you. We're going to just outscore you. Good luck to you. But I think I'm kind of more interested in what's going on in the East.
Is there no part of you that wishes that the Wild would just truck Colorado from here?
Not right now.
That wouldn't make you feel any better?
No, I'm more interested in the Eastern Conference, what's going on there, because I'm hopeful that similarly to the last few years, it'll just be the Eastern Conference wins and defeats whoever is in this one.
Well, as long as it's not the Canadiens, then that would be really problematic for my anti-Canada winning the Stanley Cup narrative.
Buffalo and Carolina.
Yeah, that's fine. Anybody else, anybody but Montreal, I think that would be totally fine. And I have bad news for you on the hockey front. That is the only game in town tonight.
Yeah.
Minnesota and Colorado. You know what I keep thinking about is how Minnesota trucked us in the first game, and then they gave up 9 goals against Colorado.
But they still scored their 6. They've scored 12 goals in game 1s this year.
Man, that's a great point.
It's weird.
And it feels like both of them were high scoring when you're like, yeah, they outscored their opponents in game 1s 12-10. You're like, woo, 6-5 apiece? Nope. 6-1 and 9-6. And you're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
That is madness. Well, that's what happened. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus how you can get paid to watch sports. Next on The Fan. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple quick catch-up things for you. Meant to mention is the Edmonton Oilers did announce that Connor McDavid was playing with a fracture in his foot and ankle area during the playoffs. And then for people that are curious, Munetaka Murakami is currently on pace for 65 home runs and 130 RBIs with an OPS of 961, as well as 231 strikeouts with the White Sox. But if you're hitting that many home runs and RBIs, who the F cares about your strikeouts? He is on pace for a WAR above 6. So pretty crazy rookie season right there. Right now, it's time for our Murakami. It's time for this.
What does this button do?
Thing.
Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call.
Yeah!
The pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex.
Mm-hmm. Kevin just said that you hit lots of home runs but strike out a lot.
Mostly with the single moms, from what I'm hearing.
All right. I'm not in the market for single moms. I'm putting that out there right now.
I think that limiting yourself is a bad idea.
Here's my question of the day.
You know how much I
think we should also get a question of the day. If everyone at the station was single, who do you think would do the best with single moms?
Ooh. That's tough.
Alec.
No.
And you got to think about this too,
heard.
dude. If she's single, there's a chance she's getting the money from the father, right? Was it alimony or whatever that is? Is it to take care of the kids?
That is child support.
There you go. I don't know. What is alimony?
Alimony is if you're just divorced, but she had put her career on hold and all that other stuff.
So there you go. So you got some extra cash flow you see coming in, all right? Now, of course, it's supposed to be for that kid. How many parents actually use it for that kid?
And she puts out.
Yeah, that happened. I'm going to let the fan text have their field day with that one. I'm not going to give it any more life.
Do you think I'm incorrect?
I think that you are a man that is wise beyond your years, Kevin Hageland. I will say that.
Hey.
I will say that.
I've had the most kids with different women of people in this room.
972 brought us would clean up.
Oh, that's a good answer.
Yeah, that's
a
nice.
good answer.
Yeah, he's so nice.
Experience, likes to cook.
That's right. Yes, the cooking. That's what's going to put him over the top. I don't have that kind of skill yet. Guys, we got the question of the day, 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer that question of the day. Plus, I'm going to tell you how you can literally do what you think we do, which is get paid to watch sports. We'll get to that here in just a little bit, but we go to the National Day calendar. Of course, today is Cinco de Mayo. That's what everybody cares about.
The 5th of May.
That's right.
Let me ask you this. I know there's more involved for this, but just for the casuals, how does this stack up in the drinking day hierarchy?
At least for my friend group, it's pretty high.
Should be 3rd.
Behind St. Patrick's Day?
St. Patrick's Day 1. Like you have a free, it's a free thing to get hammered. Actually, maybe it's because I can't decide between New Year's Eve and July 4th. Like those.
Oh, is July 4th a big drink?
July 4th, you drink all day.
That's right.
New Year's Eve, you kind of crunch it into a time window, but July 4th is like you can start in the morning, have
and
fireworks.
And you might be out on the water, which feels like that makes people drink more.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd say it's probably 3rd. I'd say that it goes, at least in my friend group, it's 4th of July 1.
Yeah.
Then New Year's, and then Cinco de Mayo. If we're
St. Patty's Day.
Yeah, then St. Patty's Day is a close fourth.
And also,
See, I would have thought that would have been first.
You talk about drinking on the water, like in a boat and stuff.
Yeah.
You start forgetting how much actual water you've had because you're surrounded by it, and you're like, beer has water in it, and then that happens a lot. You're just like,
that feels like a dangerous thing to think.
And absolutely.
I'm guilty.
You are one of those too, where you make sure that you don't ever have to go back to shore to get more beer. So you have a surplus amount of beer in the coolers, ready and willing to be cold and drunk.
Okay.
That's right.
Drinking.
Okay.
That's right. And if you're like, all right, I got to pump the brakes, too much beer, we got to balance it out, then you have some seltzers in there as well, so you can switch it up,
And then at nighttime, you crack the liquor bottles open.
That's right.
Oh.
You're going to bed anyways.
Is it still... Is it 5 o'clock on July 4th when you break out the liquor, or is there a rule? Sunset?
Yeah,
okay.
once the sun goes down, you can crack open the liquor bottle, pass it around the table, 3 bubbles apiece.
Oh, it's like noon for us.
I'd be asleep by 5.
I usually am. They got to wake me up for the fireworks.
Okay.
Yeah, that and the sun. Yeah, that you usually got to wake me up from a midday nap. But the question of the day is going to focus on another national holiday. Today is National Concert Day. It is National Concert Day. So I'm going to take the low-hanging fruit here. And you said I'm a home run hitter, Kevin, so I'm going to hit this one out of the park. Easy day for y'all, 877-881-1053, the best concert you've been to. Or if you're not a concert goer, what's one you would like to go to?
Man, I saw... I believe it was at the Bronco Bowl. I saw a bunch of good stuff at the Bronco Bowl. But
Bronco Bowl was awesome.
It really was. Because,
most missed venue we've ever had.
And people, literally, if you don't know, you can just go back out, and it's just a bowling place, out in the regular part. But I saw Garbage and Bush there together, and Shirley Manson was like, "Oh, F, I've split my trousers." And, she had to go change her pants, and then the band just played for, 10 or 15 minutes while she changed her pants, and then she said a whole bunch of other colorful swears, and it was super fun. And then I saw Drowning Pool there back in the day, and that was a blast of a show.
That's cool, dude.
Nice.
That's really cool. Did you ever make it to Lollapaloozas or anything like that?
Coachella. No. Brandon really wants to go to Lollapalooza.
Was it Rockfest out at Texas Motor Speedway back in 98, 97?
I don't
Bush
remember.
and No Doubt and all them.
Oh, man. For 97, that was
Dude, it was every band.
As big as it
was
gets.
Smash and Pump. It was every band that we, in that 90s world. And it was a 3-day venture, crazy stuff. I mean, George Strait's the biggest concert I've ever gone to. Scale of giant, huge show, great production. Alan Jackson, Tim McGraw, and Faith Hill were up on the stage. I got to see a man right as I was getting ready to go to the restroom. A man ran up and he said, "We have to clean all of these porta potties out," and I had to wait. You know that moment where your brain has said, "Okay, I'm the next in line. It's time for me to start evacuating the body of fluids."
Yeah,
and I'm walking and
he's right.
I'm grabbing the door and my body's going, "You're ready." And as I pull the door open, the guy stops me and says, "Sorry, we got to clean all these porta potties out." And I was like, "What?" And so I'm standing there dying. Anyway, that happened. Great concert.
And you're mad in that moment because you're like, "But I was next." But you have to cut off somebody. Somebody's always going to be next there. Then.
But it was Edge Fest, by the way, 214 Edge Fest.
Edge Fest. That sounds right.
But it was a small venue. It was the Granada, and it was OK Go. I wanted to see them. I love OK Go. I think they're a super fun band. They do great videos. But their stage,
they do great videos.
And
Relax.
their whole their stage and their setup. They shot confetti on all the songs, and it was Adrienne loves confetti, so she was having a blast. But then they ran out of confetti, and there were guys running through the crowd with trash bags filling up the confetti into the bag so they could shoot it back out again. And at the very end, they invited some people up on the stage, and Adrienne got to go up there and be part of it and everything. The show was awesome, though. Great show.
All right, this is going to be just for you and anybody else who has seen this show. We started watching the show Rooster. And it's on HBO. It's really funny.
For you.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's awesome, though.
There's this really funny part, and he's like, "Yeah, I dropped out of high school and traveled the country watching Limp Bizkit." And he goes, "Do you know how many times I got called on stage?" And Steve Carell goes, 17? And the guy goes, 17? That's an absurd number of times. Who have you ever seen get called on the stage 17 times? And he was like so angry. He's like, it's 3, which would be incredible, but Steve Carell,
that's the cop, right?
had messed the whole thing up. So I thought that was hilarious. Back to you, Alec.
That's a great
That's
show.
amazing. Our friend Cody from sales has texted me on my personal phone, and he said,
Jokic is better.
He said, that's right. He said, went to a concert to see Boys of the Fall with Bobby, and he was talking so loud that you could hear him 20 feet away over the literal band playing.
Yeah.
Someone in the crowd yelled at him to shut up between songs. He couldn't hear them because he was talking so loud.
Listen, man.
As somebody who sat next to him at many a family dinner, I understand.
So I just want it to be known, I love Bobby, all right? I really do. But the one thing is, if you sit by him at dinner, you got to know.
That's gonna
you
be
got to know what you're in
yeah.
for. So, and you experienced
let God.
Yeah, the first time I think you were still back here waiting for Noah to be born when we went out to our family dinner, and Mike was like, "That was the loudest dinner I've ever been part of," and I was like,
I get it.
Yeah, I sat next to Bobby, and then Kevin found out, but he's fun. He's still a lot of fun.
Yeah, because you don't want to be rude, but I just want to be like, Bobby, I'm sitting right next to you.
And you also don't want to get on his bad side.
I do not.
Because of the technology.
At least you know that you will never lose him in a crowd.
That's true.
If you're out in like a big group setting or there's just a ton of people around, a big festival setting, then you know you will never lose him. And just a shameless plug here, a concert that you could enjoy. We're doing a giveaway all week in the noon o'clock hour to see Young the Giant on July 11th. So coming up in the next hour, you can win your chance. 877-881-1053. Not right now, though.
Okay.
So don't call. I'm staring at the phone. 877-881-1053 for National
Go ahead
Concert
and
Day.
call. What's he going to do?
I mean, I can't really answer.
Disqualify you from winning later? He's not going to do that.
Yeah, I can't really answer right now because I'm kind of hosting a segment, Kevin. So
maybe you should.
Let's see. From the 214, the Hard Knock Life Tour, Jay-Z, DMX, Method Man, Redman, and DJ Clue. That is a all-star lineup right there.
It was Rockfest at Texas Motor Speedway. Edgefest is another thing, but Rockfest was at Texas Motor Speedway that year. My bad. Sorry. 98 kind of thing.
See, from the 817, the Rolling Stones sat 4th row at the Cotton Bowl. That's impressive.
Dude.
That is cool.
Dude.
That feels like that would be a bucket list for a lot of people.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Especially now, too, because you don't know how many more they got left.
Are they still touring?
Probably. What else were they going to do?
I do like the Eagles. Like, we've been running those ads. The Eagles are like, this is really it, the last time tour. Like, they at least they're leaning into it, and they're like, no, I know.
Guys,
I know.
We've been doing this for a long time.
Let's see. From the 682, I saw Toto in concert in 2023, and it was awesome.
That is awesome. Sorry, I was
You saw Toto and the Rains in Africa?
That's right.
Sorry, I was starting to think of, they have like that song for apple bottom jeans, and then they have like all these different variations of apple bottom jeans. If I ever want to annoy my wife, I'll just start playing all these different variations, and she's like, why are there so many versions of this song?
It's just like the kazoo national anthem.
Yes!
Man. Can't escape it. For me, I've been to a lot of great shows. I really have. I think one that sticks out the most was seeing Coldplay at the Cotton Bowl. That show, that was just one of those, their energy, like you just leave the show with the biggest smile on your face.
Was that after the Viva La Vida release? Or was that a little later on?
Well, this is way, way after. Viva La Vida was like 2001.
Yeah, I didn't. Oh, yeah, you were just born.
Yeah, I was just born. So this was
sobering moment. He would have even been alive for Rock
This
Fest.
was 2021, I want to say.
Okay.
So yeah, but they played it live, and to hear everybody singing the chorus, there was like 70,000 people there, and every single person was singing. It was amazing.
I've always wanted to go to one of these shows in like Ireland or another country where the flags are waving back and forth, and just the crowds are insane.
Would it be U2?
Like a Mumford and or U2?
Yeah.
Something where it's just like it feels like I'm in an environment that's just insanely. Like I'm at one of those Luka Spain basketball games or something like that.
I'm trying to talk myself into seeing The Weeknd at Wembley Stadium this summer.
My goodness.
I'm trying because it's going to be a little bit expensive, but he's doing a whole week there, which is ironic because he's called The Weeknd, but he's doing a whole week.
A lot of tennis in that place, right?
That is a different thing.
That's different. Guys, let's talk about a different sport, though. You could get paid to watch the World Cup. How can you do that? Well, Fox Sports, Fox One, and LinkedIn, or Indeed, rather. Indeed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Indeed.
I was going to say, nobody
service.
knows how to log into LinkedIn.
Indeed have partnered up, and they are looking to hire somebody to watch the entirety of the FIFA World Cup. Yes, the entirety. And the position is officially called Fox One Chief World Cup Watcher.
Oh, that's a nice title.
So what you will do, the job requirements, it says you will be watching every minute of Fox Sports' coverage of all 104 matches in 4K on Fox One, the official streaming platform of the FIFA World Cup. You will make your fandom shine through a custom-built viewing space that will be in the middle of thousands of daily visitors in Times Square.
Oh.
So people, kind of like Chuck Morgan style with the PA booth at Globe Life Field, there will be a public space that you're going to be viewing these games, and people can come hang out with you and watch the games. And you will create and share social media content through your social platforms as well. It pays a $50,000 salary.
Oh,
so you will get paid $50,000, and you will have to watch every single second of all 104 matches across 39 days of the tournament.
That is pretty crazy.
Easiest $50,000
Yeah. I mean, why would you not want that job?
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
All right, I'm in. Let's apply. Oh, it might hurt this job.
Yeah, it might.
Do you think this job would understand?
I'm applying, so they better.
And I also feel like we get information. Like we get it's a date. You're gonna have to do a daily if you get it. All right, you're gonna have to do it. You're gonna have to tell them I got to do a daily with my show though.
Yeah,
and,
that's part of the social commitment that they're talking about. I'm just helping grow the experience.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in on this.
Me too. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are you ever surprised when NFL quarterbacks say they have to learn to take snaps under center? Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
To upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Mendoza to throw it. Mendoza steps up in the pocket, gets away from pressure. Touchdown, IU. Wow!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And we'll start with one Corey Majors who has news about the Cowboys.
Well, boys, it looks like we're still discussing this cornerback position. As our friend who received some back therapy the other day during our interview, Jordan Schultz, is reporting.
He goes, I got this effing back injury.
The Cowboys are hosting veteran cornerback Adoree Jackson on a free agent visit today. Jackson was with the Eagles last year when he started 10 games, 55 tackles, 11 pass breakups, and 1 interception. And obviously his DB coach was Christian Parker, who is now Cowboys defensive coordinator. So that is Jordan Schultz sources. So we'll see more of that, how things go there.
Do you like Alex's suggestion that Jackson could try to just play for all of the teams in the NFC East?
How far in are we on this now?
If he goes to the Cowboys, that would leave him only Washington.
That's right.
Wow.
3/4 of the way there.
You know, I'd just like him to retire after he was a Cowboy. You know, win a couple Super Bowls with the Cowboys and say it was a good run, boys.
I mean, sure.
And then
let's do that.
And then Dan Quinn's like, "But I need you," and we're like, "Sorry, buddy."
Okay.
But you know what? If that's Alex's dream for him, then I don't want to shoot down Alex's dreams.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want him to be the answer to a trivia question.
Oh yeah. Do they still do that grid game that was really popular?
Oh yeah, like the Immaculate Grid or whatever. Yeah, they do it for all kinds of different sports.
The one that Ryan Fitzpatrick posted the other day and was like, "I knew this day would come," and it was all the teams he'd played for, and he was the answer to everything.
That's awesome.
Brilliant. All right, so Fernando Mendoza said something the other day, and we were talking about this off air, but he's already taken more snaps under center at Raiders rookie minicamp than he did in all of college.
Really?
And so just the discussion of having to learn how to take snaps under center. Obviously, this is something the Cowboys have talked about in their offseason and progression towards next year's offense. Does that ever surprise you guys? I know where the game is moved, but does it surprise you to hear them be like, I got to learn how to take the ball under center?
No and yes. And I had a long kind of explanation for you the other day. You want that same explanation?
Yes, I do.
Here it is, Alec. In high school, you put the best athlete back there and say, if all else breaks down, take off running. That's just what they do in high school football now, and a lot of plays are designed for options and all those types of things. So that's already built into your high school offenses, and you don't want a high school quarterback to turn his back to the defense. Your offensive line isn't good enough to be able to block in most of those instances anyway.
Right.
So you don't want him to have his head turned the opposite direction. You want everything to be out in front of him so he can see running lanes, passing lanes, etc. So now you have undermined the development of having a quarterback under center in high school. Well, then you get to college. Not necessarily similar, it's just the passing game is so much more effective in the spread that you want to do the same thing. So you have these guys in the shotgun pretty much the entire time. And not necessarily because you don't want them to turn their back, it's just you can get downfield. It's an explosive game in college, and you can do those things. So by the time they get to the NFL, they don't have that experience. They don't have those opportunities because the other ones, Kevin, in high school and college, you are not about development of the players. You as a coach are about winning and getting to the next place.
I can see that.
You are not worried about anything. You're telling mom and dad, we're going to make sure your kid gets to the NFL. And they're probably going to make sure they get there. That doesn't mean they're going to be well equipped for what they need to do when they get to that point. So I'm not surprised by it, but I'm also surprised because now once you get to the NFL, the margins for error are so small, so slim, so difficult. that you have to find other ways to defeat defenses. And what you're seeing, Clayton Adams said this offseason, we need to get under center more with Dak so that Dak can take advantage of the running game and the alignments that we can build to create more explosive plays for this offense. So that's why I keep saying, and Schottenheimer said it, this offense needs to evolve. But yeah, I am surprised by it because I think that more NFL teams would love quarterbacks that have gone through that. But because of the way the system is built, they never actually get it.
An interesting breakdown right there, to be sure. I thought you would get a kick out of that. This ESPN put out their post-draft power rankings, and the Dallas Cowboys, number 16. So they moved up from 18 to 16 so they could get right about in that middle spot.
So not their draft. That's
no. Their power rankings post-draft.
Yeah, gotcha. And that makes sense. They were in the low 20s or mid 20s by the end of that season, or 19ish, moving up to 16, which is where we kind of put them.
Hey, Cleveland Browns, they skyrocketed up from 32 to 30. So good for them.
Somebody just asked, is it not hot enough for Tank Top Tuesdays yet?
Oh.
We have not gotten to the end of the school year and into summer yet. So once we get into summer,
college is over.
For somebody who has these big dreams, you're sure beholden to these rules.
I have rules.
I really thought there was a chance he was going to be like, or do I, and ripped off his sleeves.
Yeah, I have ways and means, guys.
That is not okay. Let's go from whatever that was to Dante Fowler. Dante Fowler signs a 5-year deal to go to the Seahawks. Aiden Durden is there. No. Durden? Dirty. There we go. Is in Seattle, so signs a 5-year deal to go with a defending Super Bowl $5 million deal to go to the defending Super Bowl champions. The Packers signed Tyrod Taylor, which means they will release Desmond Ridder. Poor guy. So there's that. All right, now, the other thing I wanted to talk to you all about is the number of fifth-year option signings have gone way up in the last 4 or 5 years.
Okay, that makes a little bit of sense there because you want to keep the player if they're good on the fifth-year option.
And some people will argue that the drafts have gotten better in the last few years. Like you go back to 2020. 2020, that was the COVID draft. There was some hesitancy about guaranteed money because there was money already kind of backed up. Only 13 of the first rounders had their fifth-year option picked up. Next year, 18. Next year, 19. This year, 22. So 22 of the 32 first-rounders from 2023, which admittedly was thought to be a better draft, much like next year is, have had their fifth-year options picked up.
So when you say the drafts got better, do you think the talent got better or they got better at drafting?
No, I think the talent in general got better. And the 2020 draft, I understand, was a little tricky because you had people, and then the 2021 draft for that matter, because you had people who are going to be sitting out. You had concerns about guaranteed money because of some of the fail-safes that the NFL had. So the last couple of years, you've seen it go way up to now 22. So from the 2020 draft to the 2023 draft, you went from 13 fifth-year options to 22 fifth-year options picked up.
Very interesting.
Good job, NFL. Or you might look at it from the perspective of, do you think some teams in the NFL are looking at it big picture and being like, we're way better off just guaranteeing this fifth-year option, and if we still like them, maybe trying to franchise again, as opposed to that ridiculous second contract.
Yeah, that's an interesting business decision. And you know, like in the grand scheme of when they're implementing those things into the business part of it, Kevin, they don't really know how it's going to turn out.
Sure.
You know, like you're starting to see more like the use of that franchise tag feels like it has a different use than it was initially intended for. And now it's like they're kind of using it in a different model and even discussing the opportunity or the option of changing it down the road.
Do you feel like it's been weaponized?
Oh, yeah.
Because I used to be like, hey, we'll help you out. You can keep your player.
The players hated it at first.
For sure.
And now the players are like, we can use this in our advantage.
Yeah. But the teams, I feel like, try to weaponize it as well.
Yeah.
So it's become a different thing than it was originally intended. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our Dallas Stars insider and man who loves Star Wars, it is Robert Tiffin next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you our Dallas Stars insider and man who loves Star Wars, at least the original trilogy. It is Robert Tiffin. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. It's a good day for Star Wars takes, and I'm happy to have that one attached to my name.
Okay, so is it more important that I ask what we learned from the Stars media and exit interviews yesterday, or if you were watching Darth Maul Shadow Lord?
Don't spoil the ending for the latter. I haven't watched the final. I think they released the final 2 yet, but so far it was really good. I don't know if that's exactly what everyone's expecting us to talk about today, but I have all sorts of takes I can give on that front. But yeah, so far, honestly, it's been a really good show. I think a lot of the animated stuff actually is much better than a lot of the live action stuff more recently. So
text me when you watch the last 2. We can discuss.
Will do.
Darth Vader did show up to the studio yesterday and scared the crap out of Kevin. He almost cussed on him.
All right, so
that's a big get. That's a big get for you guys. Wow.
I know, and it was weird. I told my wife this. I don't know what I was expecting, but Corey goes, "Can you talk?" And he goes, "Yeah, I can talk." And I really thought it was going to be like, "Yes, I can." But yeah, he just showed up at the studio, and it was freaking awesome.
I told Kevin I'd have a surprise, and he goes, "Awesome, maybe it's Tiff Streets or something." And then Darth Vader walked in.
And I almost said a bad word on air, which I think is justified when Darth Vader was just standing in the door jamb. All right, now, uncomfortable question to ask at first.
Yeah.
Do you have a fear at all that this run of Dallas Stars hockey is another version of the Joe Thornton era San Jose Sharks?
I think it's all in how you frame something like that, because anyone who's really been around the game a while will tell you there's so much randomness or luck or whatever you want to call it in the playoffs. I think that's true of the playoffs in just about any sport, frankly. Yes, generally the best teams will get there, but look, the Rangers won a World Series in 2023. I don't think everyone would say they necessarily were out and out the best team in baseball that year, especially if you watched them for a lot of that season.
The hell I won't. Don't take that season away from us, Robert.
But in the playoffs, they got everything they needed from their biggest guy. Well, aside from Scherzer, they got everything they need from their biggest guys. And really, that's what you need, right? The Florida Panthers won a couple of Stanley Cups, not by winning President's trophies and finishing at the top of the league, but getting a ticket to the dance and having a team that was healthy enough and constructed well enough to withstand what it took to get through their specific playoff path. I mean, look, go back a year from now, what would you have said to the Colorado Avalanche, who lost in the first round to the Dallas Stars and Mikko Rantanen last year? True. They didn't panic and blow it all up and say, uh-oh, our window's closing. Nathan McKinnon's turning 30. What are we going to do? They made some more tweaks, said, you know what? The playoffs are tough. The Central Division is a completely unfair gauntlet with whoever you get in the first round. And they not even retooled it, just some very minor tweaks and said, we think we have a good team at the core. They came back hungrier. They got a lot of rest. They were a lot healthier than a lot of other teams. And we saw them tear up the NHL all year. And they swept their first round series and they put up 9 goals in the Wild the other night. So there are concerns about the Stars, to be clear. They're not quite in as good a position, I would say, as the Avalanche in some ways. But they're not at the end of their window or anything like that. It's more about, can they go from getting that ticket every year to actually going deep in a very, very tough playoff path? And that's a tougher question. It's one you have to wait a full year to answer until April 2027.
Based on the exit interviews yesterday, did it feel like this offseason with Jason Robertson is a very business-oriented conversation?
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, I think. When he changed agents, he switched agents to Andy Scott, who also represents, I think, Wyatt Johnson and Jake Ottinger and maybe Mikko Rantanen also.
And Thomas Harley.
Of Octagon. Yeah, maybe Thomas Harley. I think I have all this right. But you can Google it easily and yell at me if I'm wrong. So when he made that switch to a new agent, I think that was kind of the signal that this is going to be all about business. This isn't just Jason Robertson wants to be a star for life, and as long as he gets an 8-year deal that's double figures, it's going to be fine. I think it was always clear. And look, if you're Jason Robertson, you're entering the back half of your 20s. What, he's 26, I think. Now is the time to get your big deal, right? You've played really well for a while. Now's your chance to basically ensure, it's hard for me to say that for someone who's been making millions and millions of dollars for a while now. But, from his perspective, in terms of maximizing your career earnings, now is the time to make sure you get the best deal you can and put yourself in the best situation you can too. And he was pretty blunt about that, that he wants to play somewhere he can win. He praised Dallas for how ever since he's been here pretty much, it's been a place where you can win. But he was also very calculated with his words, not to sound overly committal or anything like that too, because I don't think he wants to come off all flowery when he knows there's at least a chance that things could end the other way. And I do think there's a chance that he could wind up somewhere else because the numbers are pretty tricky right now. Not impossible, but tricky.
The way he played this year was a little different than what we have seen in the past. I hope it was a development. I hope it was something to add to what is a great career for him. Do you think that he can play at the same level that he was this year consistently into the future?
Man, that's the question every sport, isn't it? You contract your performance versus, okay, now that you've gotten locked up, now that you've got all that security, do you still have that motivation? And I believe for some players in some sports, and I've even heard from some people, it can change. When you don't have that huge motivation, everything to play for, some complacency is possible. If you don't guard against it, it's possible for that to creep into your game. For Jason Robertson, I am less worried about that with him because in some ways, some of the things about him that can make him frustrating at times to fans or other people to watch are the same things I think that will keep him pushing himself. He even mentioned yesterday that he worked on his skating. He called it moving his feet more. So you can, just find that however you want in terms of improving skating. Like the technique is a lot more granular and everything than that. But he worked with the Stars strength coach, Mike Donahue, and some trainers he works with back in Michigan too, some private folks that he works with. And he said they basically collaborated to put together a plan to improve his skating this year. And he put all the work in, like starting last summer, they sat down and it's like, okay, this is an area we can improve and this is how we're going to do it. And I think we saw that this year. He was moving his feet more, and we saw it in the playoffs. He was getting to areas and getting shots through, getting separation, the sorts of things you can only do when you're really smart and you have the elite hockey IQ that he has, the elite shot that he has, and playmaking instincts and vision, but also the ability to have enough space and time to make those plays. Because in the past, I think we would all agree there were times it looked like he would run out of that space and time in certain types of games. And I think Bill Guerin even kind of intimated that's one of the reasons they didn't take him on Team USA, is because they didn't think he would necessarily be able to handle the fast-paced, heavy checking style of hockey that you see at the Olympics or Four Nations or even the playoffs. And I think in this playoff run, in what was a really tight checking series, I thought Jason Robertson was probably their best player. And that's a big credit to him. And it's something that I think for wherever he ends up, I'm pretty encouraged that this season shows you what he can be. And he says he believes that you never peak. That's another thing you said yesterday. There's no such thing as peaking. He always wants to get better. I think science might tell you otherwise, but yeah, it's encouraging. It was an encouraging sign for me. I think this year is proof of some really good concepts for him.
And whatever contract he signs with the Stars or otherwise, it'll be better than the Thomas Harley contract, right?
If better for him, certainly. I think it's going to be a number higher than the 10.4 or whatever Harley signed for.
But he probably won't be a minus 16 in the last two playoffs like Thomas Harley.
Come on.
I mean, Harley is such an interesting case study because he did not have his best season. He was when he signed the contract extension. I remember he came back out after the game. We did like our standard post-game presser stuff with, the media did. And he came back out to talk about the contract extension and had the DiGiorno pizza comments and all that. And he said that making the team, I think it was that conference or maybe it was a different time, but he said that he was actually worried about making Team Canada because he had played so poorly to start the year. Like he himself has admitted, this is not his best year. And even though in the playoffs, I don't think he was like actively bad in the playoffs at all. It's not like he was turning over the puck all the time or anything. He wasn't the sort of difference maker the Stars were hoping he would be, and certainly not the sort of difference maker that the two defensemen in the Wild were in Brock Faber and Quinn Hughes. And that's kind of the standard when you sign a deal like that. You don't have to be Quinn Hughes, but you need to at least be close to Brock Faber, right? You need to be a dangerous player who's forcing the other teams to do more defending. And instead, I think we saw that he just wasn't able to use his skills to the extent that he can. So I think Jason Robertson as a forward, there's a little bit less responsibility, and that means there's a little bit more upside in terms of fans. But I also think Jason Robertson is a pretty underrated defensive player too, and I think all the kind of underlying numbers bear that out. So yeah, I'm actually optimistic about both of those contracts in the long term, just because we've seen what both those players can do. But yeah, Harley didn't have his best season this year, and I think he'd be the first to admit that.
I don't know if it's the Stars or maybe it's more the fan base. Do you think we need to reset expectations on Miro in terms of he's a very good player, but perhaps he'll just never be the elite player that at one point a lot of us thought he was going to be?
One thing in terms of putting his playoff performance in context, and I actually thought he played fairly well in the playoffs. Again, he was.
Oh, I would agree. Fairly well.
Or in the Stars. I think, yeah. But I again, looking at the two defensemen on the other side of the ice in that Minnesota series, it was kind of hard to argue that their best two defensemen looked a lot better than the Stars' two best defensemen. And they were controlling games and dictating play a lot more. And that's been a part of Heiskanen's game over the last few years. That Golitzin said it this year, and I believe DeBoer even said it last year, that they'd love to see Miro be a little bit more, alpha or aggro or whatever you want to call it, and make those sorts of plays, right? Be that guy who says, I have the puck, I'm going to make a move, I'm going to embarrass you, and I'm going to force you to be really, really scared every time I have the puck. And I don't think Miro, sometimes when he's coming up the ice during transition play, he'll be able to kind of head fake a guy or shoulder fake him and lose him in the neutral zone, and that's great. Less so in the offensive zone, and I think that's something that, especially when the Stars are in the series they were against Minnesota, where they're really having trouble turning offensive zone possession into offensive zone scoring, I think you need a player like that to make some plays. And will he ever be that player? I'm not sure. I will say, Heiskanen told me yesterday, I was talking to him, and he told me that he indeed suffered an oblique injury at the end of a torn oblique muscle at the end of the regular season. So he was playing with that in the playoffs.
Yikes.
So, it's not like it was preventing him from skating or anything, but I do wonder if that maybe was a factor on some level. Players are never going to use it as an excuse. I know I would be worse at anything I'm doing with a torn oblique muscle. So
even writing,
hockey would qualify. Yeah.
And you're a fantastic writer, so
starsthoughts.com.
Now the Mikko news yesterday was kind of crazy, but then I tried to kind of mentally go back to what we discussed earlier in the year with Duchesne, and you and I we were having that discussion of, hey, where is he? And you were like, interestingly enough, I'm about to write about this. And then all of a sudden, Duchesne takes back off. Mikko not being injured was kind of a surprise to a lot of us based on he just wasn't very as existent as we expected him to be in the whole series.
I think it's important to clarify exactly what was said yesterday. Mikko was asked about his injuries, and he said, well, I don't really like to talk about injuries if that's okay. So he basically declined to go into detail. He did say, my body felt good, my power felt good, but then we pressed him a little bit more towards the end of his availability, and Mikko did say, the timing of getting hurt at the Olympics was tough because he felt like he was in really good form before the Olympics, and then he felt like he never got back to that form after the Olympics. And maybe a player is never going to admit that is because of the injury and all of the, consequences of one injury and how that can affect other things. And anyone who's ever had to go through any kind of rehab process knows that there's usually other effects, cascading effects of a big injury, especially one as big as it looked like it probably was, knee or whatever it was in the Olympics. Glenn Golitzin said something similar to that effect, that, he was medically cleared. So it's not like he was playing with a torn ligament or torn oblique or something like that, but also that he wasn't quite where he had been. And again, anyone who watched that series, that wasn't the Mikko Rantanen that we were seeing early in the season, who was leading the league in assists. That wasn't the Mikko Rantanen who single-handedly beat Colorado last year. It was very obvious that he wasn't at full capacity, whether that was injury or in his head or the series or the usage alignment. I don't know what it was, but it's hard for me to be too concerned about Rantanen based on that, because it seemed pretty clear to me he wasn't 100% for whatever reason.
I think we all agree that Jim Nill is a damn fine GM. It does at times feel like nobody dares ever say anything, even approaching a negative word about him. How do you feel like the ownership group feels about Jim Nill? Where is their patience at with him? Because they've been a really good team, but man, they've been a really good team for a really long time without actually winning.
Yeah, I wrote about this over the weekend about if you're Tom Ghilardi, if you're the owner of the Dallas Stars, what are the questions that you're asking right now? How do you view this exit? Is it easy for you to just write it off and say, oh yeah, we weren't fully healthy and it's a tough playoff path and, you just get your ticket every year and after that, it's kind of up to the players and a little bit of luck? Or do you have some tougher questions? And I think the first thing that you would ask probably is we spent assets at the trade deadline, just draft picks and no first round picks, but still we spent draft picks at the trade deadline to get Tyler Myers and Michael Bunting, and both of them were healthy scratch for one or a lot of games in the series in Bunting's case. How was that the best use of those assets? It's hard not to look at Jim Nill's trade deadline and say, you know what, that didn't work very well. The Stars ended up needing a top four defenseman when Nils Lundkvist went down, and Tyler Myers it's hard to say it, but his play was pretty disastrous when he was asked to step up in that game, and even in game one a little bit as well. Myers really had trouble being that reliable defenseman, and Alex Petrovic ended up coming in game 6 because he couldn't do it. And then if you're the owner, don't you say, wait a minute, this is like when the kids want McDonald's and you say, no, we have McDonald's at home. We had Alex Petrovic at home.
Right.
We had him already. Why did we really need to go out and get Tyler Myers? Why not save those assets and try to find a more sustainable solution, extra help on the defense over the summer or something like that? And in fairness, Myers is here next year too. He signed for one more year and at $1.5 million. So my guess is they'll try to move a player like Ilya Lyubushkin, and Myers is actually part of a solution to clear more cap space. So it wasn't just about what Myers could bring last year, and also, it was also about this year. But yeah, I think you really have to say Jim Nill's moves at the trade deadline didn't really go as well as you would have hoped they would this year. And he has to wear that, right? Ultimately. And he would be the first one to say it, but he has to own that. They didn't work out very well this year.
And then lastly for me, the Glenn Gulletson, what do you think the biggest thing he learned this year and this playoff run was for him? Did he have any thoughts on continuing to grow as that head coach here?
He said something really interesting yesterday, which was that something he never really brought up in with the media was some concerns about their neutral zone play during the year. And he actually said that they had contemplated or even discussed maybe making a change to their system to address some of their neutral zone play.
Oh, interesting.
And they ended up not making it. And after this series, he said, you know what? Probably should have made that change. So he said they're going to implement that change. Obviously, he didn't go into all the details about it, but we'll get a chance to see what that looks like on the ice in training camp in September, I'm sure. But he said that that's something they kind of felt like they saw coming down the tracks. Now, again, it's hard for me to give a coach too much credit for that because you're basically admitting you saw a problem and didn't address it in time.
Right, yeah.
So that certainly is a lesson, but also you don't want to panic either. And I'm sure in your first year back with a team like this, the last thing you want to be doing is making big system changes multiple times throughout the year. You don't want to be panicking or being perceived as panicking. So it's tricky, but it sounds to me like he learned the lesson that pay attention, when something's on your radar, pay attention to it, and better to fix it a day too early than a day too late.
I know, Corey, we've mentioned this before, but you and I both very much agree with this. StarsThoughts.com, where Robert runs everything, is a great place to educate yourself on all things Stars and hockey. Man, thank you very much for the time again today.
You bet. You bet, especially at Star Wars Day. Now I have some homework, so I'll go ahead and catch up on Maul and hopefully be better educated next time we talk.
And hey, text me. Let me know what you think.
Will do. I'm sure it'll be positive.
There you go. Robert Tiffin right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We have got the Young the Giant ticket giveaway, and we will kick it off with NFL draft overreaction or reality next right here on The Fan.
first down and about 12. And Smith hands it to Jenny in the end zone, and Ezeraku might have him in the end zone. Ezeraku got through, and it's a safety.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Time for some NFL overreaction or reality. We also have the Young the Giant ticket giveaway in this segment. And we found out Jim Nill is going to be doing his end-of-season presser on Thursday. And also, we're going to try to fit in this segment, Masterpiece Theater. What's the most recent show you watched for multiple seasons, really liked, but you had to give up on it before it finished because they wouldn't stop talking about Mars and that asteroid. All right, but NFL overreaction or reality. We start with this, overreaction or reality. Donovan Ezeraku is primed for a big leap in his sophomore season. So Fox Sports put out their 10 breakout candidates for second-year players. Ezeraku, number 4 on that list. So overreaction or reality, Donovan Ezeraku is set for a big-time second season.
I think he is. The way he's used is going to be a little different this year, but I think the talent's there, the pass rush ability's there. I'm very interested in what this pass rush is going to look like, because I think on any given down, any given time, you can attack from a variety of places.
I was going to say any different spot.
Yeah. And that's the thing I like about it. And you actually, in my opinion, you have the bodies to do it right now. Do you have the depth to keep up with that all year? We'll see. But I think you have the frontline bodies to do that. And then I say frontline, I'm also talking about Quinnen and Kenny Clark too. But I think you can do it in a variety of areas. And so I think that he will have a really good season this year.
Bonus, Bobby Belt.
Rick bonus.
Will stop that. Bobby Belt will wager his hair again on a Donovan Ezeraku sack bet.
It wouldn't be smart. But I think that
I think it would be smart.
What did he say? It was 9 last year? Something like that. No. What are you doing? For a rookie that's he does great research too. Yeah. And I did a quick search and was like, this isn't going to work for him. So, 3. Somebody told us last year, they said, if 3.5 would be a letdown. I was like, seriously, it's kind of average for somebody drafted where he was.
Alec, overreaction or reality? Donovan Ezeraku is primed for a big leap in his sophomore season.
I'd say reality. I like the skill set that he possesses, and I think that skill set is better suited for what this scheme is going to look like under Christian Parker. And I think that his supporting cast is better, too. It's kind of like what we were talking about with Keldrick Falk whenever we were scouting him, Corey, is like, well, when everybody else around you isn't really doing much, it's hard for you to be the guy that stands out. It really is. But whenever you have a guy like Malachi Lawrence coming in, who I think is going to, at least in terms of numbers-wise and like what you can expect from him, drive in and drive out, you're probably going to get the same product, like a similar product, because you're getting that speed, you're getting that athleticism. They might be on the field at the same time, which is going to be really fun. But I do think that you're going to see Ezeraku in a position where he's just going to be set up to thrive more, especially if they're going to go with more down linemen in certain positions. Like if you're going to have Quinnen and Kenny Clark on the field at the same time as some of your bigger bodies as well, and you have him rushing from an outside linebacker position, I think that there's a lot of opportunity for him to just get some free open looks. And he's got the athleticism and the closing speed to get home. So I think there's a lot of reason to believe that he will, and hopefully you start to kind of see that in Oxnard whenever you see some of the different multiple looks that you're going to get and creative ways of getting him free.
NFL overreaction or reality, C.J. Stroud is the long-term answer for the Texans at quarterback.
I think so.
Are you about to talk yourself out of it?
It's 2 straight years now that I've said I blame the offensive line for him.
Right.
And watching the way the game was played in both of his playoff games, his whole playoff run, I still didn't think that the offensive line was good enough. But then I also saw him make really boneheaded decisions that I couldn't put a finger. I was like, why? Like, why did you even do that? I think that he has the arm. I think he has the ability. I think mentally he might be a little fragile. And I'm a little concerned about that. So I want to see this one more time. I want to see it one more run through because they had to do the same thing this offseason, was add some more to their offensive line and get a little bit better. I'm a little concerned about his fragility as a quarterback. And if you're going to be a dude that's leading another group of men, you got to be tough. You got to have that stiff upper lip. I still don't understand exactly. I guess, does it quiver whenever you're crying?
Exactly.
Right.
So this one, it doesn't. So for now, though, you're still a reality?
Yeah.
Pending reality?
Yeah, pending reality.
Overreaction or reality, Alec? C.J. Stroud is the long-term answer for the Texans at quarterback.
Reality. I'm still going to blame the offensive line and the instability of his play calling, too, because he's had a couple of different play callers at this point. I haven't really understood what they were trying to do personnel-wise with that offense. I think until this offseason, you kind of started to get a little bit more of an idea of what they want for their offensive line. And maybe next offseason, you kind of see what the future of their pass catchers looks like, because that's what really needs work after the offensive line.
Right.
Is because the Tank Dell injury was unfortunate timing. It looked like he was coming to life. And then Nico Collins in and out of the lineup as well. So whenever everything is equal with that offense, I think C.J. Stroud is a guy you win because of. I do. But like Corey said, I think there were some moments where mentally last season he felt like he had to force himself to be that guy.
Yeah.
He was forcing himself to make decisions that he knows he shouldn't make because he thinks he can and he thinks he needs to. Whenever you step back for a second and just say, hey, make the right play, rather than forcing myself to be somebody I'm not. Like, don't try to be Patrick Mahomes on a given play just because you're under pressure. I understand you're under pressure every other drop back at this rate, but make the right play, and maybe the results are a little bit different.
My concern there, Alec, and I'm right there with him, is that maybe he's now created bad habits that he'll never be able to get out of because of exact thing that he was discussing.
Overreaction or reality, and I think you know how I feel about this. You are more interested in the Cleveland Browns quarterback room than any other quarterback room in the NFL.
I am not. That is overreaction.
What?
You, however, are. And Kevin, it seems like a lot of times when you're very interested in something, I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to keep track of this just so I can discuss it with Kevin. And it really does. It bars no big deal on my life. But you are just like, this is the craziest thing in the world. They have so many quarterbacks.
They do.
And Kevin, the tracking of the Washington Commanders quarterback history and their quarterback history are two things that I think are spectacular. But I don't know where to start with the Cleveland Browns, with how many quarterbacks they've had and run through.
And they drafted 3 in the last 2 years. Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, and now Taylon Green. And then people are like, yeah, Deshaun Watson's healthy again. Obviously, he should be the starting quarterback. I love all of this. Alec, I think you might be on my side. Overreaction or reality? You are more interested in the Cleveland Browns quarterback room than any other quarterback room in the NFL.
Oh, I hate to crush your dreams, Kevin. Overreaction.
Oh, no.
There's two reasons.
You hate Dylan Gabriel.
Well, yes, but
Kevin.
There's two. No, I don't hate Kevin. I love Kevin. Remember, us as a show, we tell people that we love each other around here.
That's right.
Unlike the morning show.
Non-toxic airborne event right here.
That's right.
That's right. But there's two reasons. One, I fully expect Deshaun Watson to be starting for them. And I don't think there's even going to be a conversation. I think it's going to be Deshaun Watson, clear as day in training camp that he's going to be the one. 2, is Carson Beck really going to start week 1 for the Cardinals?
That's my next one.
I have another next one, but
okay.
Go ahead. We can discuss that.
That's my next one.
Probably.
Overreaction reality. Carson Beck will be the Arizona Cardinals starter in week 1. Your yes? Reality?
I think so. I mean, I literally, just for fun, I Googled his name real quick. And I see Chris Sims, NFL on NBC YouTube page. Will Carson Beck be this year's Tyler Shuck? Like, people are already getting ridiculous about him. I want to see if he even starts. There's a world where he doesn't play a single game this year. That's a very real possibility.
And a world where he starts game one, which is weird.
Exactly. I have no clue what's going to happen there, and I want to know because the Cardinals are going to suck either way. Like, they're not going to be good, but I want to know who's throwing passes for them, at least for fantasy purposes.
I feel like we had a conversation about this, and I was like, there's no way. And then I started thinking about what they have, and I'm like, he is the best option.
And then Jacoby Brissett didn't help.
Yeah, no, he's literally the best option for a franchise that probably needs to be back where they were this draft another time. And it's unfortunate because I feel like if you look at like the last 10 years, they've missed the top 10 in the draft once. It's ridiculous how bad they've been and in that range. But like it seems like Carson Beck has to be the starter at this point.
Hell yeah.
Because neither one of the other guys that you have are starters. They are history backups. Her story backups. Like that's.
Do you think after the Kentucky Derby it was horse story?
You know, Kevin, I'm not going to put it past them.
Okay.
Regarding that.
Because this is the trainer. You said you had one?
I did. It was from a text.
Oh, did the horse thing throw you off? No, I do not think Adoree Jackson would make an impact.
Overreaction reality.
Overreaction.
Yeah, it would be good to add depth, but that dude got burnt a lot last year. Like he's familiar with the defense, but he got burnt a lot last year. I say this a lot. Camp bodies are important.
Agreed.
Cornerbacks and running backs and camp bodies, very important.
Do you want a more grounded one or a more maybe ridiculous one?
Ridiculous.
Overreaction or reality? The New York Giants can win the NFC East this season. Oh, maybe you don't think it's ridiculous. Hey.
The path is difficult, but they did a pretty decent job of adding to themselves this year, and they already have a better coach. And we've seen them, that organization when they have a new coach, how they respond. And Jackson Dart, I think, is a tough quarterback to deal with in the future. His ability to run, but also his ability to throw. Once he learns how to see things the right way in the game, I think he'll be better. I think you are legit 3 teams, and I don't know how I feel about Washington anymore. Ooh. But I think you're a legit 3 teams that are vying for the NFC East.
Did you know the first year that John Harbaugh was the coach of the Ravens, they went from 5-11 to 11-5?
Can you imagine him as a Rangers coach, though?
A little bit. I don't think it's too dissimilar from Bannister in some ways.
Oh.
Overreaction or reality for you, Alec? The New York Giants can win the NFC East this season.
This feels like one of those questions I could easily overthink, so I just decided to see what the odds are on their win total for this season, and the line is set at 7.5. Vegas doesn't think so. I don't think so either. I'll go overreaction. I think that in my mind, they're one of those teams that they're not wrong, they're just early. They have the right idea. They got rid of the coach. They brought in a new coach that is doing most of the personnel decisions, no matter what the GM wants to tell you in front of the media. The head coach is making the personnel decisions. And he's pretty good at finding talent. For his flaws in the postseason and everything, he's pretty good at evaluating talent. They've got the rookie quarterback contract, which is just pivotal for building a roster.
That's true.
They've got a guy that they think can play running back for them. They've got a good receiver. They're building on the offensive line. Their defensive front is pretty good. People don't want to talk about that, but they're pretty good. They've got the right idea. It's just a year early, so I'll say no.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now you want to do some Masterpiece Theater?
Welcome to another edition of Masterpiece Theater, where we discuss theater with you. And now, 2 guys who know absolutely nothing about theater, Corey and Kevin.
How long has it been since we worked with Waddle? That was our very first producer, in case you're ever wondering who does the voice.
That's his voice,
yeah. That's true.
Long time. Waddle, let us know when you quit us.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So this, for me, it's inspired by a couple of shows, but partially For All Mankind.
Okay, I got to find another one then. Because that's the one, dude.
Okay.
That is definitely the one.
I'm ready with an alternate answer. What show did you most recently watch for multiple seasons and you really enjoyed it, but you had to give up on it before it finished? Because For All Mankind, I almost fell for their tricks because they were like, next year's the last season. That's what I did with The Walking Dead. Then I found out it was going to be split up over 18 months in 3 different parts, and I was like, screw you, Walking Dead! And then they waited till the last 5 minutes to give me what I really wanted. But I'm not going to fall into that trap For All Mankind. It was like the second, I don't know, maybe the third episode, and I'm bogged down into some committee meeting about subsidies to Mars, and I was like,
yes!
Shut up! Stop it! I don't care anymore! We were going to space. I thought maybe they would try to land on Europa and see if there's water in there in the future, and instead, I'm bogged down more in politics. I get it. But it was always about space exploration with geopolitical happenings as a part of the show. Maybe equal with the space at times. And other times it was in the background. Now it feels like it's all that it is. A bunch of squabbling and third-generation characters that I don't care about. I'm like, no, I cared about your grandparent. All right? Not you.
It's true, dude. We did care about the grandparent. Like, the characters they gave us initially were characters that they had super things that they were trying to accomplish. And these are just trying to hold on to whatever they left behind.
And I accepted the daughter as part of it, but then they're like, now she has a kid, and I'm like, nope, it's
don't
too
care
much.
about his kid.
I was like, it's too much.
Don't care about the guy that just kind of happened to be on this planet. Because he needed a job, all right, and lied on the resume.
Yeah,
don't care about that guy.
Started an uprising, and I'm supposed to care about his family in season 4.
You're right,
no
Kevin.
deal.
It was once we got to Mars. What's next? Can we get to Jupiter? I don't know if you can do it or not.
You cannot land on Jupiter. That's why I said Europa.
You don't know that yet.
I feel pretty confident.
Why?
It's made of gas.
Oh, well, that's cool. So we don't have anything that we can land on gas with yet?
No.
Yet?
Okay.
See
well,
what
that's
I'm
why I
saying?
said Europa
Somebody
is
once said you couldn't land on Mars.
Well, no, nobody ever said you couldn't physically.
Somebody probably did.
You're probably right about that.
And guess what?
But that's why I said Europa is at least a solid surface you could land on.
All right.
Did you know that the big red spot is shrinking?
I don't.
On Jupiter?
Mm-mm.
It's what's
the big red spot?
The giant storm.
Okay.
That was like, it used to be 3 times as big as Earth. Now it's like a little bit bigger than Earth. So it's getting smaller.
So what you're saying is that could become a big bang at some point.
Well, I guess that's what happened in 2010, kind of. So, you know what? Maybe. All right. So, hey, bad news for you, For All Mankind. We both watched that show for multiple seasons.
You're right. They
now.
had awesome space missions.
Yeah.
And now it is bogged down in space soap opera. And that's not what we want.
Yeah. And they're like, hey, the Lima Bean came in. That's all episode 3.
Yeah, nobody
You're
cares.
like, for effing heck.
I think I made it to episode 2.
Yeah.
And I have not gone back to it since, and you're not making it sound much more appealing.
No, it doesn't. I might have got one more episode ahead. It didn't get any better. Now, the first wave of answers we got was Yellowstone. So, Yellowstone from the 817.
Yes.
For the 858 Yellowstone, after Costner was gone, I just couldn't get into the final season. Yeah, it's not good. And then they were like, hey, let's spin off the least interesting character and make that a show. And then they're going to do another Yellowstone spinoff.
You're telling me you're not watching Rip and Beth?
No, that's a different one.
Beth
but
and Rip?
No, I hate Beth. If they said that she'll get murdered in the first episode, I'll watch it. She's the worst. And part of the reason is, are there no women at all in Montana? Mm-hmm. Everyone tries to act like she's or Wyoming or wherever that she's super hot. And you're like, really?
She's pretty.
I guess. But
for a Wyoming woman?
I guess, but like every person who sees her is like, I'll throw my marriage away and everything for that. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
There's money involved there, Kevin.
Okay, now that I could understand.
Power, money, and looks.
A
three things.
little bit more. But yeah, so they took the one brother that nobody cared about, and they spun his show off. Now they're going to do the other 2 awful people, and they're getting a spin-off show. So
yeah, I just, when you're dedicating an hour hour of your life to something.
At least those two people are interested.
You want it to be something, and so I just have that. I never got back to it, and I never watched. Everybody was like, "You have to watch the 1833," and I was like, "I don't want to though."
Yeah.
What if I don't want to?
Especially since Mike spoiled one of the shows. He's like, "Hey, here's what happens right away." You're like, "Oh, okay." From the 682. I got to the end, but I understand this one. The Umbrella Academy, because I never felt like things moved forward. I liked a lot of the early parts of the Umbrella Academy, but then it felt like the last couple seasons, they're like, hey, what if we do nothing for 5 episodes? And then we run the plot really quick, like the last few. And you're like, oh, okay.
Sometimes that is how Peaky Blinders feels, where you're like, where are we right now? And they're like, we've been setting you up this whole time. And you know what I mean? But you're right. They do seem to pack a lot of things into the final parts of Umbrella Academy where you're like, you could have done this the whole season and still been in on it.
From the 214, somebody said BMF, and then they added all 50 Cent shows, really. I know there's an empire of those on Stars right now. From the 903, Sons of Anarchy started to get super repetitive. That is also the theme with The Walking Dead. You see, with a lot of these people bailing on these shows, it was because they got repetitive. Alec, what say you? Although we have plenty more text.
I do have 2 more for later.
Okay.
BMF was a great response from the fan text because it's all downhill after season 1. It really is. For me, the first one that came to mind, and not really for any negative reason, repetitive in a sense, just because it was a true TV series, and TV superhero shows, I feel like in general, are just kind of repetitive by nature. For me, it's The Flash. CW's The Flash, I thought was awesome. I loved it. I got through, I want to say 4 or 5 seasons. There's 9 seasons. I got through, I want to say season 5. Yeah, it was like 2018, late 2018. I got through season 5, and I was just kind of like, outside of some like late mid-season episodes, The Flash always wins. You know, like you can't really, they'll leave you with a cliffhanger in like the 3rd to last episode to get you to come back, and they'll do kind of like a part 2 pick up where it left off thing. And then by the end of the season, everything's okay. And then they kind of tease the next villain or whatever. And I was like, okay, it's kind of cyclical at this point. It was new faces, it was new names, it was new villains. So that kept it intriguing. But then they started integrating the Arrow show as well. So like Stephen Amell is popping up every other episode. And I'm like, okay, like I kind of need more bandwidth, but I know what's going to happen. So I just stopped watching, but it was really, really good. I really enjoyed it. I think Grant Gustin is the best Flash that I've seen. So I'll probably pick it up again at some point, but
I finished it.
You did?
Yeah. I did finish it because Avery was watching it, and he was just like, will you watch it with me? And I was like, absolutely. I liked it by the end again.
Okay.
By the end, it'd take a minute to kind of get back to what I liked about it, but they did find themselves again. I did enjoy it.
Now, this was one of my alternate ones. This is from Cody, Euphoria and the Boys. To be fair, I've not started season 3 of Euphoria.
I just started episode 1 this weekend and finished it last night.
Of season 3? Oh, of the very first?
Of the very first season.
Yeah.
You know it's going to take me a while to get through it.
Yeah, you got a lot.
That was tough, man. And I kind of have an idea.
That show's wild.
It's like, dude, I felt bad for her character in episode. Like, I got
Zendaya's character?
Yeah. There's a lot to go through here.
And then they said, and the Boys, it started off strong and lost me due to poor writing or pushing politics. I think the Boys falls in that category for me.
I want to quit on the Boys.
But there's like 3 or 4 episodes left.
Also, every time I decide I'm ready to quit on the Boys, they give me something shocking that I'm like, dadgummit.
Yeah. That
was insane.
And that show is insane, but it stopped being as much fun. And honestly, it started to get kind of boring. And it got too heavy-handed with the politics. Like, I understood the politics before. I know the creator came out and he was like, everybody just got what we're doing with Homelander. And I was like, no, I understood it before. But you, like, put it in a spot where I was like, okay, that's fine. And then it just got so much politics that I'm like, yeah, I'm not really here for that in my superhero show.
If it wasn't as...
and then season 4 sucked.
There are some similarities in what you can see as the divide right now.
Sure.
if it wasn't so closely related to that, and like our world had nothing to do with that, do you think it would be more interesting there?
Yeah.
And that those two worlds are divided and they're back and forth? Or did you just want more superhero-esque?
See, I think I just wanted more of that.
More of
and
the
also,
sex
I
parties.
think the writer is trying to be like, see, it's the same. And you're like,
yeah,
it's not.
I don't care about that as much. But then they'll show Homelander doing something that I'm like, what in the world?
Yes.
What will they do next?
And that character's evolution has been really fun. I just thought it started to get kind of boring for a show that I'm used to, like, some zany stuff happening, and I was like, that's what you're here for, The Boys. You're not great, but you're entertaining as all get out.
The one that I stopped watching, Kevin, Succession.
Oh, really?
After season 2, there just became so much, I don't care what these rich people are doing anymore, and their baby stuff about getting daddy's company.
Well, then don't go back because it doesn't change.
Yeah, I stopped. I was like, I don't care about your dad's company anymore.
Well, then, yes, absolutely do not go back because it doesn't change.
Yeah.
And they don't go, you know what, guys? Let's say we're all become better people and make this a charitable organization. Like, nothing even close to that happens along the way. So, yeah, you should absolutely skip it. Somebody just said, are you out on Star City if I'm out on For All Mankind? I just looked it up. That's a spinoff of For All Mankind about the Russians getting to the moon. I did not even...
Let's give something away!
877-881. I didn't even know that was out. Right now? 877-881-1053. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Young the Giant on July 11th when they come to the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory. You can go buy tickets from Live Nation, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Coaches fighting in football. We do it next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave. Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Minnesota Wild are switching goalies for tonight. They're bringing in Philip Gustafson. But right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. As we were discussing shows in the last segment, wanted to inform people of something that I just found out. Sometimes I do look at Alec and see him as Carmi from the Bear. Does that make sense?
Why?
Long hair.
Why else?
Very particular.
Why else?
That's about it.
Liar.
Tattoos on his arms.
You're such a liar.
He's trying to say something else, Alec.
You know why,
I don't
Alec?
think so.
You know why he's saying that.
No,
At least
I haven't
I'm
seen the show.
Honest about it because he's short. That's why he
Has
thinks
nothing
that.
to do with it.
Yeah, it is a lie.
Has zero to do with it.
Never
Alec.
ask me for audio ever again.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna have to ask you for 2 clips here in this segment.
It's not happening. You better pivot.
I want you to reenact it then.
I'll say the words.
Oh no!
I'm pretty sure Alec bleeped out the words, so I'll say them on air. All right. So, speaking of shows, I really like The Bear. I really like it a lot. I like it more than Kevin does.
That's probably true.
I like Kevin more than this show, though. Does that work?
Oh, hell yeah.
But a new 59-minute surprise prequel episode of The Bear titled Gary is now streaming on Hulu as of today. You hear the judgment? He doesn't know anything about it yet, and he's
That's
already
crazy.
judging it. What are you judging?
I'm judging
Why are
that
you
the
being so
show
judgy?
got progressively worse.
Oh my god!
And so, in theory, does that mean because
Hold
this
on.
was made the last, it's the worst, or because it takes place before, it's the best?
You say it got worse because they started reducing the amount of stress they put into the show, I felt.
Yeah, that was why. That was the whole point of the show. Man,
I had panic attacks watching that first season.
That's the point. They were like, you could watch this an episode or two at a time, then you need to take a break.
I remember the first time Kevin and I watched, like he goes, "Hey man, have you heard of the show called The Bear?" And I was like, "Oh my gosh, it stresses me out watching that show."
First 2 seasons of that show rule.
And then the third season, they were like, "Hey, we're gonna do a lot of artsy stuff.
Oh
we're
my
gonna have
God.
almost a whole 15 minutes of pictures of really cool dishes, and that's very calming and relaxing, and that is not The Bear." But dude, that one Christmas episode is the most stressful episode in the history of the world
That
ever.
episode was pretty stressful.
Anyway,
And then also, that's the other thing. They were like, hey, let's find every famous person that's ever lived and put this in this. And I'm like, no.
It was good though,
No.
dude. That being said, the special episode follows Richie and Mikey on a pivotal work trip to Gary, Indiana, exploring their friendship and Mikey's mental state before the main series. So there you go. Here how he's judging it.
Well, I'm just saying, it doesn't sound like the trip went super well, right?
See, here's the...
Isn't that like the whole conceit of the show?
It's how you get to there. It's the
I know.
journey,
I'm
Kevin.
just saying. You don't think that's fair? Mikey killed himself before.
What?
Okay, shut up.
Alec has never seen it.
Okay, well, guess what?
don't
That
bet.
is literally the entire premise of the beginning of the show, is that he had killed himself. So I think it's safe to assume that this trip didn't go amazing.
But
do you disagree?
Again, the journey.
I'm not.
How did he get there?
I'm not arguing
What are the
that.
signs?
I'm not arguing that.
Maybe you have some of those signs.
And also, he's awesome as the Punisher. I'm just saying, it seems like it didn't go well.
Wow.
From the 214, yes, the Bear definitely got worse over time. Facts. But Jeremy Allen White, when I met him at the premiere of the Von Erichs movie, that's right. I told him that my family in Chicago thought he did a really good job in that show, and it felt very authentic. And he's like, really? And he
was surprised?
Yeah, no, like he was excited and he wanted to talk more. But also, there's a lot of people who wanted he wanted to engage in conversation.
He was like, "Do you want to come to Bill Murray's house and hang out with me?"
That does not ruin the show. That's like the first 5 seconds of the show.
Look, if you've never watched the show before, You can pretty much dip out on it now, thanks, Kevin.
No, that he's not even in the show for real.
It's the biggest surprise plot twist in the history of TV.
It is not. This is not a Sixth Sense thing where they show Carmy talking to Mikey the entire time and they're like, Mikey's been dead for 2 years. That's not what happens. It's not like the end of, well, I almost said another show. I almost said another show.
The Sopranos?
No, it's a different show that has a big twist at the end of season 1, but it came out like 10 years ago, so you would think that would be fine, but I'll leave it be.
Text it to me.
Okay, well.
Have you heard of John Pork? Alec?
No. Who is John Pork?
All right, Alec, can you explain in history who John Pork is?
I can't explain in history. I could just tell you it's the dumbest meme ever.
Brain rot. All right?
Yeah.
Brain rot is what John Pork is. However,
is that a person?
No. It's a social media hybrid pig human who has randomly posted himself. Randomly posted himself across media, like in Europe and stuff. And then, like, brain rot is.
Oh, my Lord.
The world just kind of catches on to something for a little while and they become famous, right?
I'm not going to lie. This is kind of what I'm afraid I'm going to turn into.
Somebody made a trading card of him and took it to a card show and tried to sell it table to table.
Even better.
Well, guess what happens to it next?
The Alex Studio on TikTok.
What is this? What is this?
Made a John Pork, or took the John Pork Kansas City Royals baseball trading card to a Royals game and dropped it into the bullpen.
Oh my God.
Since that, the bullpen then took the card, taped it to their wall. Since then, since they signed John Pork, they went from a 6.29 bullpen ERA to a 1.63. Now that they have added John Pork to their bullpen, the Royals are 7-2 since he was dropped off, and the bullpen has pulled a complete 180, putting that kind of production out there. Royals closer Lucas Urquid. His ERA went from a 5.23 to a 3.77 in just 3 days, and is top 3 in saves in the entire league.
Because of John Pork?
Thanks to John Pork.
By the way, for people that are asking, I am texting them the show. But this is probably why I just watch stuff with my 3-year-old, and there's parts of the internet I just don't know about. Because the first 2 videos I see are, who murdered John Pork? And do not call John Pork at 3 a.m. And that guy has green hair and 2 phones.
Facts. Also, have you heard of Thomas Skublak?
Is this another?
Thomas Skublak plays for Inter Toronto.
Okay.
After scoring,
he's a real person?
Yeah.
Not a hybrid pig and human?
No, he is a soccer player, but he's also a real estate agent.
Oh, that's nice.
And after he scored a goal on May 1st, he pulled out his business card to show to the cameras in hopes of drumming up some business. And my question to you now is, and we did not do the level of concern intro, but we always have time. My level of concern for you is, will celebrations just turn into advertisements?
Yeah, I think they will.
Alec looks confused by the word.
Because he said advertisements.
Advertisement, yeah.
And again, for the 8 million of you that are texting in about the bear, that is not a secret plot point. That's like the very beginning of the show.
I don't remember it that way.
Yeah.
Just deleted it from my library.
Yeah. Sorry. It's a great show, but once you know that, it's pretty much ruined it.
He's right. The first 2 seasons are badass. Just like the first 2 seasons, a House of Cards and Money Heist, and then you can move on with your life.
Do you feel like in most of these situations, they kind of have 2 seasons planned, and then they're like, we don't know if it'll be popular enough to do a next one, and then it gets popular, as Aiden was saying with Outer Banks. Well, you guys showed us that it's more popular than we thought it would be, so we got to keep making episodes.
See, that's what I think happened with the show Heroes. The first season of Heroes is awesome. Yeah. And then they wrapped everything up, and then it was just super popular. And, NBC is like, hey, do you want to make more? And they're like, definitely. What? Sure, I got lots of ideas. And they're like, what if sometime we go to the circus? And boo.
Then lastly, gentlemen, this is This is an IFL football game. All right, Kevin, you know what IFL is?
International Football League?
Indoor, but what's he doing over here? Jeez.
That makes more sense. I was thinking of the IIFL, the International Indoor Football League.
All right, that's cool. Good for you.
Stephen Bacon is their commissioner.
Two teams were playing football in this game, Kevin. We'll leave their names out for now. Arizona and Vegas, I believe.
Because you didn't know before that, right?
I did.
Yeah, I got ideas for season 2.
The Mike Davis and Kevin Guy, the coaches, the respective coaches, have this moment after they disagree on a call.
It's the right call.
That's 100% the right call.
It was worth the challenge, though, because you weren't sure. And look, it could have been a turnover on downs there. I like the challenge. Uh-oh, now the coaches are getting into it. Now the teams are. Look, this is a pretty bitter rivalry. But hey, guys, let's make some business decisions here. There's no reason for this. Whatever happened, let it go.
I love when somebody goes, there's no reason for this. You don't know what's going through a man's soul in that moment.
That is a low level of intensity for a coach fight from that broadcaster. Give me a little something and then regret it.
I did quit on Mr. Robot, too.
I do not know what that has to do with anything. And if you text me and I tell you the show, that's your fault.
That being said, that happened. So there was a fight amongst coaches, pushing back and forth, shoving. After the game, Kevin Guy had a
that sounds fake.
He had a response.
Whether he agreed with the call or not, I don't know if it hit the wall or not. It was about the call on the field was a touchdown. He didn't like it. He pushed me, told me to get off the sideline, and then he pushed the wrong guy. And I just, I'm gonna knock his ass out when I see him.
Oh my! Coach Davis did put his hands on you. Is what you're saying?
He sure did, and we're gonna deal with it. I'm gonna be right out here waiting on his ass.
Holy crap!
I'm gonna knock his BA out. It said he put his hands on the wrong guy.
He said he was going to be waiting for him.
I'll be
afterwards?
waiting for it, dude.
Is he Sean Salisbury?
I've seen it not Texas Motor Speedway, but at Devil's Bowl. I've seen racers waiting outside for another racer that they had disagreements with. And I've seen those kind of things happen. I don't think I've ever seen it in the indoor football league. Coaches saying, I'll be waiting outside for that dude right there. But
I'm going to be right out here waiting on his ass.
There he is.
Wow.
So that brings up the great question. Should we put together a bracket of NFL head coaches? Battle Royale or King of the Ring situation? Bare knuckle brawl type thing? Who would win? Would Andy Reid be at the top of this list? Because he's willing to deal with anything.
No.
Who do you think? Is it Dan Campbell?
How about that D, baby?
I could see Dan Campbell being
Dan Campbell's
in the
at
mix
the top of your
there.
list of who would win in a fight to the death between all NFL coaches. Where's Shoddy on this list?
I feel like Shoddy is too peace, love, and understanding, and has let's all just live our
Can we
life.
just hold hands?
Yeah, I don't know if he would advance far in the tournament.
What about Sean McVay? Scrappy. He can get after it.
Yeah.
See, I think Sirianni is one of those dudes that's going to get a couple rounds in and then get jawed real fast by
Fake tough guy.
Yeah, like a Dan Campbell.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Vrabel, right?
He's got some pent up energy.
Yeah.
He's willing to bend the rules.
He's got something to fight for right now, that's for sure.
What's that? Love?
Love. I don't know which place, but obviously it's there. 877-881-1053. Who's winning these battles?
I feel like Dan Campbell and Mike Vrabel are pretty high up in my power rankings.
I think Ben Johnson has the fire.
Oh, I could see that.
But probably not necessarily like Dan Campbell probably has the power, in this situation.
Yeah.
So
sorry, I'm running through.
Mike
all
McDonald
of the
just won the
head
Super Bowl. I wouldn't want
coaches.
to try and fight that dude.
He's a psycho anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's
you
one of
need
those
a little
crazy
bit of that
dudes.
energy to make it through the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. So I think maybe we put this bracket together one day, do it during a noon hour.
Okay.
And see if the nosebleeders want to pop in and have a conversation about that in the future.
Hey, do it on a day when they have a 5-hour show too. They'll be really stoked about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right
every day,
here on not today 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Is sports betting a tax on stupidity, and is it too late to change anything? And would it be messed up if I added prop bets to this segment too? We'll figure that out.
Personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about sports gambling.
No, we're not.
Okay.
I need you to go find your Chat GPT conversation about selling states.
So, look.
To see how Chat progressively got more ticked off at you.
It did. It really, really did, because I kept doubling down on it, and it got so mad. So, we are going to talk about sports betting in this segment. But what happened, so we were just talking about political stuff off air and the cost of things.
Yeah.
And eventually, we were talking about how so dumb some of these things are. And I just looked at Corey, and I was like, who cares? We're never paying any of this money back anyway. And so then I got into a conversation with Chat GPT about how to fix the budget, because we owe, I don't know, like it's $39 trillion. And so I told Chat GPT what it should do is just start selling off states, and I would start with Alaska. And so we talked about the value for Alaska is like we get like $10 trillion for it, and I was like, oh, okay, great. And they were like, a lot of money. Yeah, they were like, that's barely even a fourth. And I was like, well, at least I'm doing something. And so I was aggressive with Chat GPT, and I was like, what's next? What would be our next valuable state? And they're like, well, really, again, it doesn't work like this. And I was like, what is the next most valuable state? And they were like, the most valuable state would be California. And I was like, all right, so I could sell off California maybe only by itself, and then also California and Alaska, and then we might even have a budget surplus and not have a deficit. And then it was like, yeah, but that's undercutting all of the economic value of these states. And I was like, yeah, exactly, because I sold them. I don't need their economic value. I'm now in the positive. And they're like, well, that's not how it works. You can't just sell a state. And I was like, why not? Yeah. And they were like, well, what about all the people? And I go, that sounds like their problem to figure out. They now belong to some other country. And it was like, that's not how it works. And I was like, well, not with that attitude. And I just kept like kind of pushing back, because I was like, I want to not ever hear about our deficit again. Sure. Did we have to sell a couple of states to make it happen? Otherwise, what are we going to do?
First
we
off,
got nothing.
The idea that we can't just put a for sale sign up on a state.
It's an outrage.
And other countries wouldn't be like, oh, absolutely.
Yeah. How did we get California to begin with? Well, guess what? We bought it.
Exactly.
Kind of. There's some other. Yeah. And with Alaska, we bought it, but now we can't sell it. Chat GPT?
Still, I think me and my Gemini have a really good, cordial relationship. I'm very timid with some of my searches, but I feel like your conversations with your chat seems like it's going to be very aggressive in the future towards you.
Look, man.
Does it not seem like it's going to be like, you pushed me too far, Kevin?
That's all society is us dancing around, getting to the point and everything. Most of your conversations, I want everyone out there, think about the conversations you have. What percentage of that conversation is what you actually want to talk about? And what percentage of it is because you want to get something out of this, or you want to get to what you really want to talk about? Why do I have to do that with Chat GPT? They know why they're there. So why not just cut to the chase? If they're going to be my overlords in 30 years or whatever, I might as well take advantage of the time I have left.
Probably so.
Now, sports betting. Warren Buffett, who is friends with Ndamukong Suh, and I always thought that was really, really neat. And he said that sports betting is, quote, a tax on stupidity.
Okay.
He added when talking to CNBC, rich people love it because they don't have to pay. And here's kind of the idea. So there's 40 U.S. states and Washington, D.C., though not totally Texas, that have some form of legalized online sports betting. That generates $3 billion in tax revenue alone, according to the Tax Foundation. That is a nonpartisan tax policy think tank. All right. And so that's one of the things that Buffett added is like, even though the system is working in his favor, he's not in favor of the system because it's bringing in all this extra tax revenue that he has nothing to do with. So all of a sudden now there's $3 billion in extra tax revenue that he didn't pay into. But he added this: I don't like things that make a sucker out of people. I don't think the function of the government is to play its peoples for suckers.
Yep.
So I wanted to start with this. Do you think sports gambling is for suckers or a tax on stupidity? Or do you think the answer that you'll get from a lot of people is not for me because I win?
I think, okay.
Maybe all of those.
Yeah, that's a good perspective, and a lot of times we forget about our losses, especially when we're telling other people, but a lot of times we do forget about our losses. I think whenever he's discussing this, he comes from a uniquely different fiscal and financial perspective than anybody we know. And that is, he put together a system, and it does not include a lot of fluff, right? Like, he might be rich enough now that he can fluff as much as he wants. But whenever he was building that empire, it was very disciplined in the way that he spent. And that spending usually earned back and then recreated. So I think when he says suckers, he's talking about the people that don't have it anyway and are willing to give away their money rather than being smart about it. I always look at gambling and making plays as it is the fun money that I already had in my budget. My father-in-law, his approach was, I don't drink, and because I don't drink, I use that money for this. And I believe you kind of have even said the same thing. And
it helps you justify some of your other purchases. Like if you're ever wondering, how can you spend that much money on Legos? Sometimes I'm like, well, I don't ever spend it on any of it.
Exactly. And so that in that justification, that is the money that you decided in your own budget you get to use for that. But I think there are a lot of other people that have the addiction for it and that have that don't have the discipline or wherewithal to know when to stop, that I think he's kind of referring to. But I do believe that it is in a lot of instances, it is for suckers because they think they can get rich quick off of it when it's not necessarily always going to be like that for everybody.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. And so I'm going to go to the director of tax policy at the Tax Foundation and he said, Adam Hoffer, said gambling in general is a losing proposition. The house always wins. Piling on taxes only makes the return on investment even worse for gamblers, and said in an ideal world, tax revenues from sports betting operations would be used to help those with gambling problems. But, could you imagine a world in which
the money that they take from you, they're also saying we're going to use it to give back to you, even though you kind of have to be wary of if they're really going to do that or not.
Well, and that's not unique to this industry. Right. Like, every beer commercial you've ever seen is like, you want to get all these hot women to hook up with you? Twins! Yeah, beer's the only way. Please drink responsibly. I'm like, they always got to throw that thing in there as the disclaimer at the very end. And I know some money goes back to it, but the idea that you would use your profits or all of this tax money coming in to just feed back into the system to help people who are losing, that feels like it kind of defeats the process of what you're doing.
Toll roads. They're using all that money to put right back into the toll roads, right?
I'm just saying, when we pay off these roads, then TxDOT is like, yeah, but we need it for road maintenance. And I was like, well, what do you do then?
Pizza parties.
Yeah, I guess so. And they're like, no, you keep needing to
dinners
pay
at Ocean Prime. How are we going to keep all these people employed if y'all don't pay us?
Okay, well, I'm glad we're subsidizing another thing. And then the NBA just asked their regulators to tighten restrictions on prediction markets. Because, look, we all have fancy names for it, but it all comes down to it's still gambling. So, Alec, I want to include you on this as well. I get it. For a lot of people probably listening, this is one of the reasons they love sports, or they don't gamble a lot of money, or maybe they win. But there's this giant other section of people that do lose, and sometimes they lose a lot. Like we always talk about it. Whenever we go through the Super Bowl, one time ever, I think we were like, yeah, Vegas found out they had a net negative for this. But overwhelmingly, it's like they ended up profiting $20 million, $15 million just off of that one day. And those are people that are losing all of that money. Where do you fall on this?
That's why I talk myself out of anytime I think about making any kind of play or actual bet on things. Sometimes I just look at the line for what I do think is going to happen. and I'm like, well, Vegas clearly thinks that that's the outcome. There's no way for me to make money on this. I would have to go against my own logic, just as a sports fan, to try and make some money. I did it with the Stars elimination game against the Minnesota Wild. I put $50 on the money line for the Stars to win just because I didn't think they were going to win that game. I really didn't. But I was like, if they do win, it would be cool to make $100. And I lost. So that's $50 that's just gone because I wanted to be a fan for a moment. And that's the most I ever do. I try to stay away from it just because I know that I can't afford to chase my losses, which I would never do in general. But if I fell into that mindset, because yes, it's easy to get addicted. There is a real addiction to this stuff. So, and I know that I can't afford to be subject to that. So I just stay away from it in general. I agree with this line of thinking that it is kind of just a tax on people who are willing to give it away. They're willing to give away their money for the sake of fun. I'd rather put that money somewhere else. I'd rather just hold on to it. I'd rather be a fan in other ways. I'd rather take that $50 and go buy a t-shirt, from my favorite team. I'd rather go buy a Ranger City Connect shirt with that money or something. I wish I had that $50 still so I could go do that.
Or invest it in something that could become profitable down the road.
Sure.
Exactly.
Because investing is definitely not gambling.
No, not at all. Never has been, never will be.
And if you think about it for just a second, I'll play devil's advocate with Warren Buffett.
Your cards are gambles, right?
For sure. Yeah. Now, and that's one of the things, like for me, and that I love scratch-off lottery tickets. I love scratch-off lottery tickets. But that's one of the things, is I usually don't buy expensive ones, and I like to play the games, like the crossword bingo, because then if I lose, I'm like, I had $3 worth of fun out of that. And that's the way I feel on cards a lot, is they do bring me a lot of joy, even if the value crashes out. But Warren Buffett would tell you that all of his investments are based on sound research and information and everything like that. Don't you feel like most sports gamblers that you talk to are like, oh, no, I know. I've been tracking this. I've been watching this trend. I've been watching this guy. So is it really that different? And it's just the government fully supports and regulates one of them and maybe not the other. Like the NBA, for example, when they're like, hey, we're taking a look at these prediction markets. And they said, hey, there is no higher priority for the NBA than protecting the integrity of our games and preserving public confidence in our league and our sport. And then that spokesperson went on to say that the league is taking no position regarding the states in these battles. Well, of course they are. Have you ever seen a Kalshi commercial or whatever else during a sporting event? Yes, you have. That kind of feels like a position if you're taking that money. And I'll give you an example, because this was stunning to me. There's 150,000 people at Churchill Downs for Derby Day. How much wagering do you think took place that day?
135,000. I'll say $2 million.
$340 million, according to Churchill Downs. And that was down $9 million from last year when it was $349 million just on that day, just in that place. For Derby week, $500 million. So it is showing no signs of letting up. And I will admit, I do this as well. I think it can make sports more fun for sure. But I also think there's probably a lot of people who've had their lives ruined over this. Like people were talking about the lottery tickets, whether, you do the Powerball or you do scratchers or whatever, is they'll tell you, well, a lot of that money goes into the educational system. Mm-hmm. And that is true. But how do you balance that out between how many kids got the extra help or book or lunch or whatever they needed versus it ruined these people's lives?
Yeah.
I have no idea what those numbers are. I'm sure they don't have perfect data on. Yes, it ruined 800,000 people's lives.
Probably not.
But how do you balance those things out?
You don't. You just keep the vein injected with that until you find the next sucker.
And that's what Warren Buffett would say, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Although, then again, if you looked in his history, don't you think there's a lot of people who are like, oh, he played us for suckers?
Probably so. I do wonder, he does come off a little righteous with this statement.
I gotcha.
And I also wonder how many times he's done good versus bad, and where's that balance?
Sure, exactly.
Remember the time that Jerry Jones was like, hey, we were getting a lot of bad pub. Can we bring in the American Red Cross?
Oh, yeah. I mean, and that goes all the way back to the Rockefellers, right?
Yeah.
I'll crush every business in my path, but then I'll do a bunch of cool charity stuff, and you're like, that's nice.
Look at that guy.
That is nice.
Was it Pancho Villa? Pablo Escobar, the inventor of cocaine.
That is,
that one guy
again,
once
I don't know if everybody knows that story.
Oh.
We were at some fights, boxing, and we went into the bathroom, and these guys were talking. They're like, yeah, Pablo Escobar. Another guy goes, boom, the inventor of cocaine.
But then,
like, hold on.
All those things that he did, but then he was like, let's build some schools.
Yes. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ.
upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. I'm going to warn you, we might not talk about sports in this crosstalk. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya?
Amazing. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing awesome. So I wanted to ask, based on part of a conversation we were just having, what is your confidence level or level of being impressed by the waiter who doesn't write down your order?
You know, if it's anything, if it's 2 or 3 people, I would not be able to do that. Yeah. Right. So it's very impressive. I imagine it's some sort of a trick or a skill that they develop over time. But I always wonder, like, what is the difference between the waiter at the high-end restaurant that just sits there and listens intently and is cataloging like 40 different items over 8 different people? Yeah. You know, how's he got all this down?
Yeah. When I did it, when you would say your order, I said it the way I was going to put it into the computer. And our computer had, I got in trouble the way I said this one day. Chicken fajitas was CKFAJ.
Oh, yeah.
And so I would just say chick faj. Yeah. Is that right? That's correct?
Faj.
Yeah, FAG. And
you doubled down on it.
Yeah. So close to being inappropriate a couple different ways.
Dump everything I just said there. But I would do the acronym in my brain, and so then I knew. But I also went around the table a certain way, and I kept all that in. I did not miss. I was very good at that.
You're not missing right now, man.
That seems like it should be a South Park episode or something.
Well, I can see why he got a better tip. But do people tip better because of that, or are they just like, oh, please don't get it?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything for the last 45 seconds.
Spelling bee? Should we do a spelling bee?
Oh, man. I am ready for you to screw up that order. I'm looking at you like, okay, let's see if you could really pull this off. And if you come back and ask me, now what did you want on your side?
That's where you screwed up.
Write it down.
When you do that, you need to write it down. You need to write it down because I told you what I wanted. And if you're going to play memory man, you need to write it down.
I think I'm with you. Or if they miss one little thing, you're like, it's because you didn't write it down. And maybe they would have messed it up either way. But, okay, what about nosebleeds? Are y'all impressed by this? Or are you just like, hey, just get it right either way? I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, you're putting a lot of self-pressure on. You know, like you don't have to play this game on Hall of Fame mode. Right. As long as the plate comes out here, I'm not going to be like, gosh, I just can't believe you wrote it down, though. You know, like everything was perfect, but that loser freaking wrote it down. You know,
I have never thought that, like, you had to write that down.
Yeah.
I appreciate when they do write it down.
Yeah.
I do. And
it makes you feel safer, better.
And I appreciate people that know. I appreciate people that know the specials and can kind of tell you, listen, and I also appreciate someone that's really honest.
Yeah.
Like I asked somebody, go, hey, would you order this if you were me? And a guy looked at me one time and says, absolutely not. And I said, well, I was thinking about something else. He says, well, you need to select that. That's what I would order.
Yeah. Because you don't want everything is great.
That's a little bit more tip. That's a little bit more like, no, we make the best crab cakes in the city. You know, I need to hear like, man, I wouldn't order that.
What if you ask what they recommend and then they tell you, but then you're like, I don't really want that. You get something else. Do you feel bad about that?
I just like to challenge them. I like to challenge them a little bit to see if they know the menu. You know,
he doesn't want this guy on his team if he can't do this.
There's a customer that I wouldn't want to have.
Just kind of like,
guys sitting down, he's ready to challenge me.
What's the soup du jour?
Yeah,
and they look at you like
of the day,
like a brain quiz.
Chicken noodle, sir.
Okay,
I always hope that's the answer. It's chicken
and beef broth,
or broccoli cheese.
Cranberry sauce could be out of a can. Everything else is.
Amen.
I want to be
those ridges, baby.
I want my server to be like that gal that answers the phone when you're making NFL trades.
Oh, she was good.
Let's go minimal.
Yeah.
Let's answer questions, take notes, get out of here.
Yeah, it was tested a good job.
The line that I always had was, you want to be invisible but available. Like you don't want to be the one that's taking over the table because they're there for a nice night. But you want, and if they ever look around, you're there and you're ready to help them out because they want to know their drinks are full. They want to know that their plates are getting cleaned off the table. Like, those are the things that everybody wants. They don't realize a lot of times, but by the end of it, they're just like, man, my drink was empty all night long. And that ticked me off. And Brodus, I think you know too, sometimes there is a disconnect that no eater sees, and that is, I put it in the right way in the computer.
Yeah.
And the kitchen got it wrong, and
fair.
now I'm screwed over because they think I got it wrong.
You're the face of the franchise, man.
Yeah.
Like, when things go well, you get the credit, and when things go bad, you get the blame. You just got to take ownership of that.
That's what you got to check on the way out. You got all these responsibilities and 10 tables and rent due.
Then you get these guys that order like a lemonade and a water at the same time, and you're like, what the heck?
Come on, pick one.
I think that's a totally normal thing to do.
It's like, freaking pick one drink and stick with it.
What about the waitress or the waiter that gives you the wrong meal? Like when you walk up to the table and they hand you the wrong, and then you have to play the pass around everything.
Yeah. Don't like it. Yeah, you did it wrong. You did it wrong.
Okay, but talking about that, when you talk about the kitchen, it's not the wait person's fault, but do you ever judge when you're like, that person definitely ordered after I did?
All the time.
And they got their food first.
Yeah.
Even though the waiter has nothing to do with
Yeah.
that, you're like, So that's how it's
Do you ever
gonna
go
be.
to a restaurant with people that order stuff that takes too long to cook?
Oh, hell yeah.
That
Or
they
like
ordered-
you want to leave and they're like, I'll take the souffle. It takes 45 minutes.
Or the
Like, come
dessert
on.
thing, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying though, they order like you get something pretty basic that's easy to cook, and then they're ordering bananas Foster or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But they're ordering something that's
You want them to order something more lazy and quick, like
not
a cheesecake.
Not at all. I'm just saying you got to be
It's a
careful.
cheesecake.
If
Bring it
you
out of
go
the
with
fridge.
people that have a specific thing they have to have with their meal,
Yeah.
that's when I get a little like, okay, what are you doing here?
Always jams me up when somebody ties up the bartender with like an espresso martini.
Oh,
They're back there shaking drinks
Those are
for an
freaking
hour.
delicious. They don't have any espresso back there. They got to go to a coffee stand now. I need a Diet Coke refill. Where's the bartender?
Right.
He's making an espresso martini.
He's lashing out because of the airport bar, okay? And that was a damn good espresso martini.
Did you have one at the airport
Hell
bar?
yeah, I
did.
did.
It looked
Love Field.
amazing.
And it was one of the best I've ever had.
It was
I
really good.
stunned.
I remember how
But you
excited
pay
you were
for every
about
penny of
that.
that
Yeah.
thing, I'll tell you that.
And what did you say again was the code
a
for
beer.
chicken fajitas? No, don't.
CKFAJ.
All right, let's leave it at that.
Fajita.
Spell fudge, Kevin.
Important clarification.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
The Rangers still don't do that theme night, right?
And beef fajitas is just with BF
Oh my
instead.
dude,
So,
what the hell?
Trying to get right past that.
Golly,
Reaction from you, Kevin.
good night.
Where were you? I lobbed it up to you.
I'm up next.
I want that on the
did a
G-Bag
night on
ledger,
that?
not my ledger.
Chicken fajita
It's
night.
like Toronto not doing the Star Wars night.
No, they do it. Toronto does. It just falls at a different time for them. They haven't played games on the 4th. Matter of fact, they got a player. They got a player that's CP30. Like there's a player they have.
That's amazing. That's his nickname.
No, that's like his. It
So
is,
ESPN ball sacked us, Brian. Is that what you're saying?
I would say
yesterday?
I went and looked up the history of Toronto and why they didn't do
I
it.
want that as a drop.
No, but they have a player. They have a player whose initials are CP30.
That's great.
Yeah, so they should do. And they do Star Wars night. They do it. They absolutely do
I'll
it.
take your word for it.
Look it up.
What's coming up on the show today?
A deep dive into probably Colin Murray Boyles, his backstory of being C-3PO.
Colin Murray Boyles is his name.
We have Tyler Alexander at 3:20, Rangers player show. Couple of saves. And Tim Cato at 4:20, National NBA writer.
All right, I think it'll be a good show.
Sorry, Pure Gold is always the best.
Yes, throw home with the G-Bag Nation while you can. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., I hope, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
See, because it's chicken fajitas.
Oh,
but it's
no, I get it.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in on a Toxic Tuesday here with you. We do have Rangers baseball coming up at 5:30, and hopefully they got their A game. They're going to need it against the best team in the American League, the New York Yankees. General at your service, Addies. There's Broad as the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion, Lucius Alexander to the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635. Fixed to go 3.5 flawless. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here, your nosebleed boys, and of course Aiden Butler is coordinating your video, and along with you we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Top Cowboy story of the day is Adoree Jackson coming in to visit the Cowboys. Apparently Christian Parker believes that he can help, maybe, or he wants to see how much he can help. Maybe they need some familiarity with the not Vic Fangio scheme that they're installing. Maybe it's the Dick Fangio scheme. I don't know. But Christian Parker insists that it is their defense. It's going to be different. But I imagine having Adoree Jackson, who got destroyed by the Cowboys last year, especially in week 1. He got benched like 8 plays into the game.
It was rough.
It was bad for him. And I looked at his PFF log. He had 2 other games that were as bad last year. But then there's a lot of like average-ish football. So I think the average Cowboy fan probably looks at Adoree Jackson and thinks he's worse than other teams because he hasn't, like, Dak just owns his ass, you know? Dak owns Adoree Jackson.
Yeah.
So maybe he's going to the only safe place in the NFL for him, which is on Dak Prescott's team.
Yeah, that way he doesn't have to play. If you can't beat him, join him.
Yeah.
Good deal there for Adoree. Yeah, I mean, it's not one that really moves the needle, but when you looked at the corners that you were having to play last year, you probably would have loved to have Adoree Jackson on your team. So for depth, and to your point about a guy who's at least played in the system, he's got familiarity with your DC. It's not like they've signed him yet, but if Christian Parker likes what he sees, look, L'Jarius
better than
Sneed,
Kalen Carson.
Yes, probably. Absolutely. He's played way more good games than Kalen Carson. I mean, Corey Ballantyne, I'd probably rather see him out there than him. So, I mean, injuries are definitely a thing. So add a depth piece there. I don't mind it. But L'Jarius Sneed just got his whole legal situation cleared. Took to Twitter, talked about how that was bothering him for several years. Like, that's a corner. If you really are looking to add another one, I'd bring L'Jarius Sneed in for a workout. He was once an all-pro player, and maybe now the mentals weren't good, which is why he was struggling in Tennessee. He's been able to put that behind him, and now he can focus back on football. In terms of who could be a steal type of free agent ad, I'd kind of bet on Sneed over Adoree Jackson, but I get the familiarity deal.
Sneed's kind of fallen off too, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been really bad the last 2 years in Tennessee, but maybe it was the legal stuff that's been going on.
I could see that. Sneed's been in the NFL 6 years. Adoree Jackson has been in the NFL for 9 years, and the way that he's played, this has to be pretty close to a minimal type of obligation or compensation from the Cowboys' perspective. But, that's out there, and, it doesn't make your team better, but I think to Wolchuk's point, it probably improves the floor and the depth of, how your secondary could play. Rangers still trying to emerge from a hitting slump that is now 2 years and 1 month old. The last time you could feel good about this offense was when they were in the process of winning the 2023 World Series. So tonight they visit the Yankees. It's going to be DeGrom against Elmer Rodriguez. He had control issues versus the Rangers last time out. Elmer did. So hopefully, that continues tonight. Hopefully you got something cooking against Elmer. Rangers 2 back of the A's currently. So as long as you continue to play in a pretty inept division, you can remain in the conversation to be a playoff team. But right now, I think our baseball eyes know what they're seeing. And we need we probably need some personnel moves. So it's tread water for the next month to 6 weeks until the trades really start coming. Like, the trade chatter is going to kick off in a big way once you get to June 1st. We're going to be talking trades, and they're going to be popping up in all the stories. And obviously, by the time you get to July, it's going to be the only thing that's going to be discussed in baseball. But right now, you couldn't scare up a trade if you wanted to. You'd be getting a lot of, hey, we'll talk to you in a month or 6 weeks, 2 months, see where we're at. So right now we just have to hope that the Rangers don't dig themselves a hole, which is frankly possible this weekend. You're in trouble here. If the Yanks get a hold of that baseball, and you could get swept. You could get swept right out of the Bronx. They just swept the Orioles after they took 2 of 3 from you. They are hot, man.
Yeah, well, then you got the Cubs coming in town. I mean, this could be a really rough week for you if you don't get things situated hitting the baseball.
Man, people are jammed up with our guy CY. He joined us yesterday. I thought it was a great interview. Look, he's got to frame things positively.
Yeah,
I think
games in yet. What are they mainly mad about? There,
CY
Dawson?
gives you more frustration than any GM in DFW sport.
Yeah,
I think they're mad because he's saying I believe in these guys.
Sure,
and I think they're frustrated just because the team hasn't hit, but they genuinely believe that he doesn't know how to find hitters.
Which is a fair criticism.
That is fair. That is actually fair.
We talked about that yesterday. He's done tremendous work with the pitching. I mean, it is what he's done, being able to put together a consistent starting rotation that's among the best in Major League Baseball. This organization struggled to do for its entirety until he got here. The problem is it's flipped in the other direction, where it was a team that you could always count on, was a big bopping lineup that would score runs, and now you're really struggling to do that. So I think that's a fair critique. I do think it's tough for CY to be like, it's time to blow this thing up and quit on this team when you're not even 40 games in. But I totally get the fan frustration. There's times I feel it too, where it's like, okay, it's somewhat of the same type of answer, but I don't know what's the response for him. Like, who else are you going to get to play second base? Who else are you going to get to DH? Like, what are your answers? When you're angry and you're upset, I get it.
The Jock Peterson was a bad move.
It was, but now what are you going to do with Jock?
No, I understand. I'm just saying,
I agree with you.
I was seeing, if you're talking about moving on, doing something, but yeah, that was tough. That was money that was not well spent.
Yeah, and you're 100% right. And if you're Ray Davis, you're probably like, I signed that check.
Yeah.
And that was a bad decision. And you want more money. Well, what about the money I've given you? And those players haven't worked out. So why should I trust you now to go find another player? I'll sign that check. Am I going to see the benefits there?
I want a World Series here.
Yeah, and that's probably exactly how that goes.
And people probably, maybe ownership says, well, that was the previous GM's job and stuff like that. Maybe
thank John Daniels for that one.
Yeah, maybe if they want to take that attitude. But I understand people being mad at them not hitting. They clearly are not identifying the right hitters, I guess, or maybe somebody within the organization. What did they do last year? Very early in the campaign, fired the hitting coach.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's the approach? See why? I ask him questions all the time about staff and stuff, and he believes in the support staff. He wants to give them credit. He thinks they have the right plan and all that. Maybe when he was flying to New York, he was like thinking, man, this is 2 years in a row now that this is, but a whole different staff. Maybe they're not the right approach when it comes to, how they're trying to work with their hitters or even evaluate their hitters.
Okay, CY was a pitcher, so he's better at finding pitchers, says the 972. I think that's probably true. He did get rid of Simeon for Nimmo. I would say that was a winning move.
That was a winning move for sure.
But I think if you slow down and get out of the moment, which is we can't hit, CY was a pitcher, Jock Peterson wasn't a good use of money. Like, you threw money at trying to win a World Series. That's why you got Seager and Simeon, DeGrom, and Eovaldi. And it worked, and you won. Yeah. And since then, they were so far up against the luxury tax threshold. They were taxpayers 3 years in a row, but Ray didn't want to go far into it. Ray was like, we're done adding. So, what are the moves that CY has been empowered to do that could have resulted in winning? There's no way he could have drafted anybody over the last 2 years that could have had a big league impact already. It's just, it takes too long to develop guys. It's Jock Peterson, and you had $19 million to spend. You decided a guy who was in his early to mid 30s had come off a big year. Wasn't Jock Peterson's OPS pretty dang massive?
Yeah, he was coming off a strong season 100%.
In 2024.
Yeah, with Arizona, I believe.
So what else could he have done? And then the owner slashes spending by $70 million. Then the owner says, we're done spending.
Yeah.
So, if he had gone out and spent a bunch of money on guys that couldn't hit, or traded for guys that or massive mess ups, but I just don't think he has been empowered to spend. I think Ray Davis got him a World Series and said, right on, man, this thing's going to print cash for the next 5 years. Let's cut back on spending and see if we can start drafting and developing, a better baseball team. And he actually said those exact words going into the 2025 season. We're not spending. We need to draft and develop guys, and if you want to be a team like that, then there's no amount of good general managing that I think can possibly fix your roster and keep you in contention. You're really just waiting until you get absolutely on fire with your scouting, or so many of your guys retire and you have the money to buy up a bunch of new ones. But I don't know. I think we're being unfair to a guy in CY who won us a World Series. I get running off Boch. He was old, probably past his prime. And maybe you squeeze the last good drop out of that lemon. Okay, but CY was one of the most coveted executives in all of baseball. The Rangers got him. And then he worked with JD for a couple of years, takes over doing his own thing. And maybe it was those combination of factors between the greatness of JD, Bochy, and CY. And, now over these next couple of years, I'm up for evaluating CY. I don't think winning the World Series gets you a lifetime exemption from being held accountable.
No.
I don't think there's much else he could have done.
They really do need, and I'm not going to include, this Gavin Feen. I'm not going to include Gavin Feen or Malcolm Moore, the catcher from Stanford. I'm not going to include those guys. Where they need to hit is Wyatt Langford. That needs to be a real hit.
Yeah.
Kamora Rocker needs to be a real hit, and Jack Leiter needs to be a real hit. That's kind of been, those were the opportunities they drafted second, third, and fourth in those three drafts. And you really need those guys to be not just okay, not just sometime guys. They need those guys. They need Jack Leiter. Jack Leiter pitched really well the other day for about 5 innings.
Yeah, he was brilliant.
They need that. They need Kumar Rocker to not be a guy that gives up 5 runs in 2 innings of work.
Yeah.
And they need Wyatt Langford not to be damn hurt all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
This team might look differently if those 3 guys, along with Evaldi, along with DeGrom, along with these other moves, maybe this team would look a lot different. But
absolutely.
But those 3, I think that you're just kind of those were guys that were going to be maybe some cornerstone pieces. You picked them so early in the draft. If you're picking a guy at 30 or whatever late, that's okay. I get it. But the fact that 2, 3, and 4, you need those guys to step up big time and just not be ordinary players.
Now, the player that they probably, maybe he's just not a name that's in the forefront a lot. We'll always criticize a Will McClay.
Yeah.
But I think when you go back and you look at the Rangers' fails in the draft over the last decade, the one guy that's been there consistently is your director of amateur scouting, and that's Kip. So, I think Kip Fagg is a guy that you need to look at and say, do you need to go and get somebody else in that role if you're not able to continue to get some surplus there? Because right now, your farm system's depleted. You've gone ahead and traded for Mackenzie Gore, like Gavin Feen was part of that deal. He's not even in the organization anymore.
Right.
And you really have not hit on a lot of, you thought everyone that you mentioned are guys that are hits, but still underwhelming right now.
Yeah.
And whether that's because of lack of production or inconsistency or injuries. And they're not guys that you can rely on, which is a shame.
Well, it is a shame, that we can't be more excited. It is Rangers-Yankees coming up at 5:30. It's been a couple of weeks of bad offense, after a couple of weeks of around average offense. And hopefully this month can be more of what we saw in early April. Incredible night in the playoffs once again. Maybe a night that could change the career arc of Anthony Edwards as the narrative around him has shifted from immature to tough. A timeline for return was moved up. He was going to miss all of the second round, then maybe game 4, then maybe game 3, then he was questionable. Last night he comes in 8 of 13, 18 points, 11 points in the final 9 minutes, and the T-Wolves shocked the Spurs in game 1. Wemby did have a playoff record of 12 blocks in the loss for San Antonio, which was awesome. And tonight you're going to get Thunder Lakers game 1, and Pistons host the Cavaliers in East, and that game's going to be underway underway at 6. All righty. We're coming back with the champ and Wolchuk's top 10. Buddy, where are you taking us?
One of the most controversial general manager hires in the history of sports went down. The top 10 worst GMs in sports history. 877-881-1053. Probably a runaway winner in DFW, but give me some others next.
righty, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Masai Ujiri talking with Mavs media for the first time this afternoon. They're asking about Jason Kidd. Masai said he is meeting with Kidd tomorrow to see how he sees things when asked if he'd be the coach here in Dallas. But Jason Kidd's not there. Isn't that interesting? I think it is.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll evaluate this Mavs situation. Could you be getting a new head coach and a new GM? I think the Ujiri thing is so nice to have the opportunity to have a clean slate and a guy that's not tied to the Luka trade at all. Maybe this is an important step forward, and we'll have more highlights from his presser throughout the day. Stephen Jones talking on Mad Dog Radio, talking about the Micah trade and George Pickens in the offseason. We'll have Stephen Jones audio for you coming up in the C Note. And we're an hour away from the Rangers show, and Tyler Alexander is going to join us. So just a massive day of sports news. We're going till 5:30 tonight. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius is the champ.
Man, no Jason Kidd, bro. That's kind of strange.
That would be strange.
Yeah.
Champ,
Scheduling conflict. Did you have practice? I'm a rookie. I got to be there for practice. All right, anyway.
Maybe he just feels like I got better stuff to do.
That's crazy.
But it doesn't. It looks like, wow, could things be?
Yeah.
Heading for a divorce.
Yeah, that's
freaking
what we do
legend,
here.
Hall of Famer.
That's what we do here. Okay, this is a two-time winner right here. Some parking lot problems. My man just gently tapped the car next to him with his door.
Michael Finley's not there either.
Oh, my God.
These like vacations that were already out of the country kind of things?
Maybe.
Yeah, but it's a new boss. Nobody would be
the
around.
head coach
You're
usually
brass.
there.
Yeah, you're top brass.
You're the guy. He was hired when? Yesterday?
Yeah, like if you hire a head coach and a GM, I think they're both usually there at the same time. If you have an existing head coach and you hire your GM, I don't know that the head coach is always there at the presser.
Well, this guy is going to hire his own GM, too, it sounds like. It sounds like he's president and he's going to hire a GM to be
so he's also going to bring in somebody else.
He's going to bring in somebody else,
Wow.
yeah.
And maybe that's Finley. Maybe that's Riccardi.
Maybe.
Or maybe it's one of his own guys.
They could be dead man walking.
For sure.
That's why he's not walking around there.
Yeah, I'd probably stay away too.
Yeah.
Or maybe you want to be there. It's like, hey, boss.
Well, kudos to Kidd.
Hey, brought some cookies for everybody.
What's your favorite?
Stop by Tiff Treats on the way over here, man. Couldn't wait to see you, dog.
Butter him up.
Yeah.
Kidd got the extension last offseason, though, so he's sitting pretty.
That's what I'm saying.
It's like, bro, you still got like 4 years left on that deal.
Maybe it's vacay. Maybe it's vacay.
Fire me, bro. We're good.
Please.
I'll be living good.
It'll be a 4-year vacation.
Parking lot problems right here.
House accident. You can film whatever you want to.
I'm just letting you know, you slammed your door.
I didn't slam my door. Open the door. I got in the car and the door.
No, I'm telling you, you slammed it. I was sitting in there.
You didn't slam it.
No, you did slam it, dude.
This is slamming the door. I opened the door.
Look.
Open the door and let it go and hit your car.
Hey, all I'm saying is there's
all I'm saying is nothing there.
Okay.
It was an accident.
Okay, I got you. But there's no dent in my car, so it's all good. But listen, you got to be mindful of that stuff. You can't just
I'm not a little kid, man. You don't talk to me like I'm a little kid. Hey, you got to be careful. I know what the I need to do.
Well, you need to control your door when you're opening it is what you need to do.
I know to do that. I told you it was an accident. You saw it was an accident. Okay. Don't talk to me like I'm a little kid. Hey, you need to be careful. You need to.
Well, you do. You need to be mindful.
I was mindful. You need to be mindful. How you
ain't mindful because you hit my car.
So what? It was an accident. I told you
Dude,
that.
I don't care, man. I don't care. You have to be mindful. It's just not cool.
I know it's not cool. Nobody did that on purpose, and you know that.
Okay. All right, man. All right. There's no mark on my car. Have a good day.
All right. Talk to me like that, like I'm a little kid, though.
Well, just be mindful.
I was mindful. I told you that.
Dude, you're not mindful when you open up your door.
When you open the door and it's an accident, I'm sitting down and hit your car. Nobody did it on purpose, and you know that.
Can you actually believe this?
Yeah.
Can you actually believe this, dude?
Yeah, I believe it. Can you believe you're about to get your ass beat?
Yeah, I believe it.
Don't talk to me like a child.
Yeah.
I played Hamilton at Cambridge.
See, I'm trying to be an officer of peace. Maybe not an officer of peace. I'm trying to be an administrator of peace in every parking lot situation. You never know, what can happen. Somebody's close to their vehicle, a lot of pistols in glove boxes.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
Sure is.
You got a lot of obstructed views, A guy could really whip your ass in between two cars.
Oh, for sure.
You could be down there for a while.
Yeah.
My buddy Dave, this is like 20 years ago, his nickname was Felony Dave because he hit this dude so hard, the guy fell back and hit his head on a bumper and almost died. Okay?
Damn, shout out to Felony Dave.
Felony Dave.
With a one-hitter quitter, bro.
Yeah. He went to jail for like 5 years, got out, and still had a career in radio. He was good in radio, He just had to take a 5-year sabbatical.
Proper Craig Carton. Gave him some lore, too. Did he ever talk about it?
Oh, it did.
I got a mean one on me, bro.
He didn't really brag about it, but he would kind of like answer questions about it. So everybody gave Dave an extra like buffer zone around him.
For sure.
You didn't want Dave to, but he was the calmest dude, because he didn't want to go back to jail for punching some dude again.
Golly.
Yeah, your head could end up in a window.
That's bad.
Just got away from him.
Splashing through there.
See? Yeah, I think the parking lot's one of the most dangerous places to fight.
Especially here in the state of Texas.
That's right. Okay, it's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here's Zach with an H.
All right, we're going to get to the top 10 worst general managers in sports history. 877-881-1053. I feel like Nico Harrison, runaway winner here in DFW, so I just removed Nico from this conversation because we know he's number one in our hearts. Go bleep yourself, Nico.
This list was inspired by Nico. Even though it's inspired by somebody else, It's inspired by Nico.
Always. And it's a reminder because now the Mavericks have a new general manager.
It's the Nico Harrison Award.
Perfect. Yep. Who's going to get the Nico Harrison Award of 2026? But we go to Toronto, and I will encourage you, if you would like just good entertainment, go ahead and go down the Toronto Maple Leaf rabbit hole and just their fan base right now. There's so many parallels between the Cowboy fans and the Maple Leafs. Like, the Leafs are everything in Toronto, and they have just been an absolute disaster of an organization. In fact, they've had 16 different general managers since they won their last Stanley Cup in 1967. And now they went ahead and hired a former cheater in the sport, John Chayka, who was the former general manager, youngest GM in NHL history with the Arizona Coyotes. They fired him at the age of 26, or they hired him at 26 back in 2016. Then he gets fired because of controversy in 2020. He was suspended for conduct detrimental to the league and the game for trying to land a gig with another team while still employed with the Coyotes, which came after the team lost a couple of draft picks in connection with a private scouting combine that he organized, which was against NHL policy. So the dude's a bit of a slime ball. So Steve Simmons, who is a reporter for Toronto, it's the introductory press conference. Good question. Phenomenal. He's like, you know what? I'm done. I'm fed up with this. Everyone in the NHL world's like, how the hell did the Toronto Maple Leafs, a original six franchise, one of the staples and pillars in the NHL that should be a contender and that should have had way more success than they have, a lot of the emotions and the passion that we have about our Dallas Cowboys. He has this exchange yesterday at the introductory presser.
Steve Simmons, Toronto Sun, for Keith. You talk about the due diligence that you did on John prior to hiring him and now hiring him. In the past, say, 3 to 4 days, I have been in contact with about 20 people who work in the National Hockey League, many of whom are prominent names that we would all know. And of the 20 people I spoke to, one was supportive of John's hiring, and the other 19 thought it was a sham, to be perfectly honest. Words were used like con artist, liar, salesman. How did you come to a different conclusion that I was able to come to in a very short time?
I must have talked to different people.
That's it? Because I'm telling you, the hockey world today is astounded by this announcement.
Okay.
And your response to that?
Is we've conducted due diligence, and it was deep due diligence. It was a thorough process, and I'm quite happy with where we've landed.
Wow. It's Keith Pelley, who's their president and CEO.
Who also seems like a bit of a coward and probably should be relieved of his duties. I don't know if they even can do that. But my gosh, shout out to Simmons here for just going after him. He spoke to 20 people, high-regarded people in the National Hockey League. 19 of the 20 out of the prominent names he spoke to said they were just stunned and jarred by this decision. And I get it. I mean, you got a guy who was essentially kicked out of the NHL. Maybe you come back as an assistant GM, you try and, rebuild your reputation. But the Toronto Maple Leafs are in a bad way right now. And I loved it. I just loved it on Toxic Tuesday. Like, that was a toxic interaction. Give me more of that.
Yeah.
And I thought Pelly was like a little bit you had a little bit of shake voice from Simmons, the reporter.
Yeah.
And then Pelly's just like, no, we spoke to different people.
Okay.
Pelly's not a hockey man. I mean, if you dig into what his main responsibility is, he got this job because he negotiated rights for media stuff.
He lied!
Oh, okay.
So he's not even really a hockey. He's much like a
businessman.
He's a businessman.
Lawyer?
Yeah. I mean, he was president of the Argonauts, the CFL. He's always been a guy that's not. He's gotten into high positions, but he hasn't been the expert in If you're like the president
It's
of the
tough.
club, yeah.
That's how you get Duke to hire this guy.
And it's easy for the owners of companies to get sold by salespeople on the idea that I should be in charge. It happens in radio all the time. And I've seen it go both ways, back and forth. It's like a pendulum swinging. If content people are in charge, your work experience is one way. I imagine if you're in a sport and your sports people are in charge, your experience is in line with, what that industry should be all about. You let salespeople and lawyers take charge. Yeah. Now it's all about the bottom line and limiting liability and risk, and it really can get away from you.
Man,
it sucks.
Yeah, Toronto's in a bad way. Maple Leaf fans
We've
are
swung
hurting.
the other way. We're the content way now.
Yeah,
we're in good shape.
Which I love it. I love being in the content side of it. But yeah, it's if you want more, just go down that Toronto Maple Leaf rabbit hole. Things are not going well for them up north. Now,
I don't think things are going well over at the AAC for anybody associated with Mark Cuban or the Luka trade. I think this might be what the Dumont and Adelson family have decided to do. We need a clean cutoff.
Hey.
Just firing Nico wasn't enough. And if that's what they decided to do, I think that would explain maybe why Jason Kidd and Mike Finley aren't over there right now at the Masai Ujiri presser.
If you want a super clean one, then you do need to get a new head coach, which I'm so conflicted on because I think Jason Kidd's been really tremendous since he's been hired here.
Yeah.
And when he's gotten into the postseason, he's had a lot of success, and they've gone on runs to the Western Conference Finals, the NBA Finals. But yeah, I mean, he's still adamant. He still found out at the 11th hour. But other people, and including our Tim McMahon, hinted at it when he was on our show, and that he wasn't on it. So
but, even if you didn't have anything to do with it, just being around at that time and all the stress and how triggered you are by things like the Jason Kidd, I know what the bleep I'm doing. That's because of the stress of being present and having to go through the trauma of this event. And you're not going to be able to run as a normal basketball team until you can completely get that energy out of your building.
Well, here are your top 10 worst GMs in sports. The Nico Harrison Award, as Lucius dubbed it. Honorable mention, you do have Jerry Jones with the Dallas Cowboys. You also have Dave Twardzik of the Golden State Warriors.
Twardzik?
Is it Twardzik? I thought maybe the T was silent. Thank you for that correction.
Yeah, he was a player the one time.
He was actually a guard for the champion Blazers in '77. That's how I know his name.
Okay.
Yeah.
10 is Bob
Actually hung out
Is
with him.
Jerry Jones really one of the worst? Because he done so great for a while, and then it just kind of fell off later.
I don't think he's one of the worst because he still has put together some good rosters. But I get the frustration over 30 years of not making a conference championship.
How many GMs, if they were given 30 years to make a conference championship, would be over?
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't even have the job, right?
No, exactly. This is a total hypothetical
100%.
because nobody would be granted that particular leash. But
would you say
how many,
four?
if even all the bad general managers that we know in sports, if they're given 30 years in a league that's built on parity to just get to a conference title game, you don't have to win it, bro.
No,
just get there. I think pretty much all of them would get to a conference title game.
Oof. There's one on this list that I would bet wouldn't. And it's number one. We'll get to him in just a second.
Even Nico went to the final.
That's true. Bob Pulford of the Chicago Blackhawks is number 10.
Yeah, that was bad.
Eroded a 92 Stanley Cup finalist team into a non-playoff team for a decade. Rob Babcock of the Toronto Raptors lasted only 1 year, best known for the disastrous Vince Carter trade, which brought back almost nothing. M. Donald Grant of the New York Mets. Mets are on here a couple of times. Traded club icons Tom Seaver and Nolan Ryan, driving the Mets into long-term irrelevance. Vlade Divac, the Kings. I mean, he passed on Luka, drafted Marvin Bagley. 6 is Sid Thrift of the Baltimore Orioles, oversaw the rapid descent of the O's into complete ineptitude during his tenure in early 2000. David Kahn of the Minnesota Timberwolves passed on Steph Curry and other famous players that were drafted in the top 10 in 2009. Bill Bavasi of the Seattle Mariners, credited with overseeing a 100-loss season while holding a $100 million payroll.
I think it's Bavasi.
Bavasi?
Yeah, Bill Bavasi. Yeah.
Isaiah Thomas.
Who is that guy?
I know.
Did he pronounce Babcock correctly?
I think so.
Thank you.
Okay.
Isaiah Thomas destroyed the Knicks' cap space, traded high draft picks, and oversaw a disastrous era. 2 is Mike Milbury of the New York Islanders.
Isaiah Thomas' time was entertaining.
Gosh, it was entertaining.
It was entertaining, bro. He was making headlines every day,
true.
bro.
But number 1, and this is the general manager I think you could give 30 years and he still wouldn't fall into a conference final game, and that's Matt Millen of the Lions.
Oh, that's the name that popped in my head first when you introduced this subject.
Yeah, Matt Millen, the worst GM, 31-84 in 7 seasons. Also drafted a wide receiver in 3 consecutive years in the top 5, with Calvin Johnson being the best. But you also had Roy Williams and Charles Rogers, may he rest in peace, but no success. Matt Millen might be the one that never could reach one. If I had to say, like, okay, there's one, it would be Matt Millen. He was pretty darn awful.
I think we could throw in, did we mention Dave Gettleman?
Dave Gettleman was awful, too.
Oh, he was horrible.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Well, Chuck, we got to run. Look at this. Okay, what's coming up next, Chief?
We got a Newsbag Nation. A former Raptor shares his thoughts on the Mavs' new president, plus some updates from the presser next to the Nation.
All right, let's talk Trajan wealth, though, shall we? That's
And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers reliever Tyler Alexander is going to join us coming up at 3:20 for the Rangers Players Show. The Masai Ujiri press conference continues down there at the AAC, or has concluded, but a lot of news, and the reaction continues. Here's the chief of the news bag.
Yeah, let's hit some of that out here at the news desk right after this.
You're rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, so the big thing here with the Masai Ujiri intro presser, we noted earlier, no Jason Kidd in the vicinity. And he would not commit to Jason Kidd being the coach next year. His quote was, "We're going to look at this from head to toe." Apparently, he's meeting with Kidd tomorrow. So if Kidd is out of town, he is scheduled to return at some point tomorrow, unless this is a Zoom meeting. You know, maybe it's a FaceTime from the beach there for Jason Kidd. But that is interesting, and something that stood out to me this morning when SI's Chris Mannix was on with Sean and Bobby. He noted that, because they asked him about, like, what does this kind of mean for Jason Kidd, and Chris Mannix noted that apparently Cooper Flagg's mom, Kelly Flagg, really likes Jason Kidd, and likes what he's done for Flagg in year one of his career. And so I would think Cooper would echo those same sentiments. And he's talking about Cooper Flagg like a generational talent. He's like, the hardest part's already done. Getting a generational type talent, we have that in Cooper Flagg. So he clearly respects Cooper Flagg from that standpoint.
And mom wouldn't be saying nice things about Kidd if son was complaining.
Right.
You know?
For sure.
At
right.
best, you'd get a no comment.
And she knows ball, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
She was super athlete lady and basketball girl. So she knows ball. Cooper Flagg loves him, some Jason Kidd. So that's something that'll be maybe the most interesting part of this whole thing.
We know Kyrie Irving and Jason Kidd's relationship is fantastic as well. Like, if Ujiri is seriously considering this, I don't think you can do it lightly, but maybe the desire to have a clean slate to create a post-Luka era legitimately is a bigger priority or a bigger necessity.
Yeah, I think that would be the indication. If Kidd is on his way out here, then I think that would be the priority. Like, clearly Ujiri steps in and he's like, I want to rid ourselves of anything that is attached to that Luka era, and we can start fresh here with Ujiri and with Flag. And he was asked about the fans' feelings moving on from the Luka trade and building around Cooper Flag, and one of the lines he had was, in Africa, we say, when kings go, kings come. And a king went, and we have a little prince here that we're going to turn into a king.
Such an awesome line.
By the way.
That is kind of a bar right there. So those are some of the early takeaways here from the Ujiri presser. He did note that the Mavs need to improve medically as well, which is something that
they got rid of the guy that was running the medical stuff, didn't they?
They did.
2 years in a row.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's the Casey Smith stuff that continues to haunt. But yeah, so he has at least acknowledged that, and hopefully he has a plan to put an ideal training staff together here to keep guys like Derek Lively healthy, and of course keep Cooper Flag healthy. So there's a couple of the notes.
Whoever greenlit the demand on Kyrie Irving's minutes late last year, that's just crazy that the organization did that, trying to chase the playoffs while Kyrie's playing 45 minutes. And then tired deep in the second half. He's, bounding down the court again, trying to do everything in his power to carry the Mavs to another victory. Of course you were begging for something like that to happen.
Yeah, and he was asked about Cooper Flag playing alongside Kyrie, and his quote was, "I dream like you dream, man. I want to see that." So perhaps that is, because that was another thing. It was like, what does this mean for Kyrie Irving? Because he's a guy that you could, like, if you're really trying to hit the reset button here, like, Kyrie's a guy that you could get a little something for. Okay. And maybe it's something where, hey, Kyrie hasn't played in a while, so the market isn't as
that doesn't make sense to me.
As big as you would want it to be. Let him start the season. Him and Flag play together, and if Kyrie stays healthy and is dominant, then maybe at the trade deadline you flip him to get more capital, because after this year your draft picks are going to start to be very, very slim. So that's something that's on the table, but apparently he likes the idea of seeing Flag and Kyrie playing alongside each other, so that's cool. Now, this is a clip from former Raptors.
But everything is on the table. I don't think we can gloss over that. We have been heading in a direction of assuming they're going to try to win now while they're developing Flag, because that's pretty much everything they've said. But now you don't know.
No, you got somebody with a completely new vision, and
he might have sold Dumont on let's go young, and trade away the veterans that we can get great assets for.
Absolutely,
that would be wild.
I mean, look, if you
I
get
would
Kyrie,
be very disappointed if that happened.
I do too, because I think if Kyrie can come back and be healthy, him and Flag together, you can be a contending team. Especially if you're able to get your bigs healthy. Now, that's a big question mark, but you're right. I mean, this could go in a totally opposite direction.
Okay, so Fred VanVleet, who was an undrafted player and has made a great career for himself, and he did it with Ujiri in Toronto. Listen to him talk about Ujiri.
Yeah, I tell you what, he was hard. Like he was like serious as f***. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't no bullshit with him. Like, but he never lied, and he always told me the truth. And he always challenged me, and I think it was I'm coming off of my second year. I was hurt in the playoffs, and I think he was looking at me like he trying to sit out. He was thinking I was trying to sit out so I can get paid, but I really was hurt though. So he put me to the side. He like, look, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Like, it's never been one of us that I ain't paid. He was like, you know what I'm saying? It ain't my money. I'm gonna pay you what you deserve, but I need you to, you know what I'm saying, do what you need to do.
That's
and like, all right, he was like, the only guy I never paid, I traded him to the team he wanted to go to. And I never forgot that. So it was like, it put me at ease, you know what I'm saying? So, and then he always would challenge me to be better than what because you would get comfortable. You would get like, oh, I'm cool. He like, no, you could do this. I'm not going to pay you unless you do this. I'm not going to pay you unless you do that. And at the time, like, man, some bullshit. Mm-hmm. But I ain't know he was really just trying to push me. And then the older I got, I'm like, okay, I could appreciate that, because everybody not going to do that. Most of the GMs will sit there and watch you do some bullshit, wait till it's time to pay you, and then they got a whole list of shit that you ain't been doing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Come out with that list.
He'll help you. Like, he'll tell you, like, no, this is what you need to do. So I always had just a lot of respect for him, because he was cut, though. There's no bullshit with him.
Thank you, Fred VanVleet.
Hell yeah. Sounds like you're getting a hell of a leader.
100%, dude. Great communicator, and trying to keep guys motivated and letting them know that there's ways to get better and better and better. And Van Vliet's talking about it like, I got nothing but respect for this guy. So I think that bodes well.
Big day for the Mavs organization. I think bringing this guy in gives you a transition to the next era of Mavericks basketball. Sounds like a great leader who can help the coaching staff inspire players to be the best version of themselves. Has a great history of drafting quality players, not even having to have lottery picks. He built a team and has the cojones to make trades to push you over the top as well. We got 1 down, 2.5 to go. Rangers-Yankees pregame coming up at 5:30. Chuck, what is next?
All right, let's go ahead and do a little football fix. Chris Carter shares a Caleb Downs story. Could you do this fantasy punishment? And let's play a new edition of Contender or Pretender. That's next.
All right, I want to...
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We have Tyler Alexander coming up in 20 minutes, Rangers Player Show. We'll talk to the reliever, the DFW guy, the TCU product, now a Texas Ranger. Dream come true. Here's Wolchuk with your football fix, though.
Let's do it. Let's hit our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun? Yes. Sir.
Wrong side. Left side. Wrong side. Left side. I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
The Cowboys news of the day, according to Jordan Schultz, Adoree Jackson coming in for a visit, former Eagle and Giant corner, and Dante Fowler Jr., ex-Cowboys edge rusher, is now signing with the Seattle Seahawks on a one-year deal. Congratulations to Dante Fowler Jr. Did we just find out that Brendan Sorsby is going to win his eligibility case, fellas? The one thing that is really working in his favor.
Yeah.
This court hearing, the lawsuit will be heard none other in a Lubbock District Court.
Let's go.
Book it.
Matt Hayes of USA Today reporting any potential eligibility lawsuit from Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby against the NCAA will be heard in the Lubbock District Court. Two people close to the process told USA Today. Lubbock District Court serves Lubbock County, where Texas Tech University is located. A little home cooking here, Brian.
Well, I would like to say that my good friends in West Texas have finally figured out that in order to get stuff done for your high-priced quarterback, you must do it in your own backyard. I've done it for years here in the great state of Mississippi, but it's glad that some people have taken a page out of my playbook that I've been using for years. Yes. And, we tried to get this quarterback, but heck, we really didn't have to try hard. We had our quarterback with me, running the game as we have here. So I would like to say to my friends in the great state of Texas, congratulations on getting your quarterback.
Hell yeah. It's big news. Big news for Lubbock, Brian. You're right. They did it with Trinidad Chambliss there at Ole Miss. Now maybe Sorsby gets a little home cooking.
Thanks, Your Honor.
You're quite welcome there, young man.
Wonderful job.
I'm pulling for Sorsby, man.
Yeah, I'd just like to see good football.
And see him get out there and spin it.
Throw some pigskin around, just with the buddies, backyard.
I just think he would help Texas Tech score maybe a single point in a playoff game.
He definitely would. I think that he'd be much better than Baron Morton, who shockingly got drafted. I couldn't believe it. New England took him. I couldn't even believe it. Baron Morton getting drafted. Shout out to the Giants and DJ Reader agreeing to a 2-year, $12.5 million deal with the potential to earn more. They lose their defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence. They get the number 10 overall pick, and now they signed one of the best defensive tackles left on the free agent availability list here with DJ Reader. So, Giants putting together a pretty darn good defensive line when you add what they just got via the draft and Arvell Reese. You still got Abdul Carter. We'll see if Kayvon Thibodeau gets traded or not. You got Brian Burns. Now you got DJ Reader on that front. Hey, the Giants might be able to get after the quarterback. Will they score points on offense? Can their quarterback stay healthy and not get knocked out? I don't know those answers. But they should have a decent front seven.
They got an offensive tackle out of this whole thing.
They did.
That's encouraging.
And they got a hell of
a guard.
Offensive coordinator, man. Matt Nagy's going to be out there dialing it up.
That guy's awesome. Did you see the Cowboys?
I forgot about that.
It's so gross.
That's like the one giant blemish on their offseason resume.
Yeah. Matt Nagy. See, the Cowboys hired a new football data engineer.
I did.
We go through
I'm
a
sure
lot
you
of
were
these,
very interested.
We go through a lot of these guys and gals.
Brad's like, what does Eric have to say about this?
It wasn't
Eric?
me, man. It was Brad Sham who sent this to me.
Sadia Balakumar. He's been the head software engineer for Lockheed Martin.
It's one hell of a nerd right there, Wolchuk. That's what you're looking at.
I like it. Numbers, baby.
Fort Worth, Lockheed Martin?
You tell me.
I think their companies are right.
Probably right.
Yeah. Probably have multiple factories, but yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
So we actually hired a rocket scientist kind of a guy?
They did. They are going to probably have the best analytic division in all of the NFL.
Steven, what do we got? Save us quickly.
They've kind of done this before. They kind of shuffle some people in and out of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of, it's been a high turnover thing.
Yeah, it has.
This guy probably has a great talent for organizing data.
That's what you want.
I would imagine.
Spreadsheets going. I like it.
So,
more information you can get.
Building
How do you read
programs
this damn thing?
I think they call them scripts. You can write these scripts that you can run during the game to be taking in all the data and then cranking out different scenarios and possibilities of what you can do.
We're going to blame the script when they lose one at the end?
Absolutely. We got to blame something.
I think we'll probably come to a time where coaches are comfortable saying, listen, we asked the computer said this, so it was kind of out of my hands. We're just going off the probabilities involved. And I think it's good that, Brian, the Cowboys are shuffling through these guys because it shows they're looking for the right answers. Yeah. They're looking for somebody that might come in with a silver bullet.
They've been shuffling through some guys and gals over there. They fired the whole department, brought a whole new department in.
Remember when those guys were at a training camp? Yeah. That table?
Yeah.
They set up with their own table.
Yes.
They were watching stuff.
Hey, got to crunch the numbers, man.
That was McCarthy.
McCarthy did start that.
Yeah.
He did.
Or
short-lived.
Numbers tell you that.
Turns out it probably wasn't the best use of the nerds' time to be sitting there watching players actually practice. We need the data.
We need the data. Take that for data. Now, one guy that we're not going to be blaming for losing games is the great Caleb Downs. And here is a hell of a story. Chris Carter, who dropped a lot of great nuggets in this interview, but one that'll just give you chills if you're a Caleb Downs fan.
It's the kickoff before the Oregon game. And I'm standing on the sideline, and I'm standing behind him. I'm reading like I don't know him. I'm like, hey, Downs, number 2, you got to be a bad dude to wear that number. I used to wear that number. I consider myself the best to ever wear it. I mean, he slowly looked over his shoulder and smiled and said, until now. I said, I'm done. That's great, bro. Said, go get it.
That's right, baby.
That's strong, dude.
Until now. Just confidence, just aura. And that's why we need to get our guy in number 2. All right, Kobe Durant, I'm still waiting. Can we just make this happen, please? I love you. We love you. It's going to be a great year with you on the team. Okay? Just step aside.
I would like to see that, but what I'd like to see even more than that would be your reaction if Kobe Durant is in number 2 to start the season.
Yeah.
I love how jammed up you are by this.
It's weird. I don't know why I'm so upset about this, but I am. It really is.
Are you waiting to buy a Caleb Downs number 2 jersey?
I've considered it.
Yeah.
That's a jersey.
I haven't bought a jersey.
It is. Yeah.
I don't know the last. I think Dez is the last Cowboy jersey I bought. I kind of took the Jesse Holley thing to heart, especially like when Jesse was working up here and I was a part-timer. Jesse Holley's not going to just be making fun of you. You're wearing another man's name on the back of your shirt, But I'd rock a Downs jersey. I mean, Eric said he's going to get me a Jacob Rodriguez Dolphins jersey for Hanukkah. I've never once worn another team's jersey. But Miami, harmless. Jacob Rodriguez, badass.
The white and aqua.
Well said, dude.
At the risk of drawing the ire of Jesse Holley, I don't want the smoke. He might just be jealous that nobody wore his jersey.
Oh, come on.
I think there's some pretty damn badass players, and if you want to put their name on your back and say, that's right, I'm a Roger Staubach guy, I'm an Emmitt Smith guy.
Well, Downs is wearing it now, right?
Nothing to be ashamed of as a man.
You know what? It's probably the best take you've ever had, Gavin. Kudos to you, sir. I love that take. Let's go.
Just like
Bring
that.
the jerseys back,
Wolchuk
Jesse.
is back.
Woo! I can't wait to get a Downs, too.
He's on Fanatics right now.
Yes. I'm going to custom make it. Even if Kobe Durant steals this from my guy. Yeah. I'm still going to get a custom-made 2 Downs jersey because before we know it, he's going to be repping the deuce. Shout out to Tyrod Taylor. He's back in the league, guys. 16th NFL season. Number 2.
Oh, repping the deuce. I see what you're saying.
We need Durant to drop the deuce.
Yeah, he needs to drop the deuce and not just in the toilet. Green Bay's picking up Tyrod Taylor. Now, I don't think they've got a history of punctured lung issues with their medical staff. I think he's going to be good.
Will take care of him.
So he's going to be backing up Jordan Love, which leads me to, fellas, who do you think is the worst quarterback room in all of the National Football League?
Arizona?
Arizona's a high contender on this list, Gavin Dawson.
Brissett, they don't even have
Minshew, Jacoby Brissett
and Beck, right?
Gardner Minshew.
Oh, yeah, and Beck.
Carson Beck, and Keaton Slovis.
Oh, my God.
USC quarterback.
Slovis.
How about the Cleveland Browns?
Yeah, the Browns, the Jets, even Pittsburgh.
Deshaun Watson, Shador Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, Taylon Green. You've got the Jets, Geno Smith, Cade Klubnik, Brady Cook, and Bailey Zappi. The Steelers, Mason Rudolph, Will Howard, Drew Aller. I read you the Cardinals, and then the Falcons, Michael Penix Jr., Tua, Trevor Siemian, and Jack Strand. I don't know who Jack Strand is. Is anyone else? What about the Dolphins? Malik Willis, Quinn Ewers, Cam Miller, and Mark Gronowski.
Yeah,
it's pretty rough.
Especially after seeing Malik Willis's first pitch.
But hey, you know where the Cowboys are? Not in a top 10 list of worst quarterback rooms.
Put the catcher
not doing bad.
in motion. They might have had a chance.
Yeah, they would have.
In fact, Nick Costos has one of those Infinity Sports minutes running right now. The Cowboys and the Bills should be in on trying to pursue Anthony Richardson. And I actually liked Costos. He broadcast next to us a couple Super Bowls ago. Was a really nice guy.
That does that?
Yeah, he's loud.
Okay.
But he was a really nice guy when we got to chat with him off air. But this is just a dumb take. Like, I get it. You're looking at the depth chart. You see Sam Howell. Do the Cowboys not kind of have their own version of Anthony Richardson and Joe Milton already on the roster? Like, why are you taking a flyer on a 4th overall pick that's a bust and doesn't even want to be in the game when it gets hard? 3rd down, game on the line, tap out, tap, tap, tap. Come on. Buffalo, not a bad option. Backup Josh Allen, fine. I don't think the Cowboys have any need for Anthony Richardson.
I don't know,
I think
man.
Costas is a take machine, and sometimes he gets the best of them. He's like, show me a story, I'll give you 3 takes about it.
Let me mention the Cowboys.
It'll be loud, it'll be energetic, it'll be highly opinionated. It's just not very well thought out.
If he would have spun it in the direction of a tush push quarterback, then we could have started to play ball there.
Yeah.
Or if you need a 90-yard throw, let
your Hail Mary and tush push guy.
That's what he is.
Anthony Richardson's my Hail Mary short yardage quarterback, and I think there is a role for that.
100%
for 3 snaps a game.
We're drafting like tight end 3s in the 3rd round now.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, there's a
let's make it happen, baby.
For a giant alien tush push quarterback.
All right, Brett Veach on Patrick Mahomes. He's way ahead of schedule in his rehab. I think it wouldn't surprise you guys the way it's been really inspiring just to see. My mind, I've been there with Pat. He had that dislocated knee. He worked his tail off and came back in 3 weeks. I knew that this bump in the road for him would not slow him down at all, said Veach. But he's way ahead of schedule.
Well, he's been taking the trainers with him anytime he leaves town. Trainer, it's like Russell Wilson.
Just living with him, basically.
Like 25 hours a day.
Oh, yeah.
He's rehabbing.
What was he doing? Those, finger ups?
Yeah, he had the finger injury.
He had the finger thing, and then he was doing, lunges up and down the plane.
High knees.
Yeah, just weird stuff. But, hey,
you don't have to get ready when you stay ready,
Mahomes
man.
is contorting himself and getting in all kinds of weird, different body placements with his quarterback coach. I mean, he is inspiring for the youth out there. Week 1, are we expecting Patrick Mahomes, guys? Make your bets right now. Yes,
I'm expecting it,
yes.
Dude.
Yes,
I'm going for it.
Is there news? Has there been recent news on this?
Jeez,
it's just
that's impacting your confidence.
I think.
Well, we just gave it, Gavin.
The Brett Veach is obviously being pretty confident here in the way that he's
Veach
talking
is
about
confident,
it.
but he is going to sell his guy.
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, I just think he's going to be attacking this thing. Now, they did get the Justin Fields insurance, right?
They did.
So if they need Fields to start the first couple of games, but I just think Mahomes has the eye of the tiger, dude. And he's probably in there right now. He's in some knee-bending machine while he chokes down his 10th ice cream cone of the day.
10th ice cream?
That's how the guy prepares. Okay,
and
washes it down with a couple of Coors, man.
Absolutely.
That's how you prep your body.
All right, Bobby Belt's going. Chiefs are going to miss the postseason for a 2nd straight year. Brings me to this question. Brian Broaddus. Contender or pretender, the Kansas City Chiefs for 2026?
I'm saying they'll bounce back.
Contender.
Wow, dude. I need to go look at Warren Sharp, seeing what he says about
my gosh. Can you have an opinion without Warren?
Let's see about their sked, dude. See how tough it is. I do wonder.
It's probably middle of the pack.
Who are they throwing the ball to?
Who are they throwing the ball to?
They're running the ball now.
Tell that to
Kenneth
Andy Reid.
Walker.
Andy Reid running the ball. Oxymoron of the year.
Brian Westbrook. He's going to have to channel his old Philly days.
Let's see here. The Chiefs' schedule is... it's pretty easy. Yeah, they're going to the playoffs.
All right,
that's a contender,
bro. Contender. Gavin
Mansour Delane, Peter Woods, Kenneth Walker, Alohi Gilman.
R. Mason.
They had a good draft.
I don't think so. I have too much respect for the Chargers and the Broncos, and Yeah, that was a late ACL, wasn't it? Was that December?
It was late.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 2 weeks after Brian said they should sit him against the Cowboys. Don't even play him. They're done.
I think it was against the Texans.
Texans, Monday night.
It was a Sunday night,
some primetime game. He's like, don't even just forfeit.
Yeah.
Just don't even show up.
That's crazy that happened. I forgot about that.
Tyquan Thornton is one of their starting receivers.
That's a problem.
Something like this was going to happen.
Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy, Jalen Royals, who I still think has a little something in his game. Otherwise, you're looking at Nico Remigio. I don't even know how that guy's...
Their two best wide receivers have a better chance of being arrested than making the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, they got a pretty weak wide receiver core. It's pretty stunning they didn't draft one higher when you actually look at how bad that is. I'm still going to say contender because I believe in Patrick Mahomes, and he's a Texas kid, and I love him.
Okay, we got to run because we got the Rangers player show coming up next. We're going to talk with big bad Tyler Alexander out of the bullpen coming up next here at the G-Bag Nation. Rangers are in New York to take on the Yankees. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yes, the Rangers Player Show brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. He is a key member of the big league leading Rangers bullpen. He has 2 saves. He's given up just 3 runs in 15 2/3. He's also a proper Texan after growing up in South Lake Carroll, going to TCU. He is now back in Texas pitching for your Rangers. Tyler Alexander here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me on.
Well, it's great to have you. Good to hear your voice again. And it's great to see hitters having such a hard time squaring you up here. What's working for you up there?
Well, I would say a little bit of everything. You know, I'm not a huge swing and miss guy, so my goal is to go out there and just miss barrels, filling up the strike zone. So as long as I can make everything move a little bit every which way, I have a little bit of success.
Tyler, it's awesome to get to talk with you again. This is 2 of now 4 hooligans that got to chat with you in the clubhouse during spring training. I don't know if you remember that incredibly awkward but tantalizing interview that we had with you.
Hi, Tyler.
What's up, buddy? It's been awesome to see your success. How's it been? We were chatting with you a little bit about the different roles, right? There is not any specified role. So you've gotten to close, as Gavin mentioned, but you're also just being put in a bunch of different spots. Have you gotten used to that? Has that really mattered at all to you?
Yeah, I'm doing things this year that I've never done in my career before, which I've done a lot of things before. So it's been fun, kind of being thrown into different roles, getting 2 saves early, leverage situations where I need to go 1+ times in the lineup. It's kind of something I've done my whole career, which is a lot of different things, not one specified role. It's fun. Getting to do a lot of different things. Do you ever get used to it? No. I mean, you just kind of prepare for any situation. And when the phone rings, just sort of prepare and I don't know, try to get outs.
Speaking of doing different things, Tyler Alexander joining us. It looks like you're throwing your sinker and cutter more than previous seasons. Is that situational, or is that something that you and the team feel like can make you more successful?
Yeah, I mean, I throw my sinker more to lefties, to righties. I guess I've thrown that more too. I don't know. They're telling me I need to throw my 4-seam more too. So
okay.
Do you respond with yes, sir, or are you like shut the hell up and let me do my job?
No, I mean, I'm willing to take any type of criticism, right? If they tell me my 4-seam plays more, I'll throw that more for sure. But it's also like ebbs and flows of the season, right? So if I throw my sinker a lot early, that means that later in the year when I start facing these teams a couple more times and they see a lot more video of me, I can mix in more 4-seams. And just, it's like what works now might not work in a month or two after the hitters have adjusted, so then I can adjust to a different plan of attack.
Tyler, would you have taken this interview if you knew you had to talk to Eric and Zach again? If they said, "Hey, listen, a couple of guys in the locker room, clubhouse got you," would you have said, "Absolutely not. I'm not doing this.
We're boys.
I'm a professional baseball player. I don't have to deal with this."
We really bonded well, Tyler.
Yeah.
Listen, I take a lot of interviews, right? And the pace at which that interview went was electric, and it was fun, and it's definitely something that I wasn't used to. So of course I would have. It's fun doing different things like that. Yeah.
Well, Tyler, we're all going to go out and get your jersey now. We're all going to go out and buy your jersey.
We do love you, Tyler.
Yeah. Hey, the 817, and I hope this isn't a butt crack because it's going to be awkward if it is, but he texted in, or she said, your nickname growing up was Squirrel. Can you confirm or deny? And if that's true, what's the backstory?
Can confirm, yeah. So I've always been like very nickname oriented, right? So Squirrel was a nickname I've had. It's really not that great of a story. It was just when I was like 5 years old, my dad thought I looked like a little chipmunk. So he started calling me Squirrel, and there's not too many people around. I guess now that I'm in DFW, there's more, but people that still know me as Squirrel have known me in the baseball world for a very long time. And it's funny because if you know me as Todd, you've known me in Pro Bowl. That's what people call me in Pro Bowl. But if you know me as Squirrel, you've known me probably like pre-college summer baseball, around that era. So it's funny.
Because I'm seeing Todd the Painter as a nickname here.
Yeah, Todd the Painter came from when I got into college. I had long, greasy hair, probably didn't shower as much as I should have. And my college teammates thought I looked like Todd Cleary, the painter from the movie Wedding Crashers. I don't look like him anymore. I don't have any hair. I grew out a mustache.
Rizdy.
That's where that came from.
There you go, Todd. Tell that mean ocean.
Oh, would that make you love me?
The painting was a gift, Todd. I'm taking it with me.
Exactly.
That is awesome, dude. Tyler Alexander with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, so how much money would you have to be offered in order to charge Aaron Judge at any point during this series?
Me charge him?
Yeah, you charge him.
I don't know. We actually talked about that in the bullpen. Because he's so tall, I think we could go low. I think there's a chance. He's also such a nice guy. I don't think that he'd throw the first punch, so maybe we could get a sucker punch in.
Yeah.
Good
strategy.
So me charging him, I don't think there's good odds there. If he came after me, which I don't think he would, you'd have to go low, cut out the knees.
Low man wins. I mean,
leverage, baby.
That's what it's about. If Tyler Alexander, if you had nothing to do today, which obviously you have a lot going on, but it's Cinco de Mayo, like you're back in Texas, how are you celebrating?
I think you just find the best local Mexican joint, get some tacos. I guess that's about it. I mean, there's a lot of good local Mexican joints around, so maybe have a couple margaritas.
There you go. Yeah.
I don't know. Sit back and enjoy the day.
I bet you had a tradition on Cinco de Mayo. It was like a pregame marg before you get out on the bump.
Yeah, triple tequila, really loosen up the body.
Top shelf, all the fine fixings there. Just to get one serious question in, and if anybody wants to clip this and use it for like actual baseball purposes, you do have a lot of young guys that have stepped up and made some debuts in the pen, like Gavin Collier's been awesome this year, several other of your bullpen mates. How's that been to see, being kind of the veteran in the room there, Todd?
It's fun to watch the young guys because, everybody has such unbelievable stuff, especially the young rookies when they come up. And it's more so a mental game for those guys. Being able to control your emotions, your breathing, and all that kind of stuff. Because everybody's got the ability to pitch at this level. So it's been fun watching them do that. I haven't really needed to do anything in terms of like being an older guy and helping them because they just go out there and do everything they need to do. So it's fun watching them have success, and I hope they continue to do it.
Todd, thanks for your time. Good luck tonight. Brian and I both, by the way, the older guys on the show, we're both huge Rush fans, so rock on with the Tom Sawyer.
Yeah.
And give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
All right, awesome. I appreciate it.
Salute. There he goes. Tyler Alexander here with you in the G-Bag Nation, the Rangers Player Show, brought to you by Golden Chick and by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. What a beast. I mean, he goes right up there in our Hall of Fame, doesn't he? 100%. As far as our favorite players to talk to. Of course, you got Sporzy. You got Janko.
Yeah. Berger deserves some love here.
Oh, Bergs. Yes. He's amazing.
I think Gavin Collier was really solid, too.
He was. Yeah, he was absolutely was.
And I think Josh Young, we're batting about 400 with him. In baseball terms, that's great. Mm-hmm. 2 for 5. And we've had great times with Josh Young, and I look forward to having him on the show because, as I revealed late in last night's show, he's right that they actually made Captain America better about halfway through his story arc.
Yeah,
he was just a D1 linebacker for like 4 movies. You're like, why is this pathetic loser having to be saved? He's supposed to be a superhero. And they pulled it off.
They acknowledged what you were saying. Like,
I think so.
This guy kind of sucks. Let's level him up a little bit.
They got feedback, I think, from folks like me who are always looking to keep superheroes accountable and properly rank them. Masai Ujiri had his press conference earlier today, and it has sent quite a bit of news rippling through DFW Sports. He did not confirm that Jason Kidd will be back. Kidd was not there, nor was Michael Finley. So the thought is that maybe this could be more of a full clean cutoff, maybe a house cleaning. Ujiri did say he's going to meet with Jason Kidd tomorrow, talk about the future of this organization. Cooper Flagg likes Jason Kidd. Kyrie Irving likes Jason Kidd. But does the Dumont and Adelson family want to maybe make a move for a cleaner separation from all of the drama of last year and anybody associated with Mark Cuban's attempted hostile takeover or the trading of Luka Doncic? You got to go just so we can reset the vibes. I think that's what we are witnessing here this week with the Mavs, and I like it. We'll have to see what kind of moves Ujiri can make, but that will be underway before too long. On the Luka trade, he had the great quote, "We have a saying in Africa, when kings go, kings come." And we have a little prince here we hope to turn into a king. So that's resonating across Mavs Twitter here this afternoon as well. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got some questions about this Cowboys football team I need to get answered. We'll do those next.
But first, Toles, I know as parents we would all do anything
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Big day in sports. Thanks for making us part of yours. Segment's brought to you here by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. And thank you to Greystone. Hey, Lucius. Are you a Met Gallo guy?
So
more of a Joey Gallo guy.
I'm a +1. I had to watch it just because the person I live with was watching it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you
red carpet and all that stuff?
Are we constantly dialoguing back and forth about the outfits?
Yeah, there's a lot of pontificating about the outfits and whatnot.
Do you? What kind of comments would we get from you? You're being very
you're not gonna
stylish.
get anything from me. No.
Nothing?
No. I like that my man Timothy Chalamet, whatever the hell he was, instead of going to the Met Gala, he went to the darn Knicks game.
Yeah, he's the Knicks game.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
He's not gonna miss a Knicks game.
Yeah.
He is not
Ben
gonna miss
Stiller.
Yeah.
Fake ass Knicks fan.
Come on, what are we talking about?
Come on, dude. Chalamet's like, his girl's going.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Nah, I see you afterwards, baby. Hit me up.
Chalamet. See you after we put a whooping on the Sixers real quick.
The after party kind of thing. I just wondered, you get nobody follow the Met Gala. Have you see the outfits they wear for this thing?
Yeah, I see. You see them pop up. You know, they pop
Travis
up.
Kelce was. I don't know what he was wearing.
I didn't even see what. I didn't see
a feather coming out of that.
Yeah.
It was the middle of his head.
There was like a giant peacock-looking feather that was out of the top of his head. It was bizarre what Travis Kelce was wearing.
Yeah.
No, that's Sam Smith, bro.
Pause.
I think that's Sam Smith.
No, I think it's Travis Kelce.
Yeah, it was Travis Kelce.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, well, I'm looking up Travis Kelce, and all I'm getting is inundated with Sam Smith peacock head. Okay, that's what I'm getting inundated with, and he's got a little bit of a resemblance to Travis Kelce.
I thought that was Travis.
Did you get ball sacked?
It's very possible. Everyone was tagging Travis Kelce.
I thought it was Travis Kelce.
Taylor Lewan, hey Travis Kelce, we got to talk about this fit, my guy.
Yeah, I think they're just
Travis Kelce looks.
So you saying we got ball sacked on this one?
I think you did.
I mean, it might be Sam Smith.
It is.
That's hysterical.
I just know when it's just.
But the internet ran with it like it's Travis Kelce.
I thought it was. I was like, I've been watching they've been showing the outfits and stuff on TV. It's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
you got the community
Sam Smith
note.
could be a Sam Kelce brother.
It's the community note. It says this video actually shows Sam Smith at the Met Gala wearing a dramatic black feathered gown by Christian Cowan. It is not Travis Kelce.
Taylor Swift would never let him go out
I thought
there.
it was Travis Kelce. My gosh, my bad. Sorry about that.
Don't worry.
But so Lucius, we watched last night, right? We were kind of.
I watched a little bit of it. Yeah,
checking out.
Yeah. I
Will
think
Compton.
it was like costume or something like that.
Yeah.
Naomi Osaka. I think she had like one of the fly suits. Your boy Russell Wilson looked cool out there with the beard.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see Russ.
There are a lot of athletes that show up for this
There
thing.
are.
Yeah.
Will Compton, everyone really had my dumb ass believing this was Travis Kelce goofing around at the Met Gala for a second.
Sierra is like Russell Wilson's cool coach. Like that movie Hitch.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what she is to Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Give them some
Kelce
cool
needs
points.
one of those.
He's wearing that better than he was wearing that Savannah Bananas outfit the other day. He's actually
the Willie
looking
Calhoun
pretty
look.
sharp.
I would have gone untucked there, I think, at that point.
Sure.
There's a point in every man's life where I make the decision to
Not with the shirt tail in.
Yeah.
Give me a size too large, too.
Yeah.
That's better in
All
prototypes.
right, real quick.
I think he gave the bananas his college measurements.
I swear. I'm gonna get some sports stuff here, though.
Yeah.
Are there certain
Like the Chisholm for the Yankees. His clothes is always baggy.
What's up with his
I feel
hat?
like him, fam.
His
That
hat.
look. Yeah.
I can't figure out his hat.
Yeah, like he's always in a rush.
How's it?
Chisholm, get out there. Okay.
I'm pretty sure he's wearing an AirPod as well.
Yeah.
Out in the infield.
He's not.
Okay, was that a ball sack?
That was. It does look like it, but yes, that was confirmed because people asked
An
about that.
earring?
It's not an AirPod. I'll get the story for
like
you
an
for around the
earplug?
base.
His hat,
something?
I don't know how his hat stays on his head. It's kind of like he just threw his hat on. It's just like he threw it up in the air and it landed on his head.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't fly off.
So he got dressed in a rush.
In the dark.
We got a game today.
What? All right. Yankees, Rangers later on today.
So he had to wear cotton balls in his ear because he had like a bad headache for multiple days. And it was to muffle the noise he was experiencing with the air ringing.
Have you guys ever done that? Has your mom ever put like eardrops in your ear
I've
with
never
a cotton
done
ball?
From when like water gets stuck in my ear from all the swimming.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
okay. Yes,
See,
for sure.
I thought swimmer's ear was a false. I thought that was a false.
No, I think it's very real.
But it's real.
Yeah, and you hit your head, you can hear the water.
It's so annoying.
It's miserable when you have water stuck in your ear.
You can just feel it. You're like, please,
so bad.
Get out of here.
And it feels so good when that warm water drips out finally.
Yes.
Did you guys ever, real quick here, did you guys ever play like water volleyball? Did y'all ever play water volleyball?
All the time. Of course, yeah.
Like, in the pool?
You got to spike
so much
those,
fun.
fucker.
Water
I'm usually
volleyball,
too
but
drunk.
you got to stay out of the net. You can't have like jungle rules where you're like all in the net and stuff like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Did you play that way where you couldn't get in couldn't touch the net?
Couldn't touch it. No, can't touch it. But I can still spike that thing.
Okay, you could spike, but don't touch the net.
Yeah.
Okay.
I always thought that water polo in like a 3-foot deep pool was better. You know,
You're not actually treading.
You set up like soccer goals or hockey goals.
Sure.
You don't have to actually tread. You can run. You know,
I don't know how those
now we're
guys actually do
juking.
it.
I don't know how they.
I mean, you could swim if you want to try to go
Okay.
fast for a breakaway, but you don't have to.
Let me ask you guys this.
Real quick.
All day, real quick. All day.
One more thing, real quick.
One more thing, real quick.
I'll get to sports. Hold on.
This is my time. And I waste it every day. But did your guys' feet get just completely tore up playing all day doing that?
Yes, depending on the bottom of the surface of the pool, absolutely.
I didn't
Get
play
blisters.
pool games.
No pool games?
I didn't play pool games. No, I just drink and hang out.
See, we were
Trying to get my cigar wet.
I think they've
we were
improved
real good at holding it.
I don't want to get my hair wet.
Hey,
Don't
there's
touch my cigar.
Lucius. Got a cool hat on, sunglasses,
Yep,
and
that's
cigar, and drink being held up.
Mirror glasses, too. You don't know what the hell I'm looking at out there.
I bet you never took your glasses off.
Yeah, I can't.
Never took them off.
I'll scare everybody. That's enough for him. Get him in. That's enough drinking.
See, my feet used to get tore up really bad.
You get blisters and stuff. I
get
think
the
they've
bottom of
done
the
good
feet.
work improving the pool floors these
Yeah.
days, but it can still get you.
We had to go with the aqua socks
Yeah.
to play.
Yeah.
I couldn't. My feet, like we'd get out of the pool, my feet were just beat up. And I'm
You were
like,
wearing socks and a T-shirt in the pool.
not the T-shirt
And
back in the
floaties.
day.
Okay,
Today I
respect.
would. I got
Them
skin
old school
problems.
onesies they used to wear in the 40s, the 50s.
Part Mormon, right? The Mormon guy out there.
Look like a wrestling little outfit.
With the singlet?
Yeah, the singlet.
Yeah, this
Is there anything worse looking than the singlet?
No.
Who invented that? Whoever,
Singlet.
yeah, is that what it's called, right?
Yeah.
All right.
It's on the bet payoff board. Just do a show in a singlet.
Oh, no.
Unitard.
No,
So
no,
bad.
no.
You got to eat a blue chew first.
No, that's not
Let's play tummy sticks.
I would break out those 1999 Oreos. I'll eat the Oreos before I wear the singlet.
Bro, Jacob Ray said he ate one.
What?
He was telling Sean and Bobby that
ate a Blue Chew?
He ate, no. He ate one of the 1999 Oreos that smell.
Dang it, Jacob.
He's okay.
We need to get a call in.
He's a young guy. He'll live.
Yeah, he does have the metabolism for it.
Dawson, when I say this to you,
Doesn't surprise me. He chose to do that.
Dawson, when I say this to you,
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be Blake.
Yeah.
I thought Blake was going to do it too.
I thought Blake would do it.
Yeah, I thought Blake was too.
Like, oh, Oreos.
Dawson, when we say training camp battles,
Yeah.
is that a myth?
It is for the most part. You know, if you got,
We're going to get started here in the next
Yeah.
couple of months talking about training camp battles.
I mean,
kinda
last
think it's
year
a myth.
last year at corner, it was kind of true because they were looking for anybody that could do it. And here comes Triquez Bridges and Reddy Stewart. But you really only have a training battle if you have massively messed up a position over a number of years combined to where now you're like, well, which undrafted free agent is going to suck the least right now? But usually you already know who your best player is, or a guy's been drafted so high that there's not a real challenge to his spot.
Yeah.
You know how this goes, Brian.
Yeah.
See, Chief, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I think there's certain positions. There's usually like maybe one or two where there's like maybe a more of a real competition, but I think the most part of the competition is just making the roster. the competition of not being the guy that's being cut here. But it's not like I'm competing to really start.
You kind of stay employed.
Yeah, just to stay employed.
Yeah, but like, is that still considered a training camp battle? Because if that is, then it absolutely is not a myth. It's a thing. Like I'm competing to be the backup swing tackle. I'm competing to be the backup quarterback. Right. So then it's real.
Just not like the sexy.
Radio,
I'm competing to really be the starter.
Yes.
June radio is us talking about training camp battles, and I've always thought the training camp battle was like a myth. Dawson's right. You know going in. The coaches know going, it's a new staff.
Sure.
You know, the fact that they're talking to Adoree Jackson.
Yeah.
Like, for what? You know, I mean, that's doing a friend a favor thing.
Yeah.
But who is he? Is there really a battle at left tackle for the Cowboys?
I don't think for the starting job, no. But I think there might be like, hey, Drew Shelton, and last year you had a Johnny Cornelius. Right, those guys are going to be competing. Who's going to end up being the starting, the backup swing tackle? Tight end 3, I think could be. Hey,
see, but we always think of training camp battle as the starter.
Yeah, there's not. I think it's very rare that you really have a training camp battle as a starter.
That's what I'm saying. I just kind of in that mode where we're gonna just continually talk about training camp battle, and then I'm gonna go. Is it really a battle? Because the coaches are going to play who they damn want to play.
Yeah, for sure.
There's not. I mean, we've seen guys like, this guy deserves more of an opportunity to play, and the coaches don't.
It's pretty rare, you know. There was a battle a couple of years back, actually, when the current kicker won out against, was it Kai Forbath? And he didn't look good.
It was against the Texas Tech guy.
Yeah, the Texas Tech kid. God, I can't remember his name.
Cam Prozy. What was the guy?
I'll find it.
Yeah. I know you're talking about. They both were kicking the ball.
They were terrible.
The first day, Aubrey was like 5 of 8.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, crap, they still don't have their kicker.
Yeah. Who was it?
Garibay. Jonathan Garibay.
Garibay. Yeah. I couldn't remember that. Yeah, I was doing.
They went with Maher.
That was. And
then they brought in our guy, Aubrey.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah.
Gosh, that's amazing.
That is amazing. All right. Well, I'm sorry. The last couple minutes we got here, Chief.
Yep.
We focus so much on the defense. For the Cowboys offensively to continue to be as good as it has, the growth of the offense, how does that happen? Do you have to improve Pickens, tight end play, or the offensive line to keep the offense, or throw your position you want? I'm looking at coaches on offense. To keep it going or raise the level, it has to be Pickens or tight end play overall or offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, I would say offensive line would go a long way. Like that would have to be
if the offense wants to keep advancing.
Yeah, your offensive line needs to be much more consistent, especially when it comes to pass protection. And then I would just say, getting explosiveness out of your tight ends like Jake Ferguson. We needed you to get back to being more explosive, and explosiveness in the run game. That's not Javonte Williams. Yeah. It's not Phil Maffa. The only guy that really could be is Jaden Blue. I think Jaden Blue could really ascend things if he could actually meet the expectations that they had when they drafted him.
Yeah, I would say a healthy left tackle in Tyler Guyton that makes as big of a jump in 2026 as he did between 2024 and 2025. He was better last year, right? And then you have Tyler Booker year 2. Could you get a totally healthy Cooper Beebe and the best version of Cooper Beebe that we've seen so far? I would think all 3 of those things are likely. So it starts with the O-line. But number 2, as far as how would the offense be as good or better, is the tight end from Baylor, Michael Trigg.
Michael Trigg could open up a lot for you, 100%. I do think it always goes back to the offensive line. You talk about turnovers. They were 17th in the NFL. I think that's a result sometimes of pressure. The running game, I think, will benefit from the offensive line. I think the root to me will always be how good are you at the line of scrimmage. Red zone as well. Efficiency improves there with the line.
Interesting. None of you guys said the advancement of George Pickens.
I don't know how much.
For another day.
For another day.
Another day. Thank you, Dawson.
Appreciate you, Brian. Okay, Krusty's Corner brought to you by Greystone Roofing. We have the C-Note coming up next, Cowboys news of the evening. Stephen Jones answering questions. Has he been told Pickens will be at all the practices and OTAs? He'll answer that. We'll give you the other headlines of the day in Cowboys land next here on The Fan. I'm going to chat D&M Leasing with you before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a brand new vehicle right now, you can do no better for yourself and your family than calling D&M Leasing. 972 or 817-35-LEASE. Go to dmautololeasing.com and ask them for the easy lease, the most consumer-friendly lease on the market. I love it. You save a lot of money compared to old-school purchase agreements on your monthly payment, and you don't have to be worried about getting upside down. You know, that negative equity, it's a never-ending cycle. It's a terrible place to be, and you can say goodbye to that for good once you step into the easy lease from D&M Leasing. Yeah, owing more on your vehicle than what it's worth is one of the very significant and real downsides of the old school purchase agreement. And one of the great benefits of the easy lease from D&M Leasing is getting out of that. You can also just call them, tell them what you want. They'll deliver your brand new vehicle. You sign the documents in an app. They drive off with the old one. It is called the easy lease for a reason. It is easier in every single way imaginable. Again, 972 or 817-35-LEASE. Go to dmautololeasing.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The New York Knicks destroyed the 76ers in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Semis, 137-98 last night. The Knicks became the first team in NBA history to win 3 consecutive playoff games by 25 points or more. 76ers head coach Nick Nurse waved the white flag halfway through the third quarter when he pulled his starters when the Knicks stretched the lead to 30. Game 2 of the series is Tuesday night in New York. I'm Adam Abdallah.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription. And I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Polo's time is running out to get 10% off your home painting project with my friends at CertaPro Painters. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And you can trust them to get the job done right because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, starting with that free estimate. And when you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service. You're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 five-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. So do what I did. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
Many of you want a home equity loan, but you don't want to refinance your current mortgage. That's why we have great second lien home equity loans at TexasLending.com. You can get your home equity loan done in your primary residence, a second home, and even on investment properties. Call TexasLending.com today to find out more. Get a free quote. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I went to Staples for a custom printed graduation banner and invites and saw that Party City is now at Staples.
Wait, what?
Party City is now at Staples.
So now Staples has balloons?
Yep.
Decorations?
Yes.
Streamers, cups, table covers?
Yep, Staples has everything for a party. And now buy 2 get 1 free on select foil balloons.
Holy confetti! So the best party started at Staples.
That was easy.
In 613 select stores, exclusions apply. In-store or buy online. Pick up in-store only.
Golden Chick! Golden Chick's 2 new $6 golden deals are here. $6 buck. Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each. $6 buck. Choose Golden Chicks 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece dark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each. $6. Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers.
Golden Chick. Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. We usually do this segment at 3:20, so if you're just jumping in your car around this time every day and you're like, wow, I'd really like to know the latest on the Cowboys and what's been happening, obviously you could listen to Krusty's Corner at 3:40. He talks about that a lot, and at 3:20 we usually deliver. But today we had the Rangers Player Show, and it was Tyler Alexander, who goes by Todd in the big leagues. Everybody knows him as Todd. Which is kind of funny. But he joined us there for that Rangers Player Show back there at 3:20. If you have the Odyssey app, instant rewind functionality, you can go back and listen to that as we get ready for Rangers and Yankees coming up pregame at 5:30 here on The Fan. Okay, couple Stephen Jones cuts. He's on, is this Mad Dog Radio? Satellite radio?
Yes, with Adam Shine.
First cut's about Micah Parsons reflecting on the trade almost a year later. Did you guys win it here, Stephen?
Yeah, we feel really good about it. Obviously, much respect for Micah and what he stands for and how he plays and the caliber of player he is. But, at the same time, we feel good about what we've added, via that trade. And you look at a guy like Quentin Williams and Kenny Clark, they're alpha players who not only are great players on the field, but they're leaders in the meeting rooms, how they go about their business in the offseason, just bring great leadership to this team. As we mentioned, we had a guy like Caleb Downs, who's obviously the same type of character, he's going to make everybody around him great. Everybody's going to feed off of him. And then the pieces that we've added the last couple of years, we're fired up about Ezaraku, who was a second-round pick for us last year, who I think it's all in front of. I just feel very optimistic that we have the right pieces in place to go out. And, that ultimately, the decision we made was, that one player is not worth, 4 or 5 good ones. And we feel like that's where we're going to end up here and in a good spot. And, we had that opportunity there and didn't feel like we were one player away last year. But I certainly feel like we're putting the pieces together, to give us an opportunity to go do what our fans deserve, what we want, which is to go try and win the big trophy.
I would say the 4 to 5 players could impact winning more, but they got to be the right 4 to 5 players. And I just don't think we know for sure yet how this whole thing is going to play out. But I tell you what, if you wanted to give the Cowboys the benefit of the doubt here, like maybe you give the Mavs the benefit of the doubt for doing what they did and ended up with Cooper Flagg, you wouldn't have had Caleb Downs if you'd had Micah Parsons on this team. Your defense would have been so much better. Right. They wouldn't have lost enough games to be in position to trade up one spot to get Caleb Downs, and Downs might end up being the most impactful piece that kind of falls into place here in this post Micah world. But I would say right now there's a pretty decent shot that they're going to end up in a better situation. But we need Malachi Lawrence to give us something here, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I mean, having Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, Malachi Lawrence, if you want to throw in the Downs thing, I mean, having George Pickens still on the team this year, like some of the other financial moves they were able to do, I do think big picture, absolutely. Not to mention the dynamic in the locker room and the culture stuff that Shotty's trying to build, which I don't know that Micah really fit in with. So, yeah, I mean, I do think when you're talking about one guy that goes and makes $47 million and is a great player, but big picture, when you're able to fill multiple holes instead of giving away that type of contract to one guy, and now you're kind of struggling to fortify the rest of your roster. Yeah, big picture. We'll see how Malachi does. I'm a believer in him, but I think ultimately the Cowboys are going to win out on this.
Yeah, and then he quickly jumped to, when talking about Quinnen and Kenny Clark, just like their leadership, on the field, the off the field. Like, I think that was such a huge factor when it came to Micah.
Well, in the end, if you go win a couple of playoff games, I think that'll be what fans really want. And, just like when the Rangers signed Simeon and Seager and we said, wow, isn't this ahead of schedule? Like, what were you guys doing? You're not even close to being ready to contend. And then they go out there and they win the World Series. Once you do something like that, all of your decision making is, immediately ruled the right decision to be made. And if this team could find itself in a conference championship game, which I can't rule out, Schrags is doubling down on his takes today. Pete Schrager saying the Cowboys are absolutely a contender in this thing. And, if getting rid of Micah is part of giving you a credible and legitimate, like, top 15, top 10 defense, then there would be no other way you could have rebuilt this thing so quickly. But I would also argue back, and this is just to be fair to Micah, like what the analytics say, was it EPA per play? They were best over a 3-year period in the NFL in EPA per play with Micah on the field, and with him off the field, they were one of the worst defenses in all of the league.
Yes.
So I don't know how you exactly quantify that. I think there is a bias towards believing that the Cowboys are better off now because people were done with Micah by the time they left, and they want to believe that they made the right decision. But, damn it, he was an on-off switch for quality defense, and you haven't replaced him yet.
Yeah, it was over the last 4 years. This was heading into last season. Over the last 4 years, the Cowboys are the league's best defense with Micah Parsons on the field by EPA per play. And then they were the league's second worst defense over that same stretch by EPA per play when Parsons was off the field.
Second worst to best. And we saw Quinnen Williams. He stepped in last year. You had Kenny Clark. You had a lot of these guys that you're going to have now. Now you add Malachi Lawrence. Can he be an 8 to 10 sack guy over the next couple of years? Yeah, he could. And if he is, then I will say definitively Cowboys won the trade. Cut 2 from Stephen Jones. George Pickens, have you been told he's going to be at all the practices and OTAs? Here we go.
Haven't been told that. Certainly, that's what we expect. I mean, anytime a player signs a contract, and the expectations as we hold for all of our players is, when you sign up and you're under contract and you're expected to do what your teammates, are doing. And certainly, go back to Dak. I know he's working with Dak and those type of things. But at the end of the day, we'll see how this thing plays out. I totally agree with you. I think George Pickens has a chance to be competing with CD to be one of the best receivers in the league. And to me, that's what makes our offense so dynamic, is to have two guys like that. We were having great visits with Christian Parker about the trouble that it gave his defense, and when he was in Philly, and the challenges that it causes other defenses when you have two dynamic receivers like CD and George. But certainly, it was our first year with George. Couldn't have gone better. I think George has a chance to, believe it or not, get better, and playing alongside CD there, it keeps everybody honest. I really do think George believe it or not, has a chance to have just as good a year, if not better. And, obviously the expectations are he'll be in the building working alongside his teammates and working, to create an identity for this football team to have success.
And in terms of, I just got to ask it, with everyone always wants to know with the franchise tag, trade conversations. I mean, there's
zero interest in a trade for George Pickens.
Zero. He's going to be a Cowboy this year.
Zero interest.
Now, heard that one before.
Is he saying from their perspective there's zero interest, or there's nobody calling him to trade for him?
So I was trying to figure this out myself, but I think the way he phrases it, there's zero interest in a trade for George Pickens.
It's both, yeah. I don't think they want to trade him, and I don't think that anybody wants to trade for him right now.
Yeah.
You got to give him the contract.
Yeah, and like he didn't say we have no interest in trading him. It's just there's no interest in a trade for George Pickens, meaning nobody wants him.
And if that's the case, then the Cowboys are sitting in the perfect leverage situation. There's
absolutely
nothing that could happen between now and training camp other than injuries to superstar players on their day off. That could change those dynamics. I think Steven was kind of towing the line of optional team activities there.
Yeah,
when talking about you're expected to.
I'm sure training camp he'll be there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When we all show up in Oxnard, I'm sure that George Pickens will be out there, part of the action.
Yeah. You don't want to get fined.
There's a mandatory one coming up, right?
Yeah, there's a mandatory one.
Mandatory camp for a couple of days. I'm sure George Pickens will be a part of that. Yeah.
And they'll do some fun team building thing. Shoddy will have him out there, and they'll be having a good time. I think George really wants to be here, but George also wants a long-term contract. So, we'll have to wait probably until March to get it done. But all things considered, the fact that they've made it to this point and are very confident that George Pickens is going to be at training camp and playing all the games and not holding out of the franchise tag with Mulligetta's agency representing you, like this is a pretty big win for the Cowboys and their fans right now. They are bringing in Adoree Jackson for a free agent workout. You might remember him being burnt toast against the Cowboys over the years, for the Eagles last year, for the Giants before that. And he was drafted initially by the Titans.
Yes.
Had some pretty good success early in his career, but last year the wheels might have totally fallen off. Maybe Christian Parker believes he can give you some familiarity in the scheme, help explain things.
There you go, Dawson. Now you're thinking.
Be in position, but
yep, there you go.
Definitely a depth type of dude. Joseph Hoyt wrote about Malachi Lawrence. The lead in on Twitter says this. The Cowboys, in the words of Brian Schottenheimer, think Malachi Lawrence can be a difference maker. That is, if he makes this one thing about his game different. What is it? Based on that, in the story, you get the false step. And John Owning's doing some pretty dang good work on Cowboys Twitter.
Excellent, doing
finding clips of the false step. He
got me on that one.
And he was doing this in the lead up to the draft.
This
was before anybody talked
John
about it.
was pointing this out.
John's evaluation of edge rushers,
he's really good at it.
About as good as it gets, man.
That's insane that he was on that before the Cowboys even talked about it.
He absolutely was.
Well, it goes back to, he's a big BJJ guy, like Muay Thai and all that stuff. So, certain placements and where you're using your hands and leverage and all that, fascinates him.
For those scoring at home, what did you just say?
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai. He's like MMA.
Okay,
yeah, he's an MMA guy.
And how it translates as well to
MMA
rushing
and
the passer.
BJJ.
That's what it's called?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know. I was learning.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Okay, thanks.
But a lot of it is this step to the outside, and the step should be forward.
Right, gain ground.
So, I guess
it's
he's good enough.
Quick though, yeah.
He said he likes to use that to kind of set up his power. You're kind of resetting your feet, giving the tackle something to look at. And in college, it was good enough. But I guess the pro coaches, especially with the Cowboys, believe strongly that he's going to have to get that fixed if he wants to hit his potential in the pros. Seahawks are signing veteran edge Dante Fowler, so you can take him off the board if you were thinking about Donnie Fowler. Their 1-year deal worth up to $5 million, 31 years old. The Hawks lost Boye Mafe in free agency, so they're going back into the former Cowboy well. Tank last year, Dante Fowler this year, drafted 3rd overall by the Jags. What was that, 2015? Was that 10, 11 years ago? Missed his rookie season with a torn ACL. Then in the 10 years since, 58.5 sacks, 11.5 in 2019 with the Rams. And then he had 10.5 with Washington in 2024, which made us think he might have more in the tank than what he displayed last year.
Every other year.
Maybe
he strikes gold in Seattle. They're excited about him.
Yeah, I think he's worth getting excited about.
Brian Nemhauser put out a tweet. Fowler had a higher pass rush win rate than any Seahawk edge last year, and higher than Von Miller, Cam Jordan, and other vet edges on the market.
That's just all he can do. He will be great at that if you have the right role for him. But as far as the jumping out of gap stuff that Brian would tell us about with these defensive linemen, he was the worst at it. He was just Mr. Improviser. I'm going to try to figure out a way to get to the quarterback and bleep what anybody else is doing or what the play is in a lot of situations. And it was right from the very beginning against Jalen Hurts in that Eagles game that was exposed, wasn't meant to be there for Dante Fowler in 2025 with the Cowboys. All righty, Tim Cato, national NBA writer for All City, coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, but I want to chat with you about my friends at Men's T Clinic before we do anything else. 972-GO Men's T. You want your edge back? You want to operate on a higher level, like that younger, more alpha version of yourself? He's still in there. You just got to let him out. Let the dog out for a walk with Men's T Clinic. Men'sTClinic.com, 972-GO Men's T. For 10 years, Men's T Clinic has been helping Tolos get their testosterone where it needs to be to feel like yourself again, to perform better. Everything from the boardroom to the bedroom, myself included, has been upgraded thanks to Men's T Clinic. Our Tolos do describe their therapies as life-changing, and they have 5 DFW locations. Very affordable cash options. You might be thinking, yes, Dawson, I've been hearing you talk about Men's T Clinic for a long time. The hormone replacement sounds great. Testosterone replacement therapy sounds fancy and expensive. It's not. It's affordable. Plus, they take insurance as well. So lots of different ways to get back to being you with Men's T Clinic. You're going to be amazed at how quickly you start to notice the results as well. It's not about quick fixes. They have precise biomarker analysis. They get to the root causes, and they create a personalized plan that focuses not only on hormone optimization, but preventative care and weight management, muscle gain, bedroom wellness. They have hair replacement therapies, weight loss, muscle mass. They do it all. Get dialed in today. Tell them we sent you at menstclinic.com. Sloop.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Here at Academy, we're putting the outdoors back in Academy Sports and Outdoors, especially for firearms and ammo. Whether you're punching paper at the range or heading to the field before sunrise, you'll find what you're looking for, and probably a few things you didn't know you needed. Trusted brands, tons of options, and undefeatable prices. Right now, get up to $50 off select Smith & Wesson firearms through May 10th. Academy, fun can't lose. Age restrictions apply. Remember to always keep it safe.
If your home was hit by recent storms, you could have roof damage and not even know it. A tiny roof leak can lead to thousands in water damage, toxic mold, and even structural issues. Nick Post again with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. For over 20 years, DFW has trusted us to protect their homes and businesses. Don't wait, don't guess. Schedule your free inspection now at kpostcompany.com.
Golden Chicks 2 new $6 golden deals are here. $6 Club. Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each. $6 Club. Choose Golden Chicks 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece dark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each. $6 Club. Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers.
Golden Chick. Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
A new player decision maker on the Mavs.
The Dallas Mavericks are hiring Masai Ujiri as the team's new president and alternate governor, according to Shams Charania and Tim McMahon of ESPN.
And we react.
I think this is a positive hire for the Mavericks for sure.
You'll never have to wait around for breaking sports news here. Turn it on and leave it on 105.3 The Fan.
Build your cybersecurity skills and prep for thousands of open positions employers are desperate to fill. Attend classes live online or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
It's time to spring into deals at Lowe's. Freshen up your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch. 5 bags for $10. Then get what you need to keep clothes, food, and dishes fresh with up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Shai Pete here. Tolos, you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work, and that's why, fellas, you need advanced hair. They have completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results, whether you have a receding hairline, a bald spot, or some just general thinning of your hair, you can address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Now, Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and you need to be next. How about this? Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. Absolutely unprecedented stuff. No one can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. You are going to love them. It all starts with your free consultation. Call 469-599-HAIR. And just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas. Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep on the east side of DFW between Highway 80 and I-20. And of course, it's Stephen Gilchrist's own store. Right now, take advantage of the Declaration of Deals sales event at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. One of the biggest selections you're going to find anywhere. Brand new Chryslers, Dodge, Rams, and Jeeps. All start the process online. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. And then you drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
If you have IRS problems, you have legal problems, and you need an attorney. Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores. So many of our clients routinely reach out to us after they have already unsuccessfully spent thousands of dollars with some out-of-state tax resolution company.
National tax resolution companies do a lot of talking, but if you're facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, or tax liens, you should have the law offices of Namath and Flores behind you.
Call us today at 972-484-0TAX, offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods.
Skip the reservation and be the Mother's Day MVP at Wild Fork. From premium beef tenderloin to decadent chocolate lava cakes, we have everything Mom deserves. Score incredible savings at all of our 9 DFW locations or wildforkfoods.com. For free delivery options. Wild Fork, where frozen is fresher.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. About to talk some NBA with Tim Cato, national NBA writer for All City here in the nation. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Been a huge day of Mavs news if you're just getting out of work, jumping in your car, getting tuned back in, or whatever. Masai Ujiri, new president of basketball operations, had a presser and got people talking. And Tim Cato joins us now to discuss things. And good afternoon, Tim. How the heck are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you fellows today?
Doing pretty good, man. Feeling like we're heading in a good direction here with the Mavs of this hiring of Ujiri. What's your impression of the hire?
It makes sense. My understanding, and I've been going on and saying this, or I was a couple months ago when we were really looking at the GM process, is that they wanted a name. They wanted someone who has been here and done this, and brings a level of authority and calm. I believe Masai said that in it's one of the first things he said is that he wants to bring calm to Dallas. And that is what you can say when you have a track record like Masai does. You can point to all these franchises that you helmed and, the stability that you brought. So the authority right then and there is up front and center. And, I think that's what Dallas and Patrick Dumont was, that's what they were looking for. I do believe that they had a lot of interest in Tim Connolly. And that as a potential outcome just increasingly became, something that wasn't viable. They realized that even if Minnesota loses and, you could officially, request an interview with them, et cetera, that it just didn't seem likely, based off, what many people are saying and reporting that was going to be a obtainable, gettable name. At the same time, Masai is somebody that they were looking at, have been in discussions with, as has also been reported. And, just based off what they set out to do and the fact that he's hired before the lottery, before the draft, he's now in place, has time to, kind of bet in and decide and be an active decision maker in Dallas's future. This makes sense to me. I think it's a win. I think it's a win for what Dallas was seeking to achieve with this hire.
I think certainly something that stood out to us was he did not definitively say that he was going to maintain Jason Kidd as Mavs head coach. I guess doesn't mean that he's not going to, but what did you think about that and the possibility of Jason Kidd's future?
I would expect that he's back next season. I think if what I took from him not committing to it is just that, he has the keys. That was my read, is that, for Masai to choose to come here and they had, months of negotiation. They, apparently met in December. When you look at all that and you look at, okay, why did Masai come back to the NBA? What was he seeking from Dallas? And we saw like when Shams, first tweeted the news, he's even listed as an alternate governor, which I don't think is a role that inherently means anything. It's more that it indicates this is our guy. And because he is that guy, he doesn't have to come in and there wasn't a pre-negotiated agreement between ownership and, some GM that doesn't quite have the sway of someone like Masai Ujiri. There was no precondition that Jason Kidd was going to be the coach. So that's what sticks out to me. And that's, what someone like Masai demands. I think that's perfectly reasonable. And I think it's the right way to approach his direction of the franchise.
Seems like everybody's pretty on board with this particular move here. What are the cons? Like, what are the critics saying as to why maybe this isn't the best move?
I guess you can look at Masai's track record down the stretch with Toronto, and there are some misses. There are some, mistakes, extensions that probably shouldn't have been offered. Some selling low on a player like OG Anunoby. There are certainly moments from Masai's recent past that are questionable, and I guess that's the main criticism. Is just like, okay, what is he as a just because you have a long track record of leading a front office and a franchise and building good rosters in a previous era of the NBA. Even since the 7 years that have passed since Toronto won, under Masai's leadership, the NBA is already much different. So that's something to keep in mind. But for the most part, I mean, I think this is as much of a success right now as from everything that we can see. That I don't know how much you need to pick nits. What he is as a decision maker is going to be very interesting to find out, both with continued conversations and just the moves he makes.
Tim Cato here with you, All City. Do you get the feeling that he's okay with the collection of talent that you have here and he just wants to build on it? Or do you think he's the kind of builder that wants to tear it down and do his own thing? I think with Cooper, there are so many ways to build around him that he really does have all the options. I don't think the team, all 15 players, just run the roster back as it ended last season. Obviously, I don't think anybody is seeking that. So, I would expect some changes and some, this is a very, very important summer, for a lot of ways. But I don't know if I have a sense on it, so I'm kind of talking around. My sense is that I don't know, his specific desires. I don't think I have a sense on that. He's never been someone shy to make moves and make big moves. I think I would be surprised if that doesn't happen, if something isn't happening this summer, just to kind of reshape this roster more in his vision.
Hey, Tim, how much say do you think a guy like Cooper Flagg has? Do you think that he has a meeting with our guy and then he kind of says, hey, I'd like for you to do this, or does he just kind of just be quiet and let him do his job?
Based off my years covering the NBA, I feel like the track record for a very young superstar is that they take a few years to even understand their power and have ideas about which ways they would want to push this way or that way. The first 5 years of an NBA superstar, I saw this very closely with Luka. The first 5 years was about not upsetting him, just making sure that he is happy with his surroundings, happy with who he's working with, the figures that you assign to him, the coaches, all of that stuff. And you also adapt to him and the ways that he likes to do it. It's not till the next 5 years that it kind of becomes I like playing with this player. I like playing with that player. There's a million different ways that this power dynamic can play out. It kind of depends on the star. If it's LeBron, it's going to be different than, if it's, I don't know, Jalen Brunson or Donovan Mitchell. But yeah, I think right now the only thing is just projecting a sense of confidence and assuredness, throughout the franchise, that Cooper isn't, he doesn't feel like he's distracted by everything that went on, his rookie year. That's the biggest thing Dallas can change, and obviously, now will with a new front office in charge, and yeah, just making sure that he likes playing here. I don't think maybe it's hey, by the way, here's what we're thinking, or maybe it's a meeting about here's our ideas. Just want to run it by you so that you know what's happening, but typically, and I don't, maybe Cooper is the shadow GM running the thing, but no, he isn't. I would guess it's just about kind of keeping him in the loop.
What did you think about his response to the "Would you trade Luka" question?
Thought it was a good question. I liked the. I guess this was a previous answer, but when one king leaves, another king comes. Yeah. That's bars. I love it. That's a banger of a quote right there. So I liked that. I thought everything he said was, I wouldn't have expected him to come out here and say, well, I would never do things like Nico. You know, I get where he's coming from with all the it's time to move on stuff. You know, I didn't take this and telling the fan base that. It was more about how he's going to run the franchise, you know, and I think in that context, you know, it's fine to, you know, set your own sights, the franchise's sights on what's ahead, not what's behind.
Can the T-Wolves get the Spurs here? Maybe it's 1 year early for San Antonio still. What do you think?
I think it's possible. I was not expecting Anthony Edwards to play. Like that is, I think that is the Wolverine of the NBA these days. You know, him and I guess still LeBron, Dirk and his ankles used to be like that. But no, it's crazy. Anthony Edwards has been out there. Great game one. I'm still going to go with the Spurs here. You know, just a little bit worried about the Minnesota firepower without Dante and, you know, some other, you know, they just don't quite have the you know, the exact roster they're hoping right now. But I think it's very possible. Like, don't count Minnesota out in the playoffs. I think we should learn this lesson by now.
With Kyrie coming back, do you count the Mavs out or into the playoffs next year? What do you think their status is for postseason 2027?
I mean, let's see what the roster is. Let's see what, you know, where their pick falls. But yeah, I'd be surprised if Dallas isn't in play-in contention. You know, if it's Kyrie and Cooper, then yeah, that duo alone is good enough to put them in, you know, pushing at least a 500 record. You know, and I'm just saying, like, you know, I could see much higher ceilings. But yes, I think they'll be in contention for the playoffs at minimum.
The draft lottery is Sunday at 2:00. Are you scouting them up yet? Do you know who you'd want at 8?
I'm mostly listening to like the DLS boys and Locked On, and you know we've got a little side group chat, and they're always talking about the prospects, and so I'm learning through osmosis.
I can relate to that.
Yeah. I have not personally cracked open the film, but there's still time for that.
Right on, dude. Well, thanks for your insights. Enjoy your off season, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Absolutely. Good to talk as always.
Salute. Tim Cato with you, All-City National NBA writer here with you in the G-Bag Nation. All right, coming up next, it's time to go around the bases, Wolchuk.
Let's do it. The Rangers have made a roster move. We'll tell you about it next.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. At 10:20, we've got NBA analyst and front office insider for ESPN, Bobby Marks. And at 12:20, we've got Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
Hello?
Hey, sis. Got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at hellsburg.com.
Shai Pete here in Tolos. I know as parents we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there. And that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. Here's the deal. It is so easy. All right, free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437 and write off the car, not the kid.
What's up, everybody? Nick Hopkins here helping you beat books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tomorrow, Wednesday night in the pro basketball playoffs, San Antonio, a 9.5-point home favorite against Minnesota, total 215.5. Now, I don't know if Minnesota will win outright like it did in game one, but this point spread is way too big with how hard Minnesota plays. I think Minnesota keeps the game close, and Minnesota covers the big number. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Tolos, it's time to take advantage of CertaPro Painter's spring sales event before May 15th. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And each CertaPro Painter's business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And my home has become my happy place, but I started noticing scuffs, faded colors, and peeling paint that needed attention. So whether inside or out, protect your home with quality paint and a worry-free process. Their free estimates are detailed, easy to understand, and you get a quote right away. So do what I did. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Get our lowest price guaranteed. Come and see us today in person or visit us online at AllianceHyundai.net.
Golden Chicks 2 new $6 golden deals are here. $6 club. Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each. $6 club. Choose Golden Chicks 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece dark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each. $6 club. Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers.
Golden Chick.
Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Hi, everybody. Brad Sham for John D'Angelo. If you have a house to sell that needs work, you need to talk to John D'Angelo. John buys houses, usually older homes that need work. Condition is not an issue. John will share current market information with you so you can make an informed decision, and you'll feel at ease dealing with John. You'll notice and appreciate the considerate way he does business. Call John D'Angelo today at 214-320-8816 or visit johndangeloinc.com.
Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
This message is sponsored by BetterHelp, and the leading online therapy platform, BetterHelp, now accepts insurance in Texas, making therapy far more accessible for people who have previously thought it was too expensive to start. With quick coverage checks, easy online matching, and average copays around $23, this removes a major barrier and helps more people get support when they need it most. As I've discussed a lot on these airwaves, therapy has been a game changer in my adult life, and BetterHelp is the next evolution of this as the largest online therapy platform with more than 30,000 therapists and having served more than 6 million people globally with an average rating of 4.9 stars out of 5. Here's how it works. BetterHelp does the initial work for you via a short questionnaire that helps identify your needs, and with BetterHelp's 12 years of experience and industry-leading match fulfillment rate, they typically get it right. Fill out the questionnaire and check your coverage today at BetterHelp.com/KRLD. That's betterhelp.com/KRLD. Average copay is based on eligible members. Actual cost and coverage may vary by plan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Hi, it's consumer advocate Pete Thompson. Dirt, dust, and debris are the #1 killers of air conditioners. Call the On Time Experts today and pay just $59 for a thorough cleaning and tune-up of your system with a no-breakdown guarantee. TheOnTimeExperts.com.
It's Zach Wolchuk and Brian Broaddus from The Fan. We've been breaking down the best college players, but thanks to East Dallas Diesel, Brian and I have teamed up with Dallas Animal Services to evaluate some future best friends. Let's start with Ivy, Brian.
She's a high-value pig, Zach. Potty-trained, crate-trained, dog and kid-friendly, calm and affectionate. Rides well in the car and loves walks and runs. Anyone would be lucky to have her, Zach.
Let's clear the shelter together. Go see Ivy and all of our adoptable best friends at 1053thefan.com/adopt.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their old price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Rangers pregame's coming up at 5:30 as they visit the Yankees, first of 3. Here's Wolchuk tell you more about it. Proper round trip.
Let's do it. Let's go around the bases right after this.
You don't know how to play first base. Scott? That's right. It's not that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash.
It's incredibly hard.
There's no crying in baseball! You play ball like a girl!
Hey, for those that don't know, life-changing, the Tommy John underwear.
Could tie it with one swing.
Josh Smith is going to the injured list with a glute strain, according to the Texas Rangers.
Pain in the ass, huh?
Justin Foscue.
Wally Pip. Sorry.
No, possible.
I'll go in there with you.
Has been recalled from AAA Round Rock. He is slashing 287, 407, and 426 with Round Rock this season. Great opportunity for Foscue.
Foscue's coming up then, huh?
Yeah. Foscue coming up.
Last time he was up, he hit about .087.
Going down.
That's what I'm saying.
He had his first hit in like 30 at-bats, something crazy like that. Now, Foscue not in the lineup tonight. It will be Ezekiel Duran, who has been really good at second base. Evan Carter will be leading off for you. Corey Seager batting second, playing short. Josh Young
pick it up, Corey.
Playing third. Jock Peterson at cleanup, DHing. Duran at second. Berger at first. Alejandro Osuna, who has been playing some good ball since he's been up for Wyatt Langford in left field, Danny Jansen catching. Andrew McCutchen will be starting in right field. And, of course, it is DeGrom night, as Jacob DeGrom will be getting the start against the Yankees. In fact, this is back-to-back years. Jacob DeGrom has had 2 consecutive starts against the Yankees.
Probably going to need 7 innings of shutout baseball, Wolchuk, to get the win tonight.
Hey, I'm all for it. And, in fact, he's just 2 wins away from career 100. So keep track of that one. He gets a win tonight. We're at 99. Then just one more will be the 100th victory in Jacob DeGrom's career. Good math.
That's amazing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
What's
it.
What's the record for wins from a starting pitcher?
Good question.
Like Cy Young, Christy Mathewson?
Maybe Cy Young would be probably a good guess. Sandy Koufax. Hell, Clayton Kershaw. Maybe he ended up getting up there.
Cy Young holds it. 5'11". Wow. He pitched for 21 years.
I mean, Jacob DeGrom has missed a lot of time, but he has no chance to get close to that.
525 wins a year?
Holy crap.
For 2 decades?
Dude never, I mean, he
never
lose
missed a game.
He'd lose games, and he'd pitch the whole game.
That's amazing. 5'11" for Cy Young. Incredible.
I mean, what's realistic? 300?
I would think maybe
that's
2.
even crazy.
For DeGrom?
Maybe
no,
2.
just for any pitcher. For any pitcher in today's era. You know,
with the way
they're not even pitching deep into games
with
anymore.
the way they take you out, yeah.
I mean, like pitchers are kind of going 5 innings. It's like you're not even getting quality starts every time you start now. So, maybe 200. That's definitely a stat that's never going to
What did our guy with the Dodgers that just retired, Kershaw, what did he end up with?
Yeah, I was wondering what he finished with.
Okay, Verlander's your career active leader at 266.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think
he can't stay healthy now.
You can hit 200, 250.
Oh, he's old.
I mean, it's like, damn. Yeah, that's probably going to be what you're looking at.
Kershaw 223.
That's low. I thought it'd be higher than that. Man.
Injuries himself.
Yeah.
But just 100 for DeGrom is kind of what set me off on this. That's just, it's crazy. But I guess he was a late bloomer, and then the injuries combined.
He missed multiple years, with the Tommy John stuff. So that is wild. Absolutely nuts. Now, Josh Young's on a nice streak right now. He's on a 12-game hitting streak. He's hoping to continue that one. And the bullpen's been brilliant. Shout out to Gavin Collier. Not allowed a run in each of his first 9 games. All right, he set a franchise record for scoreless appearances to begin his career. So good for him. And this will be Brandon Nimmo's first start back in New York since he ended the season with the Mets last year. So getting a taste of that New York media again for Brandon Nimmo. So looking forward to this.
I'm sure he can handle all their questions. He'll just filibuster.
Nimmo, I mean,
good luck getting questions in.
Ask him how it was playing baseball in Montana.
Nimmo's not even, they didn't even put him in the starting lineup tonight.
No, I think it's probably a rest day. I mean, he's still going with that hammy. It's been a little bit tender for him. But yeah, McCutchen.
Cold conditions, maybe.
Evan Carter,
right field.
Evan Carter leading off. I don't think he's had a hit since like April.
The Reagan administration.
April 21st or something.
You know what? CY told us they were going to tweak some stuff.
You know what they've been trying to do? Like, he needs to bunt more against left-handers.
Yeah.
Try and bunt a little more.
I wouldn't mind that.
Like, try and get bunts down and then run. Until he gets a little bit more confidence.
I like an Evan Carter bunt more than a Jock Peterson.
Yeah.
You combine bunting with the bag stealing offense, you're cooking.
Yeah, man. That's the secret combination. Manufacture runs.
Needs to do something. Get on base.
Grisham, Judge, Bellinger, Dominguez, Jazz, Chisholm, Goldschmidt, Wells, McMahon, and Caballero will be your lineup for the Yankees. And Elmer Rodriguez getting the start. Elmer has been struggling a little bit. 4.5 ERA in just his lone start this year. Maybe an opportunity for the Rangers to get right.
They get to see him again here. And this is his first start at Yankee Stadium. Maybe the lights are too bright.
Could be. Get a little bit nervous. And they did a good job against him in their previous outing. So, Elmer. Now, I think there is a benefit to getting to see a lineup. Now, there's some different pieces to this one this time. But maybe you feel a little bit more comfortable if you're Elmer in the second go-around against Texas. The Yankees do come in red hot. They just capped off a sweep, as you mentioned earlier in the show. And it was a big homage to one John Sterling, who, of course, passed away yesterday, but a 12-1 victory. 12-1 as they had the pregame ceremony. Aaron Judge comes back, hits his 14th home run. Cam Schlittler was really good for the Yankees, but they're feeling good, riding a high after spanking around the Baltimore Orioles a little bit in 3 consecutive games.
Now, they won like 14 of 16 games?
I mean, they're best team in the American League without question. They might be the best team in all Major League Baseball. They might be better than the Dodgers this year. The White Sox got a victory yesterday against the Angels, and their outstanding star Munetaka Murakami has just continued his crazy start to the season, 14 home runs. And yesterday he tied Aaron Judge for the longest home run hit this year in Major League Baseball, 429-foot bomb by Murakami as he led the White Sox to a 6-0 victory over the Halos. Murakami, just dealing. 109-mile-per-hour exit velo off the bat, straightaway center. He's got 14 homers, 14 singles. He's also added 28 walks along with 28 RBIs. Dude's been one of the phenoms of the baseball world this year.
Yeah, I mean,
the White Sox?
Yep.
You're going to get traded here at the deadline.
Maybe.
Yeah, get
I
ready
keep
for that.
seeing his name gets popped up, and it's like first since Mark McGwire.
It's crazy what he's doing.
Yeah.
Absolutely
He's
nuts.
balling.
CBS Sports put out the new manager rankings. 8 new managers this season, and you're basically a quarter mark into the season. How would we think Skip Schumacher's doing compared to some of these other managers? Now, the worst is Tony Vitello, who the Giants hired from Tennessee.
He's an F?
I'd say just slightly below average.
Middle of the pack?
Yeah.
I would say
Call me crazy.
I would say C. Probably a C.
You're giving him a C grade?
I'm giving him a C.
He's 4th overall among the 8 that were ranked. So
it's middle of the pack, right?
Yeah. Average guy right there. So Skip Schumacher, they write the Rangers at 16 and 18 aren't all that far removed from their first and only World Series. Skip taking over for Boch. The American League West looks very winnable, but the Rangers just haven't gotten off to that desired start. Anything less than a wild card berth is viewed a disappointment this year. for Skip Schumacher. Number 1 best new manager, Walt Weiss with the Braves. I mean, they've been unbelievable. Number 1 in a lot of power rankings here this week. 25-11 this year. And after spending 8 years as the bench coach for Brian Snitker, he slid right in, knows the team, and they've got an 8.5 game cushion right now after an 86 loss campaign.
He was a solid player back in the day, Walt Weiss.
He's, the Braves are really a juggernaut. It's them and the Dodgers probably destined to meet.
Wait, you just told me the Yankees were the best team.
Well, in the American League.
Oh, I thought you said
but the Braves, I think they are, but it's them, the Braves, and the Dodgers. Those are the 3 teams right now that are in the mix for the best in all of Major League Baseball, Brian.
Walt Weiss was on those A's teams. He'd always have the biggest wad in one of his cheeks.
Yeah,
just a big old dip in there.
Yeah.
Big chaw.
He played often with the original wraparound around the jaw.
Oh.
Now it's like a damn separate helmet's nearly coming out to cover half your face.
Yeah. We had a lot of guys
These
back in the
wear
day.
too much gear up there, by the way.
You want less?
Too much gear. God, way too much gear.
You should be afraid. You should be afraid of that ball.
We just don't even wear batting helmets that we're known for? Just get rid of them?
Back in 1969.
That can cause death. Back in my day.
Yeah. Don't you feel like
being man enough to step in there with the fear of getting hit by the ball is part of the game. If you take away that fear because you're protecting my elbow and my oblique and my knee, and man, it's not baseball.
Man, we're just getting soft on us here.
I see the guy hit the ball into his ankle and knee with no protection there, and he's got every protection device on known to man. Still hitting himself in the knee with the ball. Come on, you don't need to go up there with all that gear. Go with the batting gloves. If you want to wear padding on your batting gloves to kind of protect your hands,
I like that.
That's
protect
cool.
The hands.
Protect the
everything
hands.
else is fair game.
Protect the hands, wrists if you want to, but everything else you shouldn't have to go up there with a bat.
I mean, could you imagine coming up playing baseball in today's game as a 9-year-old kid? You're worried about Johnny down the street who's already throwing 68 miles an hour. He's 40 feet away, and you're terrified. And your dad's like, "Come here, slugger. We're going up to Dick's to get you outfitted in football pads to go play baseball."
Oh, man.
I mean, it sounds amazing. It really does. I might have played baseball for longer if I didn't have to worry about wayward pitches buzzing the tower.
Kitchen mittens they're wearing on the bases. What's up with that?
That's kind of weird, too. Well, I got to protect my hands when I slide.
Yeah, they had a lot of injuries with that. The spikes.
Jeez.
Seriously, it's like, hey, Mom, can I borrow the pizza gloves to play baseball tonight?
Oven mitt.
Yeah.
We're sliding to first base with it.
I don't want to get hurt. I'm already playing the least physical sport possible, Mom. But I'm afraid of the one thing on this field that could hurt me.
I'm telling you, the kitchen mitten thing. And they were on both hands.
Okay. Well,
what are we doing?
As a guy who loves to cook and bake, I thought you'd be all over this.
Sponsored by
This feels
Betty
like
Crocker.
a little bitching to me, man.
No, I'm bitching because I can't find my kitchen mittens to grab the pizza tray.
Baseball stolen them all.
Yeah,
Keep your bitching in the kitchen, brother.
Like Chiz guy's got him. He's running the bases with him right now.
That's right. Yeah. All righty. We got
That's his name, right?
We got 3 down, 30 to go. It's Chisholm.
Yeah.
Chisholm. Hey, Chisholm.
I'm not sure what you said there.
Chiz.
Hey, Chiz, get over here. Give me that mitt.
What's next, Chief?
We got a sports hodgepodge.
Kitty.
We have a World Cup job
Motor
opportunity.
City Kitties.
Plus some stats of the day to prep our bodies for a night of sports next year in the nation. But first, Tolos, let's talk about your hair for a sec, all right? If you're losing it and you desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution for you. It is a very simple one-day treatment, and it offers life-changing results. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's truly amazing. They put hair where you need it most, and then, bam, it begins to grow. Now, Advanced Hair, they have it all, all right? Top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So go ahead and schedule your free consultation right now at 469-599-HAIR. And just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and you need to be next. They're the team that I personally recommend, and you are going to love them. So don't wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Anthony Edwards returned just 8 days after suffering a deep bone bruise to score 18 points in 25 minutes off the bench as the Minnesota Timberwolves stole Game 1 from San Antonio last night. Victor Wembanyama set an NBA playoff record with 12 blocks, but Wemby also went 0 for 8 from 3 in the 104-102 loss. Game 2 between the Timberwolves and the Spurs is on Wednesday night in San Antonio. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Texans, do you work in industries such as trucking, agriculture, or construction? Then you might be operating equipment that we want to help you upgrade or replace. The Texas Emissions Reduction Plan provides funding to help Texans upgrade or replace their old equipment and vehicles. From trucks, tractors, forklifts, school buses, and more, we have grants that can benefit you and your business. Want to be the first to know when new grants open? Sign up for email updates at texasvehiclegrants.org. That's texasvehiclegrants.org.
If your home was hit by recent storms, you could have roof damage and not even know it. A tiny roof leak can lead to thousands in water damage, toxic mold, and even structural issues. Nick Post again with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. For over 20 years, DFW has trusted us to protect their homes and businesses. Don't wait, don't guess. Schedule your free inspection now at kpostcompany.com.
Hey everybody, it's Corey Majors. Tolos, when it comes to retirement, timing your Social Security can make a huge difference in how much you actually get. My good friend David Dustin, founder of MoneyWorks Group, helps people all over North Texas navigate the system so they don't leave money on the table. Right now, David's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you make more informed decisions. Visit moneyworksgroup.com for your copy or call 972-736-7373. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with confidence and guarantees.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more. Platinum Ford.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the nation. Rangers baseball's coming up at 5:30. Looking forward to that as they're going to take on the Yankees. First pitch at 6:05. It's time now, though, for a sports hodgepodge, and here's the Chief.
So much to get to, so little time. Right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10?
You don't think rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it is the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that. You rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
Daily Mail breaking news. Stefon Diggs is found not guilty of assaulting his personal chef, who just so happens to have a BBL.
Oh, she's got a BBL? Ryan, what's a BBL?
Brazilian butt lift thing?
There we go.
Nice work, Broadus. Yeah, he's I haven't seen a ton of it, but from the clips I've seen of this lady at the stand, she is just getting torn apart with real hard evidence and facts, and she has no idea how to handle it. So congratulations to Stefon Diggs.
Don't falsely accuse, kids.
Yeah, dude, it's rampant, it's disgusting, and the tables need to be turned. Okay, she needs to become the defense now, and she needs to be sentenced to some level of punishment.
She made this all up in a money grab, trying to get money out of Stefon.
Precisely.
Probably wasn't even making good meals.
No, I saw one of the people said like the final meal she made was like a dried up looking hot dog with mustard on it. Wow. I was like, damn, okay. So she was half-assing it the whole way, and now Stefon Diggs is scot-free.
How do you think she got the gig?
Remember those 3 letters?
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, they had a friendship.
Gotcha. Sorry about that.
Little beneficiary.
Didn't mean to ask.
What was the Jada Pinkett Smith thing? Was
entanglement.
Entanglement.
Yeah.
A little bit of something like that. So salute to Stefon Diggs, and we'll see if he can get a job. I mean, I'd be pretty frustrated. Like, free agency's over. This was hanging over my head. No team gave me the deal. Perhaps because of this.
I'm totally in right now if he's going to sign a league minimum, just wants to play somewhere. Be awesome. Let's go.
Pickens, Diggs, and Lamb.
Forget about it.
Sorry, Flanoy. You're wide receiver 4 now.
Oh.
We have
Valdez-Scantling.
Yeah, sorry, MVS. Now, it looks like we have an opportunity from Fox Sports and Indeed. They are hiring a Chief World Cup watcher, Dawson. This could be perfect for you. You have to watch all 104 matches from a custom-built personal office in Times Square. You will make $50,000. Over $1,200 a day, $480 a game, $5.34 per game minute. Okay, that's what you have the opportunity to get here.
How do we
apply?
You should have to apply and I guess prove that you know ball and perhaps you are entertaining to some extent.
Do they have a microphone in front of you? Are you live? Covering the games?
That's a good question. I don't know if there's like a live stream involved with this. But
like, are you going to be watching and you're like...
You have to watch all the games. I would imagine you'd have to provide some level of analysis for them, probably some video content. So, I mean,
but this is basically a contest.
$50K for 39 days, dude.
They're giving you $50,000 for a month, but you got to sit in Times Square and watch all the games?
Yeah.
It sounds pretty fun.
Sounds phenomenal. I would think they'll get you fed.
It could a little
charcuterie board, cheesecake, something like that.
Are we like we're in Times Square, like with all the lights and everything going crazy?
This guy's got a lot of questions.
I mean,
this is going to be live streamed.
Can I drink beer the whole time?
I think you can drink beer.
You can do whatever you want. It sounds like you've got to just make it your own. So it's all about your fandom shining.
$4,000 worth of beer, I think.
Yeah, you could do that.
At least.
You just got to make yourself very entertaining. It's a unique watch party, essentially, and you're the star of this entire thing.
Oh, so they're trying
and you're creating and sharing social content.
So, okay,
they're trying to do the Red Sox guy.
They're looking for the best influencers to apply.
Yeah,
that are going to hold live
That's kind of what it sounds like.
And entertain. $50,000 is going to be a ripoff for the amount of streaming content that dude gives FIFA or whoever.
Yeah, $50,000 for an influencer.
For 40 days.
That's like an hour.
$1,200 a day. I mean,
seriously, that's like,
I guess for an aspiring influencer.
For the really good streamers, that's a day's work.
They're making millions easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Beast isn't applying for this. This would be a massive pay cut for Mr. Beast or whoever, the meth head dude is. Clavicular.
Yeah. I don't think Drewski's going to be going for this either.
No, you don't have to worry about the big dogs. You got the aspiring guys.
Yeah,
I'm totally in. I mean, I've applied already 3 times.
Kansas City bars will be able to serve alcohol from 6 a.m. and stay open for 23 hours during the World Cup.
New rules.
Sick.
I like it.
So
there we go.
It's going to get buck wild over
Can
there.
we get Texas Live open until like 4 a.m.?
Yeah, that's a good point. They better have more beer than they had for the Rangers parade. running out of the tap.
For me, if you have a chance to go out to the old Mexican bar to watch what they got going on,
they're going to be doing some parties.
They've got some.
They got specials.
Every game on, and they got excellent food and excellent drinks, and the service is outstanding.
Go say what's up to V. She was our girl. She's fantastic.
Yeah, Veronica was the bomb. Okay, little impromptu. Guess that spread.
2.5.
Lakers.
Oh, jeez. It's an NBA spread? Come on.
It's an NBA spread. Lakers Thunder game 1.
Thunder 4.5.
Dawson?
Man, higher. 8.5.
Thunder
12.5.
12.
The Los Angeles Lakers are a consensus 15.5-point dog.
Oh, that's the easiest bet you can make all day.
In game 1 at OKC, that would be the biggest underdog LeBron James has been in any game in his 23-year career. Okay? They are not giving the Lakers a single chance here. I mean, even overall for the series, it's like a 93% chance of OKC victory.
So sad.
Of course, you still have no Luka. Now, LeBron is the same age as J.J. Redick. We knew that, but he's also the same age as the OKC head coach as well. So he's 41. The two coaches are also 41 years old. Now, Walchuk, you saw this as well.
Yeah.
Today is Cinco de Mayo.
That it is. It's also Taco Tuesday.
It's Taco Tuesday. That is a big day for LeBron James, who
loves tacos.
All time on Cinco de Mayo.
Never lost.
I mean, this is a guy that's been in the playoffs deep every year, but he's only played 4 times on Cinco de Mayo. The good news for LeBron is he's never scored less than 32 points on Cinco de Mayo.
Prize picks,
so if
taking
you're
the over.
Doing a little prize picks action on LeBron tonight,
let's go more.
Probably going to be a good play.
Big time.
32, 34, 35, 38. He's getting...
I went under 20.5.
Bunch of boards and assists. Under 20.5.
I think this is...
That would be less.
Going to be
less.
It's more or less.
Ledud James tonight.
Less, right?
You said under.
I mean,
the
less.
verbiage matters in the legal realm of
less.
this.
Yeah, it's more or less here.
Yeah,
okay. So, yeah, we'll see how LeBron and the Lakers can do, but it's all about Rangers and Yanks tonight, boys.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
that pregame's coming up at 5:30. We're coming back to give you some keys to victory and reset you on the big Mavs stories of the day, as they had the press conference to introduce their new guy, and there was a lot of takeaways from that. So we'll get you that, then hand it off to the pregame coming up next here on The Fan. I want to chat Window Nation with you, though, because if you need new windows at the house, great news. Right now, windownation.com, they're getting you set up for summer before the real hot stuff gets here. Buy 4, get 4 free, pay nothing for 2 years. That's nothing down, no payments, no interest. Windownation.com. Not only are they going to get you this great deal on your new windows, but Window Nation's windows are the most energy efficient windows in the world, and they'll save you hundreds, if not thousands, every year on your energy bills. That's what new windows from Window Nation have done for me. That's what they can do for you. Have them out to the house like I did. You will see their customer service and professionalism is second to none. They'll do a free eval on your existing windows. If you're wondering, are these windows still energy efficient? Kind of worried about this now. Well, if it's an older home or if they put builder grade windows in there, they're probably not very energy efficient at all, and it's costing you big time. So Window Nation can come out to the house, do the eval, then give you a free no obligation quote, and it's good for 6 months. So you can lock in the savings right now. The buy 4, get 4 free, pay nothing for 2 years. Just go to windownation.com and tell them we sent you. Salute.
Hey, Tolo's Choppy here. If your business is still living in the dark ages, it's time to get off the sideline. Is your company finally ready to automate with barcoding or RFID? Then call the heavy hitters, Texas Barcode Systems. These guys are local based right here in DFW, and we're talking about a name that over 6,000 companies have trusted for the last 30 years. So whether you're starting fresh or you need to refresh that clunky old equipment, they got the best roster in the game. Zebra, Honeywell, Datalogic, Sato, and Printronix. Do it right the first time. Texas Barcode Systems. Check them out online, texasbarcode.com.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
When you're trying to get a home equity loan in Texas, you want to work with someone who knows what they're doing. At TexasLending.com, we have some loan officers who've closed dozens of home equity loans per month for over 20 years. Call TexasLending.com. Work with people you can trust, people that know your own backyard, people that can close fast. It's TexasLending.com for your home equity loan. Call us today. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're replacing a roof, get the
peace of mind of a lifetime workmanship warranty from Blue Nail Roofing. Other roofing companies might back up their work for a year if you're lucky, but because of Blue Nail's training and the quality of their team members, you're protected with a lifetime workmanship warranty. Call today and also learn about Blue Nail's flexible financing that allows you to get work done now and pay later. 855-255-1975, BlueNailRoofing.com.
Follow here, and I want to tell you about the good people at Greystone Roofing and Construction. You can check them out at greystone-roofing.com. And last week's storm on the east side of Dallas was not your typical hailstorm. Okay, we're talking tennis ball to baseball size hail. And that kind of impact doesn't just ding a roof, all right? It compromises your entire home. Roofing, gutters, windows, siding, everything. And here's the mistake people make after a storm like this. They let the first guy who knocks on their door take control of the situation. Please don't do that, okay? Damage at this level requires real experience. Someone who understands full scope restoration, not just patchwork. That's why I tell people to call Greystone Roofing. You can reach them at 469-202-7205. The Vining name has been trusted in construction across North Texas for decades, all right? And Greystone was built on that foundation. They know how to assess the damage properly, deal with the insurance the right way. They actually have licensed insurance adjusters on staff, which is extremely unique, and it'll make life very convenient for you throughout the entire process as they handle a project of this size from start to finish. If your home was hit, this is not the time to guess. Call Greystone Roofing today, 469-202-7205, and get the right team on your side before this gets worse. Or check them out at greystone-roofing.com.
Hi, welcome to Sprouts Farmers Market, where we guarantee none of our products have AI in them.
AI? How would food have artificial intelligence in it?
Oh no, I meant AI like artificial ingredients. Isn't that what AI stands for? Guess I've been spending too much time with local organic produce, 100% grass-fed beef, gluten-free snacks, dairy-free milks, surrounded by ingredients with nothing artificial in them.
Oh, that sounds nice.
With zero AI and healthy choices at prices you'll love, every aisle's a healthy aisle at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Would your camera stop it, or would you just watch it tomorrow? That's the old way. Record, replay, regret. Remote video monitoring powered by Alarm.com from DFW Security is different. Live agents intervene and, if necessary, issue a visually verified police dispatch not after the loss, before it. The new way with DFW Security is powered by Alarm.com. Detect, deter, defend. DFW Security. Stop crime before it starts.
DFWsecurity.com.
You hear it once, and suddenly it's stuck in your head all day.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
But that's not the worst thing, because we're the home of 10 windows for just $59.50, plus 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit and a lifetime warranty.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
The only way to get it out of your head is to call 469-WINDOWS or visit us online at bestbuywindowsandsiding.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Hey, Tolos, Choppy here. When you think about barcodes, the first thing to hit you is labels. You see them everywhere. Every box, every pallet, every product in the warehouse. So who do you call for the labels and ribbons that actually work? Texas Barcode Systems. Picking the right combo of labels and ribbons can be confusing, but don't sweat it. With over 30 years as the industry leader, these guys are the barcode experts. They've got over 80,000 rolls of labels and ribbons in stock right now, so they got you covered for any application. Reach out. Texas Barcode Systems. TexasBarcode.com. That's TexasBarcode.com.
Chance of thunderstorms tonight, overnight low of 60.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic.
Fellas, feeling tired, sluggish, or not yourself? Gavin Dawson from Men's Tea Clinic, they have the fix. From testosterone therapy to hair replacement, joint recovery, bedroom wellness, they do it all. Same-day appointments, fast results. Get your edge back right now. Visit Men's Tea Clinic today.
Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Rangers pregame is coming up in 10 minutes. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's get you some keys to victory. What do the Rangers have to do to beat the Yankees tonight? I think, first of all, DeGrom has to keep him out of that short porch in right field there with his home runs. But, I think one or fewer runs in 6 or 7 innings, maybe that's too much to ask from Jacob DeGrom or expect, but I'm going to ask it.
If that's the case, and you'll probably see extra innings because the Rangers will score 1 as well. So
yeah,
you got to hope for the zombie runner gets home somehow.
Yeah, I think for the Rangers offensively, they against Elmer Rodriguez last week, they had 4 hits and 4 walks in 4 innings. So they put a 2-whip on Elmer. That was his lone start of the year. He's back against DeGrom tonight. So stay patient, punish mistakes. But it's tough to expect like 3 or 4 runs right now. If you could say the Rangers will score 4 runs tonight, I'll take it. I mean, that would qualify them as one of the worst 6 or 7 offenses in all of baseball. But at this point, I can't be sure they'll score at all. Yeah. With how last week went, it was very frustrating at times. So DeGrom against Rodriguez tonight. Pregame's coming up here in about 10 minutes. Negotiations between the NFL and the NFL Referees Association on a CBA has progressed far enough. The union has scheduled a ratification vote for Thursday.
Good news. Let's go. This is great.
They've been negotiating for 2 years, and terms are not available, but it appears calmer heads are prevailing, and you won't have to deal with replacement refs in your games.
Very good.
I don't mind them. I like the chaos,
Give me another Fail Mary.
Until you gamble on the game.
Oh, wow, yes. Yeah. But, there is a 50-50 chance that it's going to help your team. So, it's a little bit of chaos. Never hurt anybody. The Giants and DJ Reader agreed to 2 years and $12.5 million with the potential to earn more in incentives. So the top nose tackle remaining in the free agent class had a number of teams interested in him. DJ Reader is going to the Giants.
The defense looks really good on paper.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Their starting defense has gotten a lot better.
If they can get the offense going and protect Jackson Dart and prevent him from concussing himself every other week, I think Mauigoa is obviously a big step in that direction. They have the young star wide receiver. I think there's a reason to believe.
Worst to first with these guys? Well, I know the Commanders were worse. I know the Commanders were the worst.
You could get a Washington type pop up here though. It depends on Jackson Dart.
What are we getting tomorrow with the Mavs? Masai Ujiri, the new president of basketball operations, had his press conference about 3 hours ago, sent ripples through DFW sports media with no sign of confidence in Jason Kidd.
Heard he was in L.A.
Kidd was in L.A.?
Yeah.
Okay. Michael Finley wasn't there either, so people speculating, but Ujiri clarified afterwards. Walt texted me. Apparently he did a little bit of a walk-off with some of the media that were there, and Masai wanted to make a point to make sure people knew that he did not fire George Karl in Denver when he first got there, and he did not fire Dwayne Casey in Toronto when he first got there. So saying that, non-committal, we'll have a conversation next week, it's not like he's got his mind made up.
I had someone tell
find that suspicious.
I had someone tell me that ownership really likes Jason and they owe him a lot of money if they fire him.
Yeah, there's 4 years left on that deal.
That's something, even though that they have a lot of money, the second wealthiest ownership group in the NBA, I don't think they want to pay that.
Probably not going anywhere.
But, we had Tim Cato on earlier, the longtime Mavs beat writer and national writer for All City now, and he said he expects Jason Kidd to be back next year, but it was an interesting presser to say the least. Thanks to Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635, just went 3.5 flawless. Thanks to Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Broadus, and I'm Gavin Dawson. Till tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation. Had ease.
You finally plan that family vacation and you renew your passport only to find out your passport has been denied by the IRS. I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores. If you thought the IRS can't affect your passport,